State of Conspiracy. A Titus Black novel, Book 8. By R.J. Patterson. Performed by Kyle Tait. Chapter 1. Mogadishu, Somalia. Titus Black adjusted the focus on the scope of his SR-25 sniper rifle before checking the wind. The breeze coming off the Indian Ocean provided him with a welcome respite from the heat. The scorching hot weather stood in stark contrast to the bitter cold he'd left behind in Washington. Even though the famed cherry trees were just a few weeks away from blossoming and signaling the grand entrance of spring, Washington felt more than just 7 hours behind Mogadishu, making him wonder if they were an entire season or more behind too. A bead of sweat slithered down his nose, picking up speed as it neared the end, and eventually splashed onto the flat metal surface of the hotel rooftop. "Just be glad you're handling this operation remotely," Black said over his comms. Christina Shields, who was located at the Firestorm headquarters in Washington, agreed. "Ever since I saw the movie Black Hawk Down, I vowed to avoid Mogadishu at all cost. And so far, I've been successful." "Well, you're not missing anything," Black said. "The food's lousy, and I'm quite certain that there is a platoon of bedbugs patrolling the interior of my mattress." "Sounds dreamy." "What I wouldn't give for a good night's sleep," Black said. "Scratch that. What I wouldn't give for even a bad night's sleep at this point. I just want to curl up somewhere and get some shut-eye, even if it's only 5 minutes." "Shut-eye? What are you, a cowboy?" Shields asked, her distinctive South Georgia accent becoming more pronounced than usual. "You gonna cook up some victuals over the campfire tonight?" "I know you think this is funny, but I'm looking forward to flying home, if only for the fact that I might be able to get more than 5 uninterrupted minutes of sleep." Shields' tone turned more serious. "Are you sure you're up for this today? I can tell blunt and—" "If not now, when?" Black asked, his tone turning serious. "Who knows when we're going to get another shot like this at Hassan Ahmed?" Black closed one eye and peered through his scope, resuming his surveillance of Ahmed. The Somalian terrorist leader stroked his beard before throwing his head back and laughing with the rest of his party. Less than half a mile away at Mogadishu Stadium, Ahmed and a handful of other local business leaders crowded around a table in an open-air concourse. They all appeared to be engaged in the conversation, enjoying Ahmed's animated storytelling style. "Do you have a clear shot of Ahmed?" Shields asked. "Not yet," Black said. "Still waiting for one." "I'd already have put 2 bullets in him by now if I was there," Shields said, chiding Black. "You beat me once at the range and—" "Twice," she said. "And it would have been 3 times if you hadn't faked a stomach ache." "That was legit," Black said. "I thought my insides were going to rip through my skin and spill out onto the floor." "In a way, they did." Black watched as Ahmed drifted from one person to the next, all the while not paying much attention to the soccer match taking place on the field below. Black wanted to kill Ahmed just as casually as he'd murdered 3 U.S. college students traveling the country a couple of months earlier. U.S. President Noah Young had come under intense pressure to retaliate, especially after Al-Muna Fadin, Ahmed's organization, bragged about it on social media and leveraged footage from burning the 3 young men alive as a way to recruit more fighters. Young secretly ordered the operation after Al-Muna Fadin threatened to attack the U.S. and called him a coward. And while Black wasn't there in any official capacity, he couldn't pretend otherwise. After a few more minutes of Ahmed weaving among the crowd of VIPs in his area, he disappeared down a flight of stairs with another man. Black cursed under his breath, but loud enough that Shields heard him. "You lose, Ahmed?" she asked. "For the moment," Black said. "I'm hoping he comes back, but I can't be sure. He didn't give any indication one way or another." Black mopped the sweat from his brow before continuing to watch the section Ahmed had just been in. "So," Shields began, "are we going to ever talk about it?" "Talk about what?" Black asked. "Don't be coy. You know what I'm referring to." Black knew exactly what Shields meant, but he wanted to make her say it. "We were just talking about Ahmed, but I guess you're switching to a different topic. Do you want to discuss Bahiri Zahid's escape now?" "Titus Alexander Black, stop playing dumb with me." Black chuckled. "Did you just use my full name?" "I sure did," she said. "My southern sass is about to be on full display if you don't stop this nonsense." "You can take the girl out of the South, but you can't take the South out of the girl." "You're stalling." Black huffed a laugh through his nose. Okay. You just have no idea how much fun it is to give you a hard time." "If it's half as much fun as it is for me to razz you about how much better a shot I am than you, I understand. But I'm not letting you off the hook that easily." "So, you want to talk about the kiss, do you?" Black asked, already knowing the answer to his question. "Of course," she said. "I want to know if that was just a heat-of-the-moment kind of thing, or if maybe there's more to it." "It was definitely heat of the moment," Black said. "But that's not to say—" He stopped as he saw Ahmed re-emerge up the stairs. "But that's not to say what?" "It's Ahmed," Black said. "He's back." "You'd better not be lying." "Check on the satellite feed yourself," Black said. "I would, except the one I was using just went out of range. I'm retasking one right now, but it'll take a few minutes." "We'll continue this later," Black said, following Ahmed through the scope. The wind whipped across the top of the hotel, the gust nearly sweeping away Hawk's hat. He took his finger off the trigger and tucked his cap underneath his chest. Ahmed paused for a brief conversation away from the crowd. However, he rocked back and forth, from one foot to the other. Black adjusted his sights, trying to account for the wind, but he wasn't sure that was possible, given how strong it was blowing. "I'm not sure this is a good idea," Black said. "If I miss—" The rest of his sentence was left unsaid, but it was clear what he meant. If he missed, Ahmed might disappear underground, and that would raise the ire of President Young. He wanted to send a message to the terrorists that attacking U.S. citizens abroad would not be tolerated and would be dealt with harshly. Black agreed with the response, but he also didn't want to bungle it. "You think you can hit him?" Shields asked. "On a normal day, I wouldn't hesitate. But this wind is brutal, and from this distance, it'd be little more than a roll of the dice." "Weigh the consequences," she said. "What if you miss? The president will be pissed, and like you said, who knows when we'll get a chance like this again." "You're right," Black said. "I just need to take the shot." He leaned forward, pressing his right eye flush against the scope, and following Ahmed as he returned to his group. They continued to drink heavily, without even a hint of irony as Muslims. Ahmed often railed against the evils of the West in the videos he posted online, yet he didn't appear any different in private. Black wasn't surprised. having seen enough to know the entire game was a facade. They would do anything to stir up potential new recruits to join the fight. He thought it would be fun to shoot Ahmed in the head, right through a glass of liquor. But the opportunity never presented itself. The shifty Al-Munafadin leader never stayed in one position for very long, weaving through the crowd to shake hands with yet another guest. After a few minutes, Ahmed finally stopped and leaned against the railing, away from the rest of the crowd. He turned his attention to the field below and watched the game with intense interest, a departure from his hobnobbing over the past half hour. Black felt the wind die down, creating the perfect conditions to fire off a long-range shot and eliminate Ahmed once and for all. "I've got him," Black said over his comms. "Put him down," Shields said, her excitement coming through in her voice. Black smiled. "Aye, aye, Captain." Just as he was about to squeeze the trigger, Black heard a click behind him and a brooding voice. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," a man said. "That is, unless you're a fan of getting a hole blown clean through the side of your noggin." Black eased his hands off the trigger and raised them in the air. Chapter 2. Laramie, Wyoming. J.D. Blunt parked his rental car along 2nd Street and climbed out of the vehicle. He pulled his coat taut before heading along the sidewalk toward the Prairie Rose Cafe. Snow pelted his face as he trudged toward the door. A bell clanged against the glass as he entered, garnering attention from everyone inside. Blunt forced a smile as he shuffled toward an empty seat at the bar. "Evening," said a man behind the counter with a thick 5 o'clock shadow. "Would you like some coffee?" Blunt shrugged. "I guess. Regular or decaf?" "I don't care what it is, as long as it's warm," Blunt said. The man winked at Blunt. "I smell what you're stepping in, partner. I can add a little Bailey's for you, just as long as you don't tell the health inspector." Blunt chuckled and made a cross over his heart with his index finger. "I promise not to say a word." The man smiled and offered his hand. "Gus Bankston, at your service." "How are your eggs Benedict?" Blunt asked as he shook Gus's hand. "Traitorous." "Sounds delightful." Blunt never expected to make a trip to Wyoming, but that's how the job went sometimes. It was also one of the things he loved about it. But even in the oddest assignments, this one stood out. With the mystery of the Full Good Initiative still hanging over Washington like a San Francisco fog, an urgency existed to expose who was ultimately behind the organization that had undermined the president. Chat rooms were still buzzing about the fact that many of the government's levers were being pulled by non-elected bureaucrats, people who could either exert their power or enrich their coffers on a whim, and often were doing both at the same time. Blunt had decided that his quest to discover the mastermind required meticulous attention to every lead. And one of those leads had led him to Laramie. Blunt had come in search of far more than legendary breakfast food. He wanted to find out what Elaine Gibbons knew about the Full Good Initiative. At first glance, she seemed like a waste of time and resources, the on-again, off-again girlfriend of Charles Harris. In all likelihood, she wouldn't know much, if anything. But Blunt had a hunch, and he'd learned after years of experience that ignoring his hunches could result in a lifetime of regret. But his first glance around the sparse diner made him wonder if his hunch was off this time. Gus finished getting Blunt's order before turning his attention to the grill. The potatoes sizzled as they slid across the hot surface. Gus turned around and pointed his spatula at Blunt. "You ready for your taste buds to be amazed?" Gus asked. "When am I not ready for that?" "Fair point," Gus said as he turned back toward the food sizzling in front of him. There was a brief pause before Gus continued. "You just visiting, Laramie?" Blunt shrugged. "What gave me away?" "What didn't give you away?" Gus asked with a wide grin. "Perhaps it's the fact that you don't come in here regularly. This is Laramie's most beloved breakfast establishment, and if I've never seen you, there's a good chance that you're either new to town or just passing through. Based on how you're dressed, I was taking a chance that you were just passing through. Now tell me I'm wrong." "I can't lie," Blunt said. "You're dead on." Gus grinned. "It's a gift. So what brings you to Laramie?" "I'm looking for someone. And based on how well you claim to know the citizens of this town, I'm guessing you've heard of her." "Fire away, city slicker," Gus said. "I'm looking for a woman named Elaine Gibbons," Blunt said. Gus scowled, his eyes shooting upward. "Elaine Gibbons. Elaine Gibbons? I'm afraid that name doesn't ring a bell. You sure that's correct?" "Sure as I'm sitting here," Blunt said. "Well, we don't have anyone who works here by that name." Blunt furrowed his brow and stroked his chin. "Maybe this will help jog your memory." He pulled a picture of the woman known as Elaine Gibbons out of his coat pocket and showed it to Gus. Gus took a deep breath and drew back. "Who'd you say you were with again?" "I didn't, and it's best that it stays that way," Blunt said. "So I take it you recognize this woman?" Gus squinted and shook his head subtly. "I mean, she could be any number of people who have come through here. We're not exactly known for our retention rate, if you know what I mean." Blunt wrapped his hands around the coffee mug that Gus slid onto the counter. "It would have been recently, maybe in the last 3 or 4 months." "Nobody is coming to mind," Gus said. "Are you sure she worked here?" "I guess it's possible I could be wrong," Blunt said. "That's been prone to happen a time or two in my life." Gus broke into a hearty laugh. "That's about how many times my ex-wife said she was wrong." "Hence the ex." "Exactly," Gus said, pointing his spatula at Blunt again. The cook turned around to face the grill, tossing the shredded potatoes across the hot surface as he continued their conversation. "I'm a gullible person, but I'm not stupid. There's only so far you can push me before I figure out what's going on." "And your ex wasn't going on, was she?" "No, she was going out. On me," Gus said as he shook his head. "There's only so much a man can take, even a man like me who's madly in love with his wife." "I'm sorry to hear that," Blunt said. "But I feel your pain." He took a long sip of his coffee before looking up at Gus. "Pain? More like a gaping flesh wound," Gus said, the bitterness still evident in his voice. Blunt nodded in agreement before casting a quick glance back toward the supply room. He noticed a man lugging a large white container on his shoulders while shuffling toward the griddle. As the door swung shut, Blunt saw a woman dashing around in the back. "Who's that?" Blunt said, nodding toward the door. "I'm sorry," Gus said. "Who were you talking about?" "That woman back there. What's her name?" "Well, it's not Elaine Gibbons, I can tell you that much," Gus said. "You sure?" Blunt asked, as he tapped the picture on the counter. "Because she really looks like her." Gus leaned over the counter and inspected the picture again. Nah, that's not our gal. Who is your gal back there? Gus frowned. You're not going to quit asking, are you? Blunt resolutely shook his head. Fine, Gus said. I guess there's no harm in telling you her name. That's Betty Green, and she's worked here quite a while. And, Blunt said, continuing to prod the cook for more information. And what? She's been here for several months, maybe even a year. I can't always keep track. Well, which is it? Because that matters to me, Gus. I'm sure it does, but I'm not really comfortable telling you. She's had a few suitors who have turned out to be traffickers. And quite frankly, I don't know you. Blunt exhaled. Do I look like a trafficker to you? Never mind. Don't answer that. I don't really care what you think, to be completely honest. Gus's tone turned caustic. You look like a sad old man who's part predator, part desperate. Blunt scowled. Nothing could be further from the truth. Gus ended the small talk by nudging a plate with Eggs Benedict in front of Blunt. Why don't you get started on your breakfast and stop with your interrogation? I'm not too fond of spooks. I'm not a spook, Blunt said with a sneer. Gus didn't turn around, already at work on his next order. Blunt didn't appreciate Gus's tone, but didn't dwell on it. Betty Green's resemblance to Elaine Gibbons was difficult to dismiss. She had a different hairdo and coloring, but Blunt could see past all that. He'd spent enough time looking at profile pictures to know that most people couldn't see past the superficial features, like eye and hair color and style. Betty Green wore her blonde hair up in a bun, her roots barely showing, but obviously there. Elaine Gibbons was a natural brunette, and in her mid-40s. Yet it was Gibbons's crow's feet that betrayed her otherwise youthful appearance. Blunt was sure Betty Green was an alias, but he needed a closer look. For the next 15 minutes, Blunt nursed his cup of coffee while eyeing Betty Green. He pretended to be interested in several articles from the Boomerang, the Laramie daily newspaper, but he was far more engrossed by the movements of Green. She seemed at home as a waitress, refilling coffee cups and chatting up the regulars. Gus nudged Blunt's bill toward him. You plan on settling up anytime soon? Blunt retrieved his wallet from his coat pocket and slapped a credit card on the counter. I'll take that as a yes, Gus said, and then snatched the card. He jammed it into a machine and waited for it to spit out a receipt. After a few seconds, the printer hummed before ejecting a small slip of paper. He ripped it off and placed it in front of Blunt, along with a pen. Last chance, Blunt said, holding up a picture of Elaine Gibbons. You sure you've never seen this woman? Gus shook his head. Still coming up with nothing. Blunt filled out the receipt, giving Gus the minimum on the tip. The Firestorm director had been prepared to write a lavish number, but decided against it when the short-order cook stonewalled him. Blunt watched the lights in the back dim as the patrons exited the cafe. In less than a minute, the Prairie Rose had emptied out. Blunt was the last customer to leave. Come back and see us the next time you're in town, Gus said, offering a friendly wave. I doubt I'll be back, Blunt said, but if I am, I'll pay you a visit. Gus smiled. I look forward to it. Blunt turned toward the door and then left. He jammed an unlit cigar into his mouth as he lumbered down the street toward his car. As he prepared to get inside, he stopped and scanned the area, The waitress known as Betty Green hustled across the street toward her car. "Betty," Blunt called. "Hold up for a minute. I want to speak with you." She ignored him and scrambled to get into her vehicle. Blunt fought through the pain in his knee, reaching her car as she scrambled inside. He grabbed the top of the door and prevented her from closing it. "Miss Gibbons, we need to talk." She forced the door open wider, causing Blunt to lose his grip on the door for a moment. However, he managed to keep her from shutting it. "I just have a few questions for you," Blunt said. "Buzz off, creep," Gibbons said, before spraying mace in his eyes. Instinctively, he let go of the door to cover his eyes as the burning sensation consumed him. He let out a yelp and a few choice words, garnering the attention of a few pedestrians. As Blunt struggled to cope with the pain, he looked up to discover Gus standing over him. "He's right here, officer," Gus called to the cop. A policeman meandered over to Blunt, who was sitting on the street curb. Before Blunt could explain what had happened, he felt cold steel wrap around his wrists. The officer yanked Blunt to his feet. "Let's go, sir," the officer said. "We need to have a little chat down at the precinct." Chapter 3. Washington, D.C. President Noah Young leaned back in his chair and tapped a pen on his knee while perusing another document from the State Department on the rise of terrorist cells in Africa. Though the global intelligence community had experienced a run of success in snuffing out some of these emerging terrorist organizations, the proliferation of such groups had become a troubling trend. The paper laid out a case for increasing resources in the region to fight terror, or they could expect to suffer horrific consequences in the next 5 to 10 years. And for a man who was concerned with the kind of legacy he'd leave behind, ignoring the problem was unacceptable. He chewed on a toothpick while scribbling a few notes ahead of his meeting with the newly appointed Secretary of State, Rachel Geller. As he put his pen down, his assistant knocked on his door to announce Geller's arrival. With a leather attaché in one hand, Geller offered her other as she approached Young. The two shook hands before Young invited her to sit down. She smiled as she took a seat. "I really appreciate you hitting the ground running like you have," Young said, easing into a chair situated on the other side of a small coffee table across from Geller. "What happened to Secretary Hatcher was tragic, and it couldn't have come at a worse time." "There's never a good time for tragedy, sir," Geller said as she tucked stray blonde tendrils behind her ears. "Fortunately, Secretary Hatcher had a great staff around her that didn't skip a beat." "Don't be so modest, Rachel," Young said. "It's my understanding that this latest paper on the rise of terrorism in Africa wasn't even in the works under Hatcher. You put this together quickly, and I can't thank you enough." "This is the job," she said with a shrug. "And I wish I had better news to report." Young waved dismissively. "Good news is a thing of the past. We live in a world that would be a heap of smoldering ashes were it not for our ability to somewhat control the chaos. And I know that's something you're good at. Picking off insurgents on a hillside outside of Kandahar hardly qualifies as controlling chaos," Geller said. "According to the handful of your former superiors I spoke with, you did that quite effectively during your time in the Marines. But that's not what I was referring to." Geller offered a thin smile as she shook her head. "Then did you mean my time on Capitol Hill?" Young worked over the toothpick in his mouth and winked at her. "Handling all the egos in the house is the epitome of controlling chaos, and you did an exemplary job. To be honest, it was the only reason I was hesitant about appointing you to this position. but it's also probably why you were approved so quickly." Geller chuckled. "Everyone in Congress was ready to get rid of me, weren't they?" "They were, though they didn't really get rid of you, since you now have more pull than ever before." "Does that mean you're going to take my recommendation on how to handle the growing situation in Africa?" Young sucked a breath through his teeth and shook his head. "I don't know. After what happened to Hatcher, I'm not sure I want you parading all over that continent. The security there is marginal at best. Not to mention all of their existing corruption would make what they do have even less effective. Considering that we already dealt with the source of the leak, that shouldn't be an issue moving forward," Geller said. Young pointed toward the document on his desk. "Your department makes it clear that a past leak is the least of our worries for venturing into Africa right now. Another attack isn't something I want on my conscience." Geller sighed. "Look, South Africa is an important ally over there, and they're begging for us to partner with them. They don't have the resources to fight terrorism alone at the rate it's growing around their country. And if we don't deal with it now, we're going to be dealing with it when it arrives on our shores, which will be too late and little more than damage control at that point. I don't think you want that." Leaning forward, Young shook his head. "I know it's ironic, but the case you made for going is the exact reason you can't go." She frowned and cocked her head to one side. "I'm afraid I'm not following you." "Rachel, you have too brilliant a mind to risk another event, one that could be catastrophic to our efforts in the region, not to mention fatal for you." "Sir, you do remember that I endured 3 months as a captive of the Taliban, right? I can handle anything that terrorists might throw at me." "Or they could just kill you, which is not something I want happening on my watch." "But sir, That's enough," Young said, as he held his hand in the air. "Find another way to appease South Africa without taking a trip there. I'm sure they'd be more than forgiving if we figure out a way to direct more funding to them." "Money can't solve every issue, sir, and I believe that's why you hired me for this position. Real relationships will outlast and sometimes even trump monetary considerations." "Exactly," Young said. "Find another way. Figure out how to form a partnership with South Africa to fight terrorism in the region without taking a visit there. You're creative, and I'm counting on you to do that." Geller closed her eyes and shook her head, before looking up at him solemnly. "I'm not a magician, sir." "I know," he said. "You're a wizard." She stood and offered her hand. "I'll see what I can do, but I won't make any promises. The South African ambassador has stressed to me the importance of a face-to-face meeting." "I have confidence in you, Rachel. Make it happen." After she walked out, Young snapped the toothpick in half with his tongue. For the first time since hiring her, he wondered if she was going to be the problem that his chief of staff had predicted. Geller exited the White House and climbed into her vehicle. As the motorcade returned her to the State Department, she dialed a number. "It's me," she said. "He refused to allow a face-to-face meeting." "What do you want to do now?" "Let's go with your suggestion. Make the call. I'll be ready." She hung up and sighed. Geller didn't feel good about what she was doing, but it was necessary. She had to remind herself that politics were no different on Capitol Hill than they were in the White House. Just play the game, Rachel. It's for the good of the country. Chapter 4. Mogadishu, Somalia. Black slowly raised his hands and steadied his breathing. The man with the gun behind him spoke English with an American accent. and Black couldn't decide if that was a good sign or a bad one, under the circumstances. At least negotiations might be easier. "Slowly stand up," the man said as he took a few steps back. Black tried to assess the situation as quickly as he could, but that proved challenging. Shields' inability to surveil the scene put him at a big disadvantage. "If it's not one thing, it's another," Black said, the cue for Shields to know that something wasn't right. "Get up," the man commanded. Black stood and turned around, his hands still held high in the air. His eyes bulged as he locked eyes with the gunman, who was also flanked by another man. "Ethan," Black said before his jaw fell slack. "What are you—" "I think I should get my questions answered first," said Ethan Ward, an undercover CIA agent who'd trained with Black when they first entered the agency. "I'm the one with the gun." "Yeah, about that," Black began. "I'll be happy to answer all of your questions, but now isn't a good time. I'm in the middle of a very sensitive op, and my window is rapidly closing." Black turned around and returned to his prone position behind his rifle. "I'm afraid I can't let you do that," Ward said. "What you're about to do will destroy 5 years of work that has cost the lives of 3 agents. It'll also make our country more vulnerable to emerging terrorist threats. So if you insist on staying down there, I'm going to insist in other ways. And I promise you that you won't like them." Black sighed and rose to his feet. He cut his eyes toward the man standing next to Ward. "Who's this?" "This is Magan, who's helping us on this all-important operation," Ward said. "It's a pleasure to meet you," Magan said with a nod. Black turned his attention back to Ward. "This doesn't make any sense. I'm here under the order of the President. I hope the agency is prepared to answer for shutting me down." "Need I remind you that we don't live in a dictatorship?" Ward said. "The President shouldn't be ordering assassinations just because he wants a political win." Black scowled. "I assure you this has nothing to do with politics." Ward chuckled. "How long have you been doing this? 10 years? 12? I lose track, but I know it's long enough that you understand by now that everything is political." "So what you're doing is completely altruistic?" Black asked. "In a word, yes," Ward said. "Everyone will benefit, except the scumbags who want to destroy our free society by inflicting terror on everyone." Black cocked his head to one side. "You're going to take out all terrorist groups? And you're going to use Ahmed to do it?" "Not exactly," Magan said. Black shook his head. "Then will you tell me exactly what you are planning on doing?" Ward put his arm around his cohort. "My man Magan here is helping us deliver the ultimate strike against terrorism in 2 days, right here in Mogadishu." "And how are you going to do that?" Black asked. "There's an upcoming underground meeting of some of the leaders of the largest terrorist organizations in Africa," Ward said. "If you took out Ahmed today, they'd surely cancel the event, and who knows when we'd have this opportunity again." "But Ahmed is a sure thing if you let me do my job," Black countered. "But your little op is dependent upon no one finding out or betraying you. I like my odds on a windy day from 1,000 yards, much better than your dream where everything has to go perfectly. And even then, nothing is guaranteed." "When you have a man on the inside, your chances go up," Ward said as he nodded at Magan. "You work for Ahmed?" Black asked. Magan nodded. Black thought for a moment before responding. "How did you know I was up here?" I played a hunch given that Ahmed enjoys his freedom here and flaunts it at times, Ward said. After he killed those 3 college kids, we knew Young would try to retaliate. As he should, Black said. Yes, but the president wasn't aware of this top-secret operation, Ward said. If he knew about it, he'd surely approve of what I'm doing to shut you down. Black glanced over his shoulder at the stadium. A roar went up from the crowd, and fireworks exploded above the field. Guess it doesn't matter now since the game's over, Black said with a sneer. Ward nodded. Your game has been over for a while. I found out there was a satellite tasked over this specific spot and knew the precise location that anyone with agency training would perch for a kill shot on Ahmed. That's why our satellite went out of range? Maybe, maybe not, Ward said. I can't confirm or deny that. All I know is that I appreciate not having to escalate this situation with you. And while Young might be irate about you not completing this mission, he won't care after the leadership of more than half of the African terrorist groups are snuffed out. I hope you're right, Black said, because if you fail, heads will roll at the agency. Won't be the first time, Ward said, but maybe you'll see just how political everything in Washington truly is. Black knelt down and started packing up his gear. So, why don't we go get a drink after you put everything away? Ward said. We've got plenty to catch up on. I'm not exactly in the mood to celebrate anything, much less have a casual chit-chat with you after you stuck a gun to my head. Come on, Titus. It's me, Ethan. You know I'd never do anything to put you in jeopardy. Well, it's not you that I don't trust. It's him, Black said, pointing at Magan. Magan's jaw dropped. Me? I'm the one trying to help you. Without me, none of this would be possible. Magan, have you ever heard of the phrase, there's more than one way to skin a cat? Magan shook his head. It's a little phrase that means there are multiple ways to get a job done, Black said. Crude, I know, but it's true. Having someone on the inside makes it easier, but that doesn't mean it wasn't possible before. Choosing the easier way is always better, Magan said. You won't be disappointed. Black latched his rifle case shut, and then looked up at Magan. You better be right, because I promise you I'll make sure you regret it if you're wrong. Come on, Ward said. I bet you're staying at one of those bug-infested hotels here, but I've got an extra bed, and we've got several years to catch up on. What do you say? I could use a good night's sleep, Black said. Black followed Ward and Magan off the roof and into the stairwell. Failing to kill Ahmed gnawed at Black, but with the conditions the way they were, a clean shot wasn't a given. It'd be a cover he could use, in case Ward's plan failed. Black hated making excuses. Chapter 5. Laramie, Wyoming. Blunt winced as the officer pushed the firestorm director's head down and forced him into the back of the squad car, tossing his cane onto the floorboard. The past 15 minutes had exhausted him as he attempted to talk his way out of an arrest. His failure meant that to avoid a charge, he'd have to get someone higher up the ladder in Washington to make the whole mess go away. There'd likely be plenty of questions, but that was momentary trouble. Elaine Gibbons was a more permanent one that needed to be dealt with. Blunt waited until the officer was finished talking with dispatch before speaking. I bet this is some big city fun for you right now, taking in an alleged stalker like me. I'm just doing my job, sir, the officer said, and I take no distinct pleasure in bringing anyone in, no matter who they are. Not even a murderer. Depends on if I'm responsible for catching him or not." "Fair enough," Blunt said. A few moments of silence passed before he spoke again. "When we get to the precinct, do you think you'd mind letting me have a cigar? I don't want to smoke it. I just chew on them. It relaxes me." "We'll see," the officer said. The short drive to the precinct was just enough time to give Blunt time to consider who might be the best person to call for help. He'd settled on Robert Besserman, deputy director of the CIA. The name alone might encourage the chief of police to decline charging Blunt, but the chance that the chief was a hard-ass and would relish the opportunity to make a point out of arresting a former senator was a 50-50 toss-up. When the car came to a stop, Blunt collected his cane before exiting. He leaned on the stick in a more pronounced manner, anything to garner some extra sympathy. At face value, the charges were absurd. An old man with a cane accused of assault. He was the one who was on the ground when Gus came running out of the diner, not Elaine Gibbons or Betty Green or whatever that woman's name was. She was probably at home in bed, as the case now hinged on the eyewitness testimony of a disgruntled short-order cook. The chief of police, Harold Ralston, sauntered around the corner with a cup of coffee. He hiked his pants up by yanking on his belt, before taking a seat across from Blunt at one of the empty desks. Blunt remained handcuffed as he eyed Ralston. "Chief Ralston, I appreciate you handling this yourself," Blunt began. "I'm afraid this has been one big misunderstanding." Ralston glared at Blunt. "You know what I hate more than anything else in this world?" "I've got no idea," Blunt said, trying to sell the lie as much as possible. He knew what words were coming next out of Ralston's mouth. "Politicians," Ralston said, ignoring Blunt. Blunt sighed at the confirmation of his bad luck. Ralston continued. "I don't know how many times I've seen politicians in this town act as if they are above the law. They commit some crime, and then try to convince this department that it's in the community's best interest, that they are allowed to go free. I'm not sure whether I'm supposed to be insulted or amused, neither of which is an appropriate response to a criminal attempting to talk his way out of something." Blunt understood that there wasn't going to be much to help him escape Ralston's bully pulpit. If Blunt wanted to snap Ralston back to reality, a more direct approach was necessary. "Unless Betty Green is alleging that I approached her in her car and asked to speak with her, I'm innocent of all accusations," Blunt said. "In fact, I'm innocent, period. But I still don't know why I've been detained." Ralston held out his hand to receive a report from the arresting officer. After Ralston perused the document, he looked up at Blunt. "Says here that you assaulted our beloved Betty Green outside the Prairie Diner. She gave our department a statement over the phone that you tried to assault her in the parking lot." "Like I said, I just wanted to ask her a question," Blunt said, preparing to shift to the next phase of his attempt to escape the fabricated charges. "But I see that you don't believe me. If it's all the same to you, I'll just make my call right now." Ralston drew back, his eyes widening. "You have a lawyer? Here in Laramie?" Blunt nodded. "You might be familiar with him." "Would I now? I doubt I've come across a lawyer in town who'd defend a low-life politician like yourself. Most lawyers here have far more self-respect than to stoop to such depths." "In that case, I take it you've never had the privilege of meeting my lawyer here, Thaddeus Lindstrom." Ralston stopped and froze. "What was that, Chief?" Blunt said, leaning forward in his chair. "I couldn't quite make out your response. Did you say you're not familiar with the state's most popular lawyer, former senator, and head of the Special Political Action Committee that has the deepest coffers of any in the state?" Ralston squinted as he glanced back down at the arrest report. "You think saying that is going to make me place this report in the circular file beneath this desk? Think again. You think arresting me on a ridiculous charge will stand up in court?" Blunt asked. "Who's the presiding judge here? Judge Adams? McMichaels? Gentry? I'm sure any one of them would love to see you drag me into their courtroom. I actually hunted with all of those men at Lindstrom's invitation 2 years ago. We all got along, too. But don't let that stop you from carrying out your brand of justice." "You better watch the ground you're treading on, Senator Blunt. The ice is awfully thin. And the water's deep, too. But I know how to swim," Blunt said with a wry grin. "If I go in, you're going in with me, and you'll be weighed down. Your response to arresting me and trying to make these ridiculous charges stick will mean the end of your tenure as police chief in Laramie. Now, if I were you, this isn't the hill I'd choose to die on." Ralston growled before snatching up the report and feeding it into a nearby paper shredder. "Frank, can you come remove Senator Blunt's handcuffs? I think this has all been a big mistake." A deputy hustled over and unlocked Blunt's cuffs. Blunt rubbed his wrists before offering his hand. "No harm, no foul?" Blunt asked. "I guess so," Ralston said through clenched teeth as he shook Blunt's hand. The Firestorm director's plan had worked, so much so that Ralston never called Blunt's bluff, which would have exposed him as a fraud. Senator Lindstrom hated Blunt's guts, as did all 3 of the judges he'd named. He'd met them all at a conference on judicial activism and eventually found himself on a panel with 2 of them, diametrically opposed philosophically in a workshop that devolved into a shouting match, complete with name-calling and middle school insults. Fortunately for Blunt, Ralston didn't know any of that. The police chief simply excused Blunt and let him walk outside and into the frigid Wyoming night air. Blunt dialed Shields' number and waited for her to answer. "Where are you?" she asked. "I've been trying to reach you for a while now." "Laramie," he said. "I ran into a little trouble, but I'm hoping you can help me get out of it." "What kind of trouble?" "Never mind that," Blunt said. "I was wondering if you know of anyone who can help me with a special project." "Describe who you're looking for," she said. "I need someone who can manipulate a person's past history. Bank records, arrest records, previous employment, the whole works." Shields laughed. "Are you looking to pin a crime on someone?" He ignored her question. "You got a guy or not?" "Actually, I do," she said. "He's one of the best in the business. Not that I've used him or anything." "Nobody's listening to this call," Blunt said. "We're on a secure line. Have you used him or not? I don't have time to mess around trying to find the right person for the job." "Okay, I've used him," Shields said. "He's truly the best." "Where's he located?" Blunt asked. "Vegas," she said. "I've used him on a few jobs when the agency needed some help, and we didn't have anywhere else to turn." "That's just the kind of person I need," Blunt said. "I'll call you when I get to Vegas." He hung up and smiled. Blunt couldn't wait to make Elaine Gibbons talk. Chapter 6. Washington, D.C. President Young sipped his coffee before taking a seat behind his desk. He glanced at the stack of documents and sighed. His workday was all of 2 minutes old, and his chief of staff, David Salisbury, was already in his office. "What is it this time, David?" Young asked, before taking another swig of his drink. "Must be important if you want to dive into this before the security briefing." Salisbury eased into the chair across from Young and handed him a copy of that morning's edition of the Washington Post. "Did you happen to see this, sir?" Young frowned as he scanned the headlines on the page Salisbury pointed to. "What am I looking for?" "I think you'll know it when you see it," said Salisbury, who scratched behind the ears of his Yorkshire Terrier, Abe. "You know how I like to start your morning off with good news before we jump into dealing with issues like this. But this one demands your immediate attention." Young read the headline aloud, followed by the subhead. U.S. cancels envoy to South Africa. Anti-terrorism partnership at risk. Please tell me this article doesn't say what I think it says. "I'm sorry, sir," Salisbury said. "I wish there was a silver lining in here for you, but it's straight reporting, all from first-hand sources. The most troubling part is the response from the South African ambassador, Ken Van Wyk." "What did he say?" "He said that, and I quote, South African President Zweli Nkosi is disappointed in the United States' inability to view the rise of terrorism in Africa as a priority when it comes to global security. This is just another example of the world's superpower ignoring the issues that will affect the kind of life citizens here will lead." "Sounds a bit extreme for just a canceled meeting," Young said. "There's more," Salisbury said. The article later quotes Van Wyk as saying, "Money from outside Africa is pouring into these terrorist organizations, with the understanding that nations here won't be able to police these groups, allowing them to flourish and build the kind of following and momentum that will enable them to strike in the West. We need help, and our cries for a working partnership with Western leaders are being rejected at every turn." Young stroked his chin. "I told Secretary Geller that I didn't want her going there with so much unrest. What happened with Secretary Hatcher was devastating to the mission of the State Department, and I'm not willing to risk sending her anywhere again, unless I can guarantee her safety." Abe nestled his head on Salisbury's lap, distracting him for a moment. "If that was all there was to it, I'd tell you not to worry about it. But there's something else that's going to be more disconcerting for you personally." Young scowled. "I'm sure Geller can patch this up with a rescheduled meeting a few months from now." "I wouldn't be so sure, sir. President Zweli proposed some legislation that I think is designed to get your attention, at least politically," Salisbury said. "Let me hear it." "This morning, Zweli announced that he wants to get a bill passed that lowers the import tax on German automobiles by 20%, while raising U.S. automobile import tax by the same amount. How does that affect me politically? We don't export that many cars to South Africa, do we?" "In terms of the overall U.S. export market, it's not a huge number," Salisbury said. "But General Motors does the majority of the business there, and that represents 10% of their export market. It's several $100 million, which is nothing to sneeze at." "Damn it," Young said, slapping his desk as he realized the implications. "This was dirty by Zweli. He knows that Archie is one of my top fundraisers and donors, doesn't he?" Salisbury nodded. Archie Oliver was the CEO of GM and an outspoken supporter of President Young. Has Archie called about this? Young asked. He has, Salisbury said. Called a half-hour ago, requesting a call with you. Young clenched his fists, upset his hand was being forced. Okay, call Geller and tell her the trip to South Africa is back on. But tell her to double her security detail for the trip. I still don't like this, but I don't feel like I have much of a choice here. I'll make the call, sir, Salisbury said, as he scooped up Abe and stood. I need a minute before the security briefing, Young said. Of course, Salisbury said, before leaving the office. Young took a deep breath and then drained the rest of his coffee. Damn you, Zwelly. Chapter 7. Mogadishu, Somalia. Despite the clean sheets and the plush queen bed in Ethan Ward's hotel room, Black endured a restless night's sleep. The steady noise drifting up from the street below prevented any such luxury. A cacophony of honking horns, screeching tires, and shouting pedestrians served as a disruptive soundtrack. However, by 3 a.m., the activity had almost disappeared, allowing Black to get 2 hours of continuous sleep. But he sat up in the bed at 5 a.m., suspicious of a sound coming from the hallway. Did you hear that? Black asked Ward. The CIA agent didn't move. Ward, are you awake? Black said, speaking in a hushed tone. When Ward didn't move, Black scrambled to his feet and threw on a pair of sweatpants and some shoes. He grabbed his Glock and peeked out of the curtains from his room on the top floor. Parked along the curb near the hotel entrance were 2 cars, both with their engines still running and headlights on. Black unlatched the sliding glass window leading to the balcony and then turned his attention toward the room again. Ward, get up, Black said. Ward didn't stir. As Black moved toward Ward to shake him awake, the door opened. Black dove to the ground behind his bed and heard a pair of muffled shots from a gun. He stayed low while scrambling toward the balcony. Without looking back, he slid open the doors and wormed his way outside. 2 shots shattered the glass, sending shards raining on top of him. Black protected himself by covering his head with his hands. He didn't hesitate to scamper up onto the railing and leap onto the balcony jutting out from the adjacent room. Seconds later, a gunman appeared on the balcony from Ward's room, searching for Black. The man didn't turn fully to the right before Black hit him with a center mass shot, before squeezing off another shot that hit him in the head. The man toppled over the railing, landing with a sickening thud on the sidewalk 4 stories down. Black heard men on the street screaming as car doors opened. Seconds later, bullets started whizzing past Black. He surveyed the surroundings again and noticed a drainage pipe he could use to shimmy up onto the roof just above him. Before he could make the move, he recognized that he needed to lay down some cover. Black fired several shots at the 2 men below. He hit one of them in the leg, sending him sprawling to the ground. The other man hustled to take cover around the passenger side of the car. Black seized that moment to scurry up the pole and reach the roof. As he rolled out of harm's way, bullets sprayed through the area, taking chunks of concrete out of the wall. Keeping low, Black hustled across the hotel and searched for any openings that might lead to the roof. And as he suspected, there was only one. Black surveyed the area for the best spot to pick off anyone who attempted to access the rooftop. He located a place just behind a series of air conditioning units. Despite the cooler temperatures, the machine still hummed, creating a dull roar. Black eased into a prone position and readied himself for the impending onslaught of attackers. When the first man shoved the door open, Black hit him with a headshot, toppling him to the ground before he even had a chance to scan the roof. Another man stumbled over the first guy. Black waited until the man scrambled to his feet before putting 2 shots in his chest. Suddenly, there was a logjam near the door, preventing it from shutting. Black reloaded and prepared for another wave, but it never fully materialized. 2 minutes passed before another gunman ventured onto the roof. Black wasted him and then waited. In the distance, the first signs of sunrise lit up the sky across the water. After 5 more minutes, Black decided to head back inside. He crept down the stairwell and came to Ward's room. A security bar kept the door cracked. Black eased inside. He kept his gun trained in front of him as he cleared the space. The only person in the room was Ward, who was bleeding out. Black checked his pulse, which was faint but existent. "Paramedics are on their way," Black said, as sirens wailed in the distance. "No, they're not," Ward said in a gruff voice. "I know. I won't make it." "I'm sorry, Ethan," Black said. No, I'm the one who's sorry. Just make sure you get Ahmed and the rest of those bastards." Ward's eyes closed as he fell limp. Black cursed under his breath as he recognized that Ward's pulse was gone. He wanted to lament his friend's loss, but a sound from the hallway snapped Black back to the gravity of the situation. He stole across the room and hid in the coat closet near the front door. The breeze caused the door to bang against the security chain. On the other side of the room, the curtains flapped in the wind. Moments later, another armed man entered the room. He knelt next to Ward's body and checked for a pulse. Then the man walked toward the table in the corner and started digging through Ward's things. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," Black said, as he emerged from the closet. The man froze. "Hands in the air where I can see them," Black said. The man followed Black's commands. "Now turn around so I can see you," Black ordered. The intruder slowly spun toward Black. It was Magan. "Well, well, well," Black said, shaking his head. "I wish I could say I was surprised." "Your friend was a fool," Magan said. "As were you, for thinking that your goons could take care of me." Magan laughed defiantly. "You won't win." "Bold prediction for someone who won't be around to see he's wrong," Black said. He squeezed off 2 rounds into Magan's chest. He gasped for air as blood pooled around his body. "That's for betraying my friend like you did," Black said. Magan attempted to reply, but couldn't get the words out. Black shook his head before firing a shot that hit Magan between the eyes. Ward's traitorous informant fell face first onto the bed before bouncing off and tumbling to the floor. Black snatched up his bag along with Ward's and headed toward the back stairwell. Once Black reached the street level, he strode through a back exit and wove through a labyrinth of alleyways. He hustled along until he came to the back side of the block. Walking briskly, he headed toward a major intersection that was bustling with activity as the city came to life with the dawn of a new day. Black hailed a cab for the airport. He wanted to call Shields, but decided texting would be more secure, given the circumstances. The driver seemed uninterested in small talk, rocking back and forth to the reggae rhythms pulsing through his car's speakers. Black explained that he'd been compromised, and that Ward was dead. Heading to the airport now." When Black reached the airport, he gave the driver a generous tip before bolting toward the private plane hangars. He showed his passport to a man at the customs kiosk and slipped a $100 bill across the counter. That was more than enough to earn Black a permissive nod and entry into the area without further questioning or inspection. Black waited until he was out of sight before racing toward the hangar housing Blunt's private plane. When he reached the jet, the door was shut. Black slapped the side of the aircraft to see if the pilot was inside. After a few seconds, the door buzzed as it slowly opened. The pilot squinted as he checked his watch and then glanced at Black. "Do you realize what time it is?" the pilot asked. Black nodded. "It's time to go." "What the?" Black dispensed with bringing a ladder over. Instead, he placed his hands on the plane's floor and pulled himself up. "What is going on?" the wide-eyed pilot asked. "We need to get out of here right now," Black said. "What's happening?" "There's no time for questions," Black said, pointing toward the cockpit. "If you'd like to avoid certain death or imprisonment, or both, you need to start going through your checklist so we can get this bird in the air ASAP." "That bad, huh? I'll explain later, but I'm dead serious," Black said. "Roger that." The pilot scurried toward the cockpit and started going through his checklist. Meanwhile, Black stowed his belongings, save for a few weapons. He wasn't sure if Magan had had time to alert any of Ahmed's men about the situation, but Black didn't want to take any chances. He reloaded all his weapons and prepared for a gunfight. "These bastards will never take me alive." Black's phone buzzed after a few minutes with a text from Shields. "Don't do anything stupid." Black smiled at the unexpected message. He thought he'd get a dire warning from Shields, instead of passive permission to wreak havoc on Ahmed's goons. "How are we looking up there?" Black shouted toward the cockpit. "We're coming along. Maybe 2 or 3 more minutes before we get this plane in the air. You've got 90 seconds if you want to avoid any harrowing escapes," Black said. He wasn't sure if his prediction would prove accurate, but he felt compelled to express urgency to the captain. "I'll do my best." Black looked up to see the other pilot staggering to his feet. "What's going on?" he asked. "We're about to be under fire if we aren't rolling down the tarmac in about 60 seconds, Black said. The pilot shouted a few expletives before stumbling toward the cockpit to join the plane's captain. Black continued to prepare for an assault, meticulously checking all of his weapons. He let out a sigh of relief when he heard the whine of the first engine rattling to life. The second one followed quickly thereafter. "Great job, gentlemen!" Black shouted. He caught himself as the plane jerked forward and exited the hangar. The pilot sought permission to take off, which was flatly denied due to the lack of paperwork submitted by the crew. Instead of taking no for an answer, the pilot explained that it was an emergency situation and that he'd send the paperwork from the air. Black couldn't make out the entire conversation, but he could tell from the screeching over the speakers that the people in the flight tower weren't happy with the pilot's decision to defy their orders. The jet rumbled along the runway, each bump coming more quickly than the last. As the plane swung around to prepare to take off, Black looked out the window and noticed a convoy of trucks speeding toward them. One of the vehicles came to a stop, and Black noticed a man climbing into the bed of the truck with a rocket launcher on his shoulder. "They've got RPGs!" Black shouted toward the front. "I see him," the pilot said. Black hustled toward the cockpit. "Are we in trouble?" The pilot chuckled. I used to fly for the Thunderbirds. I can do evasive maneuvers in my sleep. As long as we're airborne, the co-pilot added. That's a fact, the pilot said. If we're on the ground when he decides to shoot, we'll be sitting ducks. Then let's go, Black said, slapping the back of the captain's chair. I want to see your mad skills in action. Roger that, the captain said with a grin. The volume of the engines escalated for a few more seconds before the plane lurched forward. Black hustled back to his seat and buckled up. He clutched a pair of guns and braced for the worst. As the engines roared, the plane lurched skyward. Within seconds after leaving the runway, Black saw a flash of light as one of Ahmed's men in the trucks launched a missile. Incoming! Black shouted. I see it, the pilot said, as the plane banked hard left and dove downward. The missile soared over the plane. Black let out a sigh of relief, his heart still in his throat. The plane returned toward an upward trajectory as the engines rattled. He looked out the window as the ground disappeared beneath them in the morning light. Hell of an exit, the pilot said. A little too close for me, Black said. We're all still alive, aren't we? The pilot said, not waiting for an answer. But that begs the question. What did you do to piss off those guys like that? Black shrugged. I guess terrorists don't like it when you waste a half dozen of their goons. Apparently not, the pilot said with a chuckle. Now sit back and relax. I expect a smoother ride from here on out. Black wasn't in the mood for jokes. Ward's gullibility put Black at risk, not to mention costing him a shot at taking down Ahmed. Black knew there'd be considerable fallout for the miscue, but there wasn't anything he could do about it now. He said a prayer for Ward and his family, and then closed his eyes. Chapter 8. Lambaréné, Gabon. Rachel Geller pulled her wavy brown hair taut and secured it in a ponytail. Rolling up her sleeves, she joined a supply chain unloading a U.S. cargo plane in the village of Lambaréné. Located on the banks of the Ogowe River, the town had suffered a devastating flood a week earlier that had wiped out all surrounding infrastructure. At the request of the Gabon ambassador, Geller made a few phone calls to get the U.S. military involved in the humanitarian mission. One by one, she shuttled pallets of bottled water down the line in an effort to empty the plane as quickly as possible. For the first time since the flood, the dirt runway was firm enough for large planes to land. However, a large thunderstorm had formed to the east and was heading toward Lambaréné at a fast pace. And if the ground softened any more, both her jet and the military aircraft would be stuck for a while, creating a security nightmare. She decided not to inform the administration about the unscheduled stop, since she was certain it would happen. Her experience in the Marines had taught her that asking for forgiveness was always better than requesting permission. And while Young would undoubtedly be upset about her helping with the humanitarian mission, he would be beyond irate if she couldn't complete the main purpose of her visit to the continent. A State Department staffer snapped a few pictures of her and the rest of the soldiers unloading supplies for the devastated community. After an hour of intense work, the cargo bay was empty. She doled out high fives with some of the people she'd been working with, both military officials and local villagers alike. Everyone was all smiles, until thunder rumbled in the distance. While the noise sent many people scrambling for shelter, Geller looked up at the sun, which was still beating down on them. She tapped a villager on the arm and asked him in French why everyone was running. "This storm's come fast here," he said, before darting off. Geller scanned the area, before locking eyes with one of her staffers, who was gesturing for Geller to join her. "What is it?" Geller shouted. "We're going to get stuck if we don't get out of here right now," the aide said, grabbing Geller's arm and ushering her toward the jet. They hurried toward the plane, its engines already humming. Once aboard, the pilot wasted no time in explaining the situation to her. "Sorry about the quick exit, Madam Secretary," said Mitch Fogel, her pilot. "Between the condition of the dirt runway and the approaching storm, we've got a very short window to take off, or else we'll be here far longer than I imagine you want to be." "It's that bad?" Geller asked. Fogel nodded and pointed to the radar, which showed a fast-approaching storm poised to engulf the entire area. "Buckle up, ma'am," he said. "It's gonna be a bumpy ride." She complied with the orders, before digging her fingers into the armrests on her chair. The inertia of the plane zipping along the runway forced her back against her headrest. Seconds later, the jet soared skyward. Lightning flashed across the sky, tentacles of electricity dancing wildly through the billowing clouds. Geller closed her eyes and then made the sign of the cross. As the plane ascended, it shook, rattling every loose object in the cabin. Geller swallowed hard and said a quick prayer under her breath. Several tense minutes elapsed before the plane emerged out of the clouds and found smoother air. Geller opened her eyes and hailed the pilot on the intercom. "What is it, Madam Secretary?" Fogel asked. "Are we safe now?" "Yes, ma'am. It's smooth sailing until we have to stop for fuel in about 6 hours. So just sit back and relax." "Thank you," she said. "That was some world-class flying." "We were trained by the U.S. Air Force, ma'am, by the best flight instructors in the world." She closed her eyes again and drifted off to sleep. Geller awoke to a beeping noise coming from the direction of the cockpit. She glanced at Janet Reston, her top aide, who sat wide-eyed across from her. Matt Nixon, the head of her security detail, wore a worried look on his face. "What's going on?" Geller asked. "The plane is having some issues," Janet said. "What kind of issues?" Geller asked. "The kind that require us to make an emergency landing," Nixon said. "The pilot said he didn't think it was anything serious, but he wants to check it out." "Where are we landing?" Geller asked. Janet sucked a breath through her teeth. "Kinshasa." "Does anyone know we're in this part of the world?" Geller asked. "They do now, thanks to all the social media posts I uploaded during the first part of our flight," Janet said. Geller cursed under her breath. "Kinshasa is a nightmare." "I'm fully aware, ma'am," Nixon said. "I discussed this situation with the pilot, and he's going to make sure we won't be exposed." "And how does he plan to do that?" "Once we land, we're going straight to a private jet hangar with its own security," Nixon said. "We'll be safe there until the issue with the plane is resolved." "Has he communicated with anyone in Kinshasa yet?" Geller asked. "I believe so, ma'am. Geller unbuckled her seatbelt and bolted toward the cockpit. She opened the door, and both pilots turned toward her. "Ma'am, I need you to return to your seat," Fogel said. "We're about to start our approach into the Kinshasa airport." She didn't move. "Did you tell anyone we were coming?" "I've been communicating with the tower, if that's what you mean," Fogel said. "Now, I'm going to have to ask you to—" Geller's glare intensified. "Did you tell them that I was on this plane?" He nodded. "That was careless," she said. "You should have checked with me first. Now you've put everyone here in danger." Fogel scowled. "If I hadn't said who I was, we never would have received permission to head straight to a private hangar, which is secure. I don't have time to argue about this. My job is to fly this aircraft and make sure we get where we're going safely. And that won't happen if you announce our arrival in a place like Kinshasa, she said. Do you realize how dangerous that place is? I thought you were a decorated Marine, ma'am, asked Victor Porter, the co-pilot. I'm not worried about myself. It's the rest of my staff that doesn't have the training for the kind of situation we can encounter here. Relax, Madam Secretary, Fogel said. You have more than enough former military personnel on this plane to keep you safe. Now please, have a seat. Geller sighed before closing the door and returning to her chair. She latched the belt across her waist and pulled it tight. Everything all right, ma'am? Janet asked. No, it's not, Geller said with a growl. Nixon shifted in his seat and leaned toward her across the aisle. I went over the whole procedure with the pilot. The part will already be on site and shouldn't take more than an hour to install. We won't even have to leave the plane. We'll be out of there before you know it. An hour is a long time, Geller said. And in a place like Kinshasa, anything can happen. The only thing that's going to happen is our plane getting fixed, and us getting the hell out of there in a hurry, Nixon said. We'll be fine. You don't know these people, she said. Nixon eyed her cautiously. Ma'am, have you been here before? Officially? No. I can read between the lines, Nixon said. Don't think you're going to get me to talk about it. That was an experience I've tried many times to forget. But trauma doesn't go away that easily. I understand, Nixon said. But it's my job to keep you safe. Just read a book or watch a movie. Anything to get your mind off the fact of where we're going to be. Pretend like we're stopping in, say, Madagascar. Geller forced a smile. Thanks for trying to reassure me. I'm not sure it will help, but I appreciate the effort. She turned her attention toward the front of the plane as it began its descent. 15 minutes later, the plane came to a stop outside a hangar near the end of the runway. A pair of armed guards patrolled the area outside as the door swung open. One of the men motioned for the plane to enter the structure. Geller let out a loud sigh when the door shut again. She peered through the window, noticing a couple of maintenance men studying what looked like a replacement part of some sort. It's going to be all right, ma'am, Fogel said. I need to have a brief conversation with the head of maintenance here and make sure that we've got the right part, but there's no need for you to get off the plane. That's right, Nixon said. It's probably safer that you didn't. Besides, you've got everything you could want right here. Except my Glock, she said. Nixon chuckled and patted his side piece. Would you like to borrow mine? She shook her head and decided to read up more on the South African delegation she'd be meeting when they reached Pretoria. The minutes ticked by slowly for Geller, who compulsively checked her watch every 5 minutes. When an hour had passed, she poked her head out of the cabin and called to Fogel. What's the holdup? She asked, pointing to her watch. You said this would only take an hour. Fogel shrugged. They needed a tool they didn't have on site and had to go across the airport to get it. Maybe 20 more minutes. I'm holding you to that, Captain. She sat back down and returned to her reading. A couple of minutes later, Nixon strode back into the cockpit. Everything is still buttoned up outside, he said. And from what I can tell on social media, nobody has figured out we're here, Janet said. Thank you. Both of you, Geller said. But I won't be fully at ease until we're in the air again. After another 10 minutes passed, Geller was startled by the sound of gunshots. "What the hell is that, Nixon?" she asked. "I don't know," he said. "Just stay put. I'll check it out." Seconds later, the door to the hangar began to open. Gunmen poured inside, spreading out and encircling the aircraft. Geller watched the scene unfold through her window. With hands raised in a gesture of surrender, Nixon approached one of the men who appeared to be the group's leader. The man didn't hesitate, shooting Nixon twice in the chest. Another man toting a rocket launcher on his shoulder joined the group. "You have 15 seconds to hand over the U.S. Secretary of State, or else we're going to fire upon this aircraft," the leader announced. Geller swallowed hard and unbuckled her seatbelt. "What are you doing?" Janet asked. "They're bluffing." Geller shook her head. "You want to risk your life on the chance that they aren't?" "They might shoot us anyway," Janet said. "Don't give them the satisfaction." "You might be right, but I have to try. Call Robert Besserman at the CIA. He'll know what to do." She raised her arms high and exited the jet. Chapter 9. Las Vegas. Blunt strolled past the marble columns inside Caesar's Palace and entered the casino. The room buzzed with conversation and nervous energy from players attempting to amass small fortunes. Slot machines beeped while coins clinked, some going in one by one, others coming out in an avalanche. Blunt stopped and leaned on his cane as he surveyed the room, drinking in the personification of greed and becoming intoxicated by it. Wish I had time to play. He couldn't remember the last time he'd visited Vegas for pleasure, and it was all business this time as well. After scanning the tables, he found his appointment. The man said he'd be wearing a mesh baseball cap with the words Pit Boss airbrushed across the front, and he was seated at a booth in the corner, as promised. Blunt lumbered toward the table before easing into the seat across from the man. Blunt sat down and rested his cane against the side before offering his hand. "My name's—" "I know who you are," the man said. "And you are?" "Just call me Colt." "Okay, Colt. You seem like the kind of guy who isn't much on small talk, so let's get down to business. I like you already, Senator." Blunt offered a thin smile before continuing. "I'm aware of what you do, and I want to see if you'd be willing to help me." A waitress eased up to the table, but Blunt didn't make eye contact as he waved her off. "I'm always willing," Colt said. "It's just a matter of whether or not the deal makes sense for me." "Well, I'm prepared to offer you 100,000. Colt chuckled. "Did I say something funny?" Blunt asked. 100,000? That's a bold first offer. So you'll take it?" Colt shook his head. "I'm not interested in money." "You'd like to take this on pro bono?" Blunt asked with a wry grin. "Hardly," Colt said, as he produced a Zippo lighter from his pocket. He flicked it on before snapping the lid shut, repeating the process several times without saying anything else. "Tell me what you want," Blunt asked. "I want a royal flush in my hand, with 20 million in the middle of the table," Colt said. "But I doubt you can make that happen." "You want $20 million? "Not from you," Colt said, as he fiddled with his lighter again. "While I have plenty of talents, mind-reading isn't one of them," Blunt said. "If it were, my life would be much easier. Now, I don't want to waste any more of your time if we're not going to be able to come to an agreement. So, you have the ear of the president, don't you?" Colt said without looking up. I do speak with him on occasion, Blunt said. In that case, I don't want your money, but I do want a favor. Blunt's eyes widened. A favor? From the president? Colt nodded subtly. Now we're getting somewhere, Blunt said as he leaned forward. What kind of favor do you want exactly? Do you remember a guy named Norman Fox? Colt asked. The name sounds familiar. Can you help me place him? 8 years ago, he was arrested for hacking into the Pentagon and divulging U.S. military misdeeds on a government accountability website. Ah, yes. I believe I remember one of the headlines, too. What did the Fox hack? Written by some lazy editor who thought he was being clever. Blunt shrugged. As I recall, the song about what the Fox said was all the rage that year. Still lame, Colt said as he fired up his lighter again. The flame danced for a few seconds before he closed the lid. And what does Norman Fox have to do with your request? Blunt asked. I want him pardoned for what he did, Colt said. Blunt groaned. That might be a bridge too far. This is a different administration than back then, Colt said. President Young could send the message that while Fox's method was wrong, the end result was correct. Our military was conducting some unethical and unauthorized missions that directly contradicted our country's foreign policy mantra, that each nation's sovereignty must be respected. Blunt winced. I don't know how well that'll play in Washington, particularly at the Pentagon. Who cares what they think? Colt said, slapping the table. The Pentagon leaders think they're above the law and can operate without repercussions. And you know what? They're right. So let's just ignore their likely protests for a moment and consider how this might improve the president's standing against those who are leery of the U.S. military and bureaucrats running it. It's a fair point, Blunt said. That's how you pitch it to Young, Colt said. Sell him on the idea that pardoning Fox will be better for him politically in the long run than dealing with a hissy fit or two from some spoiled generals. And if he says no, then no deal, Colt said. It's just that simple. All right, Blunt said. I'll make a call, but I won't make any promises. That's fine. I don't need to do this for you, but I'll gladly do it if I can free Fox. Give me a few minutes, and I'll make the call. Blunt found a pillar to lean against as he dialed the number for President Young's assistant. After answering, she put Blunt on hold. Several minutes passed before Young's voice boomed from the other end with a greeting. J.D. Blunt, to what do I owe this pleasure? Are you calling to tell me that you just figured out a way to shut down Iran's nuclear power plants? Or have extracted a list of all the Chinese spies living in the U.S.? Blunt grunted. Why don't you just ask if I found the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow? That'd be fine with me, too. An endless pot of gold would help me reduce taxes to unprecedented levels. Sir, need I remind you at one point in our country's history, we didn't pay taxes. That's the precedent. Young huffed a laugh through his nose. Okay, enough of my dreaming for today. It's been a rough one politically, and I was hoping that you'd be calling with some good news to turn around my misfortune. I wish I was, sir. However, I've got a request of you instead, one that just might bolster your political fortunes. I'm all ears, J.D. Are you familiar with a man named Norman Fox? Sure. That bastard threatened the security of hundreds of covert operatives all over the world before we stopped him. Blunt sighed. Well, that's going to make this request all the more difficult, I imagine. Just spit it out. I need you to pardon Fox." Young laughed and waited a moment, but Blunt didn't say a word. "Oh, you're serious?" "I don't joke about these things, sir." "Then you must be smoking something, because there's no way in hell I'm going to let him walk." "Even if it was the difference in catching who's behind the Full Good initiative?" Blunt asked. "Find another way, JD. Fox needs to pay for his crimes, and I'm not about to give my political enemies fodder for their campaigns against me. If you were able to expose the Full Good initiative, I'm willing to bet the American people would forgive you for pardoning Fox." Young huffed. "I'm afraid you've been inside the Beltway for far too long. Nobody outside of Washington is even talking about the Full Good initiative, much less caring about how they controlled key military decisions. But if they knew..." Blunt let his words hang in the air, hoping it'd be enough to get the president to at least consider it. "Not a chance. I won't entertain it under any circumstances." "Okay," Blunt said, before taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly. "You've made your position clear. I'll find another way." "Thank you. Now keep up the good work, JD." Blunt hung up, and then turned his attention back toward the dining room, where Colt sat flicking his lighter. Upon returning to the table, Blunt eased into his seat and then leaned forward, clasping his hands together as he eyed Colt. "Let's say there was another way we could do this," Blunt said. Colt cocked his head to one side. "The president turned you down, didn't he?" "I don't know if 'turned down' is the phrase I would use, but the result is the same." Colt chuckled. "He told you to go to hell, didn't he?" Blunt didn't blink. "I figured as much. Well, it was a pleasure meeting you. I best be getting on my way." "You could at least let me buy you a drink for your time," Blunt suggested. "I try not to make it a practice to spend time in public with spooks." "I'm not a spook," Blunt said, glaring at Colt. "Maybe not, but there's no denying you're a delusional and desperate old man." "What makes you say that?" Blunt asked. Colt smiled. "You actually thought, for starters, that I'd help you. You also believed that you could talk the president into releasing one of the most hated criminals in U.S. intelligence history. I've got to hand it to you. You've got some gumption. That doesn't make up for the lack of help I have to capture dangerous criminals who pose a threat to our country's national security." Colt waved dismissively. "Well, you're part of the American intelligence community. You'll figure it out." He flicked his lighter a few more times, before pocketing it, and then sliding out of the booth. Colt subtly tipped his cap to Blunt, before meandering out of the restaurant, disappearing into a stream of gamblers looking for their next table to strike it rich. Blunt needed someone else. Anyone else. And he needed him fast. Chapter 10. 30,000 feet over Somalia. Black waited 10 minutes before opening his eyes again. When he did, the horizon was clear, while a sea of puffy clouds stretched out infinitely around them. Black let out a sigh as he leaned back in his seat, the image of a dying ward haunting him. With Black's heart no longer racing, he dialed Shields' number so he could update her on the situation. "How's everything in Somalia?" she asked. "Have you taken off yet?" "In a blaze of glory," Black said. "What are you talking about?" "I didn't tell you what was really happening in Mogadishu," he said. "It was pretty close to being my own Black Hawk Down experience. complete with insurgents dragging my body through the streets. Shields was quiet for a moment.
Are you serious?
I wish I wasn't, Black said, before recounting the details of their harrowing escape out of Somalia. When he was finished, she let out a low whistle.
You should have contacted me earlier. Maybe there was something I could have done to help you.
I doubt it. That was a literal ambush by Ward's trusted insider. That punk was playing Ward the whole time, and he couldn't see it.
You wouldn't have trusted him?
She asked. I live in the intelligence world. I trust no one. But Ward was military. He's not as cautious as I am. Now he's lying dead in a hotel room in Mogadishu. God rest his soul.
It's sad, but I'm glad it's him instead of you.
That makes two of us. Ward was a great guy. It's a shame that one of his greatest traits, his ability to see the good in everyone, is what ended up doing him in.
Well, as callous as it might sound, we need you alive more than him right now.
Black bit his lip as he shook his head. What's wrong now?
We just received a report about a major incident going down in Congo.
How major?
One of Secretary of State Rachel Geller's aides called Director Besserman to report that Geller had been taken hostage by a group of terrorists in Kinshasa. That was right before her call went dead, amid a flurry of gunshots.
Kinshasa? What the hell was she doing there? That place is a magnet for terrorists.
Her plane had to make an emergency landing due to a safety issue.
Safety issue my ass, Black said. First we lost Secretary Hatcher on a cruise ship where her whereabouts were leaked. Now this? We still have some moles in the U.S. government who are a threat to the safety of every public official, and I'm not okay with it.
Well, here's your chance to do something about it,
Shields said. What do you need?
I need to speak to your pilot, she said. We're going to reroute you to Camp Simba in Kenya, where you can gear up and make a halo drop into Congo. From there, it'll be up to you to decide how this kidnapping ends.
Hopefully with lots of enemy carnage and one sound Secretary of State.
That's my vote for how things should go, she said. I'll send all the intel we have to your phone once I speak with the captain.
Roger that, Black said.
And Titus?
Yeah?
You'll be on your own, so you better come back alive.
He smiled. I'd never dream of failing. Chapter 11. Kwango Province, Congo. Rachel Geller reached for the back of her head to soothe the throbbing pain. However, her arms were restricted by the bindings wrapped tightly around her wrists. She struggled for a few seconds before realizing her attempts were futile. A sharp object jabbed her in the back, causing her to twist away from it. When she did, she rolled over a lumpy object before coming face to face with the vacant stare of Agent Nixon. Geller shrieked and turned away, only to find Janet's bloodied face on the other side. Geller writhed around, attempting to escape the bodies of her friends covering the back of the flatbed truck. The terrorists seated on benches encircling the bed of dead bodies laughed at Geller, making her almost wish she'd been one of the casualties. They all leered at her, flashing toothy grins and mischievous looks.
What am I in for? I should have listened to Janet. At least she's dead.
The truck bounced along the road, riddled with potholes. For a minute, she wondered how it would feel if she could jump out of the moving vehicle. If she was lucky, maybe she'd get run over by the truck trailing behind them, or she'd split her head open and die instantly. She glanced at one of the men who smiled and winked at her. Closing her eyes, She considered never opening them again. Unable to burrow through the bodies of her friends and avoid the creepy stares of the armed guards hovering over her, she said another prayer and braced for the worst.
"Now maybe the U.S. government will listen to us," one of the men said.
She glared at him.
"If you think this is going to get your voice heard, you're in for a big surprise." "No, ma'am," the soldier said, wagging his finger at her. "You're the one who's in for a big surprise. Just you wait."
Geller stared at him as he bellowed with laughter. She drew her legs into her chest before exploding her feet into his knees. The man's jovial expression transformed into an anguishing howl. He growled as he stood, just before turning his weapon around and smashing the butt of his rifle into her head. When Geller regained consciousness, she was fastened to a wooden chair in the middle of a dark tent. A few stray beams of sunlight streamed through slits in the canvas, illuminating enough of her surroundings to recognize how stark the place was. Aside from her chair, the only other pieces of furniture were a table directly across from her, and another table. A small oil lamp rested in the center. As she looked over her shoulder, the only other detail she noticed was red spatter marks on the canvas behind her. The image sent a chill down her spine, as she imagined how many people had been sitting in the exact same spot she was, before they met an untimely demise. Another 15 minutes passed before a man entered, flanked by his entourage. She recognized the man right away as Emmanuel Kazadi, the leader of the Allied Democratic Forces, also known as ADF. For years, the ADF had been attempting to be recognized by the global community as the governing entity of the country. But despite the organization's name, it used fear and terror to accomplish its objectives, devoid of any semblance of a democracy. Kazadi had been on the U.S.'s radar for a while, but despite its best efforts to infiltrate the ranks of ADF, Kazadi's whereabouts remained difficult to pin down. He had more than a dozen hideouts scattered throughout Congo's vast jungle, and moved regularly between them, making catching him next to impossible. Now he was 6 feet away, but was still untouchable. Kazadi struck a match and lit the lamp on the table in front of him. He dismissed all of the soldiers who'd entered the room with him, before clasping his hands and leaning forward. Kazadi wore a wide grin before he addressed her. "Secretary Geller, I appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedule to meet with the ADF while in Africa. As you might imagine, we often feel ignored by the United States and other European countries. But I can't tell you how overjoyed I am to get this opportunity to speak with you." Geller huffed a soft laugh through her nose. "I am a captive audience." Kazadi rubbed his hands together. "It's as much for your safety as it is for mine." "You think I'm going to hurt you? Is that why you bound me to this chair?" Geller said, as she struggled against the ropes. "The leader of the ADF is afraid of a woman?" "Not just any woman," Kazadi said, wagging his index finger. "I read about what you did to those Taliban men in Afghanistan when they took you prisoner. I won't make the same mistake." "You've already made one enormous mistake," she said. "And what is that?" "You captured me in the first place, and you're going to rue the moment you made that decision." "I would never be so flippant about scheduling a meeting with the head of state for one of the most powerful nations on earth," Kazadi said. "I want our countries to work together." Geller shifted in her chair. "In case you haven't noticed, the U.S. actually does work with the government in this country." "Not the legal and recognized governing body." Geller chuckled and shook her head.
You think creating a few militia camps in the jungle and building your army by forcing children to fight for you make you a legal government? Please. We stand for the people that our corrupt leaders have abandoned time after time. Without us, they would have no voice. As an American, I think you have a firm understanding of that concept.
Geller nodded.
There are better ways to address your grievances. If I threw tea into the river, would that get the world's attention?
Kazadi asked mockingly.
No, I didn't think so. But I can assure, I will have it now.
Geller laughed.
You clearly haven't thought this through. The moment you attempt to let the world know that you have taken me hostage is the moment special forces discover my location, and I can assure you that it won't go well for you. They will not let you die. The U.S. government does not negotiate with terrorists.
Kazadi laughed.
The ADF has untold riches that say otherwise, thanks to your predecessor. Please stop repeating that ridiculous lie. Anyone with 2 eyes can see that you say one thing and do another. President Young won't negotiate for me. That much I can promise. If you make any attempt to humiliate him, I can promise you that he will light up this camp, and every living thing within a mile radius of here will be dead.
Kazadi stood and then walked behind Geller. He leaned over and whispered in her ear. I look forward to proving you wrong. She craned her neck to see his face, but instead all she saw was the butt of his handgun as he pistol whipped her and knocked her out. Chapter 12. Washington, D.C. Blunt tapped his cane on the ground twice and then tossed it into the air. He caught it with his left hand before settling into the chair behind his desk at the Firestorm headquarters. Jana Shadid, the team's chief engineer, made a few tweaks to the device after converting it into a weapon. She'd strengthened the outside with slightly heavier material, but used new, lighter material for the cane's weapon portion.
How does it feel?
Jana asked, as she watched him fiddling with the cane. Blunt smiled as he wrapped both hands around it and swung it like a baseball bat.
I'm ready for a chance to crack some heads. Too bad Agent Black isn't in today, she said. I'm sure he'd give you ample excuses today to try it out on him.
Blunt wagged his finger at her.
That sense of humor of yours is getting better every day.
She stared at him.
Do you think I'm joking?
You're good, Blunt said with a chuckle. You almost got me there. Now then, what can I do for you this morning?
Let me know if you need any help with this situation in Congo, she said. I think I've been cooped up in the lab for too long.
Take the morning off, Blunt said. Go run in the park. If you need some time, take it.
I don't need it, she said. I just feel so helpless right now, and that's what I want to do more than anything.
When the opportunity arises, I'll call you in. But in the meantime, keep making those awesome gadgets you're putting together. If you're going to help, that's the way you'll be able to do it right now.
You got it, boss, she said, mimicking the tone of a mobster.
Blunt laughed again. Did you just watch The Godfather like I recommended?
She nodded. I didn't get much sleep, though. That movie terrified me.
Jana left the room, pulling the door shut behind her. Blunt turned his attention to the latest report he'd received from Black, who was preparing to embark on his flight deep into the Congo jungle. The level of difficulty was high, though if anyone could successfully complete the mission, Black could. His reputation for carrying around a death wish made him perfect for the operation, even if it put Shields on edge. The Firestorm director wasn't sure what was going on between Black and Shields, but Blunt detected a recent change in their relationship. And he didn't need to work in intelligence to know what was likely to have precipitated the change. A few minutes later, Blunt's phone buzzed with an incoming call from the White House.
"Please hold for the President of the United States," a woman said.
Blunt drummed his fingers on his desk, bracing for Young's ire.
"I should have never let her go,"
Young said, dispensing with pleasantries.
"I warned her that this kind of thing could happen, but she convinced me that it wouldn't."
"Isn't that the epitome of what diplomats do?" Blunt asked.
"They try to cajole a relationship to get the best possible outcome for their side."
"You're not making this any easier," Young said.
"Sorry, sir. I'm just trying to point out that she's wired that way. It's why you hired her in the first place."
True.
However, I never expected her to use her manipulative powers on me."
"I don't think she was manipulating you," Blunt said.
"She's an optimist at heart, and frankly, anyone in that position needs to be. Otherwise, they'd be another extension of your defense secretary, who's always pounding the drums of war."
"Perhaps you're right, but that doesn't change the situation we're in.
JD, if the news leaks out that Secretary Geller has been captured by the ADF after what happened in the Caribbean with Secretary Hatcher, I'm furthering the argument that I am weak on defense."
"That's why we need to go after the Full Good Initiative, sir," Blunt said.
"I think it's obvious that there are still holdovers that we haven't outed yet."
"Give it up, JD. I'm not pardoning Norman Fox." Blunt sighed. It was worth a try.
"So tell me where we're at," Young said. "I can't keep the hounds at bay all that long. I've heard that there are some journalists frothing at the mouth to share the reports they've heard."
"Her office will deny everything, sir."
"Yeah, but not forever. They can stall by saying that they can't comment on specifics regarding Geller's whereabouts due to security measures. But when she doesn't show up in Pretoria, we're going to have a big problem."
"When is she due in Pretoria?"
"Less than 24 hours. I've got one of my best men preparing to make a halo jump into the jungle where she's located. An all-out offensive would undoubtedly end in her death, but Agent Black provides us with our best opportunity to break her out of the ADF camp and return her to safety."
"Keep me posted when you hear something. Anything," Young said. "I'm anxious to put this whole thing to rest."
"Will do, sir."
For the next hour, Blunt tracked Black's progress in the military plane. The Firestorm director paced the floor in his office, feeling helpless to assist with the operation. His nerves, however, were given a short reprieve when Ned Edgerton rapped on the door jamb of Blunt's office.
"Edge,"
Blunt said enthusiastically as he shot out of his seat.
"It's so good to see you."
The two men shook hands before Blunt invited Edge to sit. With Colt unwilling to help Blunt expose Elaine Gibbons, he had to resort to other measures, and Edge was a strong backup plan.
"Did you get a chance to look at the documents I sent you on Gibbons?" Blunt asked.
Edge nodded.
"Seems pretty straightforward to me. A straight background check, along with a thorough inspection for skeletons in the closet."
"Exactly.
We did a preliminary workup on her, but she came out smelling like roses. And whenever that happens, I get real suspicious."
Edge scowled.
"Didn't you mention to me that you were going to Laramie to speak with her?"
"Things didn't go like I'd planned," Blunt said.
"I was going to use some back channels to get her on some trumped-up charges from a black hat hacker outside the agency. But that didn't work out either."
"Glad to know I'm your plan C," Edge said with a phony grin.
"You should have been my plan A, but I don't always do things in the right order."
Edge chuckled.
"Just keep digging that hole, JD. Sooner or later, you're bound to hit bottom."
All right, Blunt said with a smile.
"Get out of here and go find out what Elaine Gibbons, or Betty Green, or whatever the hell that woman's name is, has against the federal government."
Edge gathered the documents, spun on his heels, and left the room. Blunt hadn't been alone more than 5 minutes before Shields shuffled inside and sat down.
"What is it?" Blunt asked. "Any updates from Agent Black?"
"I really should be there for this mission." Blunt sighed as he rubbed his temples with the tips of his fingers.
"There's something going on between you two, isn't there?"
"Absolutely not," Shields said. "Why would you say such a thing?"
"For starters, all of a sudden you just need to be on site for this operation," Blunt said. "And you can fulfill all your duties just fine from your office down the hall. So I ask myself, why the change? And usually the most obvious answer is the right one."
"Nothing's going on," Shields said. "There are just too many things that can go wrong with our communications. Not to mention the unreliable satellite technology we have access to."
"You mean like it did during the operation to take out Ahmed?"
"Now you're smelling what I'm stepping in."
Blunt drummed his fingers on his desk. "You ought to know by now that we can't get all the conditions as favorable as we'd like 'em. And while I would like better technology for you, there's no time to pine about it. Now, where is Agent Black?"
"He's about to make the jump," she said. "He's about 10 minutes out."
"Good," Blunt said. "Keep me posted when you get his body cam feed, once he nears the compound. The president is nagging me for an update, and I want to keep him well informed."
"Roger that," she said, before leaving Blunt alone in his office. He smiled and shook his head as she walked away. Analysts make lousy liars. Chapter 13. Kwango Province, Congo. Black pulled his chute and navigated to the ground in a clearing around the Kwango River. He had aimed to land around 5 kilometers away from the camp where the ADF held Secretary Geller. Black noticed a handful of children sprinting toward the water, shouting playfully at him from the other side of the bank. He gathered up his parachute and raced into the jungle. News of his arrival would undoubtedly spread rapidly through the area, reducing the amount of time he had to rescue Geller. Black dug a hole to bury his chute, and then started his trek toward the camp. He hadn't walked more than a couple of minutes before he froze at the sound of a twig snapping behind him. Black darted behind a tree before peeking around the edge.
"Who are you?"
a young man asked in French. Black studied him closely before responding. Sweat beaded up on his dark forehead, his hair completely shaven. He held a walking stick in one hand and a fishing pole in the other.
"I'm a friend," Black replied in French. "Can you help me?"
The boy shrugged, twisting his body. As he exposed his right arm to Black, he noticed a long, gnarly scar.
"Who did that to you?"
Black asked. The man pointed with his nose in the direction Black had been walking.
"What happened?"
The man's head dropped. He stared at the ground, digging in the dirt. Black pointed at the Kwango River.
"How well do you know these waters?"
"Like the back of my hand."
"Would you be willing to help me get close to the camp?"
The man shook his head.
"What's your name?" Black asked.
"Patrice."
"Patrice, if you want to see those men avenged for what they did to you, help me, and I'll make sure they pay for their sins."
Patrice shook his head.
The deepest scars are the ones you can't see.
Show me, Black said. Patrice took a deep breath and shuffled toward a tree. He sat down at the base of it, before mopping his brow with his forearm.
What did they do to you?
Black asked, kneeling near him.
They steal your soul. They make life not worth living.
But they claim to be helping you.
It's a lie, Patrice said with a sneer. They only want to switch places with those who control the country.
What did they take from you? Patrice stared off in the distance before answering.
They took my little brother. He was only 10 at the time, and after the ADF killed both my parents, he was all I had.
What's his name?
Shantu. He was the brightest soul you'd ever meet. His eyes lit up the jungle with delight. But the last time I saw him, his eyes were empty.
Black looked in the direction of the camp. Is he still there? Patrice nodded slowly.
I'm afraid that even if I saw him again, he wouldn't be the same boy.
What's the alternative? That he continues to be the way that he is?
I don't know what I would say to him. I don't know what he's seen, or the horrific things he's experienced.
Why don't we find him and you can ask him yourself? Black suggested.
I don't know, Patrice said, kicking at the dirt. What if he doesn't want to come?
You can only ask him to come with you, Black said. But you can't do that if you don't go. Patrice sighed as a tear trickled down his face, the silence in their conversation speaking as loud as anything he'd said.
Okay, I'll take you, Patrice said. But you have to promise me that you'll bring Shantu home, no matter what.
Black placed his hand over his heart.
I swear on my life. Then let's go, Patrice said. It will be dark soon.
Black followed Patrice for several minutes before they reached a small settlement. Several men crowded around Patrice, pestering him with questions about who Black was. Patrice ignored them as he directed Black to carry one end of a canoe toward the river's edge. In a matter of minutes, they were in the water and paddling downstream. A half-hour later, Black followed Patrice's lead as they navigated the Quango River. Fishermen tossed nets into the water and pulled them back to shore in a rhythmic fashion. Black could see the watchful eyes peering from the shadows as he drifted closer to the ADF camp.
Do they have spies in the jungle? Black asked.
Patrice nodded.
But you're with me. They won't suspect anything.
A few minutes later, they rounded a bend. Patrice's confidence was obliterated as several ADF soldiers opened fire on them from the far shore. Black ducked as he steered the boat away from the fire. Bullets pinged in the water and peppered the hull. Water rushed in through small holes as Black struggled to keep the boat moving. When he reached the shore, he tipped the vessel on its side, using it as a shield. He looked at Patrice, who was clutching his chest.
I've been hit,
he mustered weakly. Black dragged him ashore, staying low as he ventured into the jungle. Shots clipped nearby trees and other vegetation, while Black worked to stabilize Patrice. Leaning his back against a tree, Black used his hand to apply pressure to the wound.
Stay with me, Black said. Don't worry about me, Patrice said. Just bring my brother out with you.
Black realized there was nothing he could do for Patrice. The young man struggled to breathe for a couple of minutes. Black held Patrice's hand, trying to reassure him before his life slipped away.
I'm going to bring Shantu with me, Black said.
I swear to you, you didn't deserve this." Patrice closed his eyes and smiled. "I deserved far worse. But I will take hope with me to the grave, thanks to you." Patrice tried once more to fill his lungs with oxygen, but he couldn't. He sputtered and coughed before falling limp. Black cursed under his breath before pulling out his satellite phone and calling Shields.
"What's going on?"
she asked anxiously. "My surprise entry isn't going to happen," Black said. "I'm going to need an extraction team if we're going to get the secretary out of here alive."
"There's already one on the way," she said.
"Good," Black said. "Otherwise I'd be on a suicide mission, and I'd be killing the secretary with me."
"I won't let that happen."
"Good," Black said. "This is our only shot. Don't let me down." He hung up the phone and sighed. Insects had already started to swirl around Patrice's body. Black put his hands on the young man's forehead and closed his eyes. "Rest in peace, Patrice." Black turned his focus toward the other side of the shore. The shooting had finally stopped. Now Black was more determined than ever to rescue the secretary and to make good on his promise to Patrice. Chapter 14. Washington, D.C. President Young looked across the White House lawn toward Marine One, which sat waiting for him. He needed to get away to Camp David to huddle with his advisors about how to handle the latest apparent leak from within the administration. Young insisted there needed to be tighter controls on the way information was being disseminated, both internally and to the public via the media. David Salisbury suggested the getaway to discuss a new strategy until the mole could be dealt with. He stood next to Young as the doors to the lawn swung open. "Dave, why don't you and Abe go first?" Young said. "Everybody loves a puppy." Salisbury didn't hesitate. "Of course, Mr. President. Why do you think I brought him?" The press corps fawned over Abe. Young figured they would take more pictures of the Yorkshire Terrier than they would of him and his entourage. And Young was unbothered by it. With tensions increasing at home and abroad, he didn't mind someone else absorbing some of the spotlight. Wearing a solemn expression on his face, Young maintained a distance of about 10 meters behind Salisbury and Abe. He barely acknowledged the press until Salisbury stopped and turned around. "Do you hear them?" Salisbury asked. Young nodded. "The incessant shouting? How can I not hear that? I mean, do you hear specifically what they're asking?" Young didn't want to hear, figuring if he didn't hear it, then there wasn't anything to concern himself with. "Not really. I've already heard 3 reporters shout questions about the whereabouts of Secretary Geller, citing reports of her plane being attacked at the Kinshasa airport. If you don't say anything, this story is not only going to grow legs but wings, too. It'll engulf more than just a typical 24/7 news cycle." Young scowled. "Then what should I tell them? Tell them what you want to hear on the news tonight." Young set his jaw. "You know how much I hate lying to the American people." Salisbury patted Young on the shoulder and gave him a coy wink. "Americans are a forgiving bunch. Just remember, all's well that ends well." Young narrowed his eyes. "I'm not certain anything is going to end well." "Maybe not, but if you sell it to that pack of journalists right there, you can worry about this fiasco another day, and hopefully by then it'll be over." Young stopped and turned toward the press, kept at a safe distance by the Secret Service agents standing nearby. He held up his hands as the questions came at him like an earthen dam giving way. "One at a time, please," Young said, holding up his hands to control the frenzy. In seconds, the buzz was silenced. Then he pointed at a woman at the front. "We'll start with you," Young said.
"Mr. President, our Bureau is receiving reports out of Kinshasa that Secretary Geller's plane undertook heavy fire at the airport from ADF soldiers," she said. "Can you confirm her whereabouts for the American people?"
"Secretary Geller is indeed in Congo," Young said. "She wanted to make a few humanitarian stops ahead of her meeting in Pretoria." Another man didn't wait to be called upon before blurting out a follow-up question. "How come the Congolese ambassador was not aware of Secretary Geller's stop?" "When we're in that part of the world, we have to be careful due to all the unrest there," Young said. "We don't want every stop being advertised very far in advance, because it's difficult to secure certain locations there." "Sir, there are reports on social media that special forces are in the area," another reporter said. "Is that activity related to Secretary Geller's disappearance?" "Secretary Geller hasn't disappeared, so I don't know where you're getting your information from," Young said, ignoring the meat of the inquiry. "So there are special forces operating in Congo?" another woman asked. Young frowned. "How did you make that leap from what I just said?" "You're not answering the question, sir." "The question was a false premise that I corrected. Secretary Geller did not disappear. Also, I'm not aware of any of our military special forces taking action in Congo. That's all for now. Thank you." Young turned and looked at Salisbury, who put his arm around Young. The two men strode toward Marine One in silence. Once they were in the air, Young leaned back and let out a sigh. "What the hell was I thinking?" Young asked aloud. "For what it's worth, I thought you handled them well, sir," Salisbury said. "You didn't lie to him, though it was a deflection of sorts. Secretary Geller is not a magician, and she hasn't disappeared. She's merely being detained by enemy combatants." Young grunted. "They'll still eat me alive for that one." "Not if they don't find out until it's over," Salisbury said with a wink. "And that's when we'll make her out to be a hero." "So, are there any special forces in the area?" Young asked. "There might be." "Then I want them out right now." "But sir, how will Geller be delivered safely home if our people get her out of the camp?" Salisbury asked. "They'll have to figure out another way," Young barked. "Get me Besserman on the phone. I need him to handle this." Salisbury dialed Besserman's number and handed the phone to Young. "Bobby, we've got a big problem brewing," Young said. "I've been following the news," Besserman said. "We're doing everything we can to coordinate with—" "I don't want to hear it," Young said. "Plausible deniability and such." "Of course, sir. What I wanted to tell you is that we can't have any federal government entity assisting with Geller's extraction." "Why the hell not? She's a top government official." "Whoever you've got, get them out of there right now. There's still a chance for us to salvage the timeline." "What difference does that make if Geller ends up getting killed by terrorists?" "Have they made any demands yet?" Young said, ignoring Besserman's question. "Not yet," Besserman said. "But the minute they do, you're in for a shitstorm." "I can deal with that," Young said. "I'm more concerned about our forces being easily identifiable in that unforgiving jungle. A few bored teenagers with access to RPGs could put us in an even bigger mess than we're in right now if they saw one of our helicopters buzzing around the area." "Do you realize how difficult it'll be to get out of there if you handicap our agent like this?" Besserman asked, his voice ascending. "You might as well be sending Geller
and anyone involved with helping her, to an early death. I want her out of there as much as anybody, but I'd rather turn Geller into a martyr than have our troops massacred in the jungle. The team that's going in there is going to have to do this the hard way. It's not a team, sir. It's one man. Young's eyes widened at the revelation. Ultimately, that doesn't matter. Find another way to extract them without using military aircraft. But, sir, just do it, Young said, before he ended the call, and then handed the phone back to Salisbury. Are you all right, sir? He asked. Young crossed his arms and stared out the window. He wasn't all right. Chapter 15. Kwango Province, Congo. Rachel Geller groaned as she adjusted to the bright light flooding the tent. She was still tethered to the chair. Sweat trickled down her forehead and found its way into her eyes, stinging them. She also felt blood oozing around the right corner of her mouth. Though she didn't remember the blow that caused the cut, her jaw felt sore in that area. She heard the murmur of conversation taking place behind the light, but she couldn't tell how many people were huddled behind it. 3, 4, maybe half a dozen. Not that it mattered. She couldn't wriggle free and do anything about it anyway. But it didn't stop her from trying. With each attempt to loosen the rope, her wrists and ankles burned with pain as the twine dug into her skin. She wanted to scratch the areas around the cord, if only for a few seconds of relief. But what she needed more than anything was a drink of water. Geller turned away from the light and saw a scrawny boy toting a rifle. "Can I have some water, please?" she said in French as she looked at him. The boy looked away for a second, unsure if an act of such kindness was permitted. "Go on," she said, nodding toward the water bottle on the corner of the desk. "I won't hurt you." A weak smile flashed across the boy's lips before he snatched the bottle off the desk. He unscrewed the cap and poured the water into her mouth. When she was finished, she thanked him. However, his commanding officer didn't see what he was doing until she was done drinking and backhanded the boy across his face. "Don't ever give our prisoners water unless you have permission," the man said. "How do you think we'll get her to comply now? She got what she wanted, but now we're going to have to use a more painful tactic because of you." The man walked behind Geller's chair and grabbed the pinky finger on her right hand. Securing it tightly, he twisted it back and forth, resulting in a searing pain. Geller watched the boy wince as she oscillated between screaming and biting down on her lip. He looked away for a moment, but the man grabbed the boy's jaw and turned his head back toward Geller. "This is your fault," the man screamed at the boy. "She's in pain because of what you did. Next time, I will do this to you." The guard finally released Geller's finger, but the pain continued to throb. The twisting hurt, but for the moment, it gave her something to think about rather than her itchy wrists. A discussion continued behind the light until Emmanuel Kazadi finally emerged, holding a sheet of paper. "Are you ready to begin, Madam Secretary?" Kazadi asked. Geller cocked her head and eyed him carefully. "Begin what?" "It's time you do what we brought you here for. That is, if you want to ever go home," Kazadi said, as he slapped the piece of paper down on the desk in front of her. "Read the script." She shrugged. "I'm going to decline." Kazadi motioned for one of his men to come over, before nodding at Geller.
The man jammed the barrel of his gun into the side of her head. "I'm not going to say this again," Kazadi said. "Read the script."
"Well, that's a relief," Geller said. "I was getting tired of telling you no, which is what we'll do until the end of time, or my government turns your little hideout here into a heap of smoldering ash."
Kazadi narrowed his eyes. "You must want me to kill you."
"It doesn't matter if I want you to or not," Geller said. "You're not going to kill me, because if I'm dead, you get nothing. No respect, no acknowledgement that your government is the true government of this godforsaken country. Nothing. So enough with the scare tactics, because I'm not reading this. No one would believe it anyway."
"You're going to read it," Kazadi said.
"Do what you must," Geller said with a shrug. "Behead me, shoot me, burn me alive. I don't care, but I will not read this note and give you the satisfaction of hearing me spew out such meaningless words. Besides, it's only a matter of time before the U.S. government homes in on my position and obliterates this place."
"As long as we have you, they will not touch us," Kazadi said.
"You don't know our president as well as you think you do, if that's what you suppose will happen," she said. "He's already mad at me for coming on this trip. I doubt he'd hesitate to torch your camp to the ground, especially with me in it."
Geller leaned back in her chair as much as she could, as if she was resting her case like a federal prosecutor. Her argument was convincing, but only because she believed it. She knew President Young well enough to know that he wouldn't hesitate to retaliate, even if she turned out to be a casualty. At least, that's what she hoped would happen. In the event of a fire started by aircraft, a chance still remained that she could escape amidst the chaos. And in the moment, her hope was that tenuous, that fleeting, that scarce. She just needed to hang on until the cavalry arrived. And she didn't know when that would be. Chapter 16. Kwango Province, Congo. Black crouched behind a tree and watched the gunmen on the opposite shore retreating into the jungle. He glanced at Patrice's lifeless body one last time. Black didn't want to forget Patrice's sacrifice. With the ADF soldiers halting their fire, Black seized his chance to improve his position in preparation for his attack. With curious eyes peering at him from around the trees, he couldn't risk staying in the same place for too long. A hungry kid would be happy to report Black's location in exchange for $1, making Black's mission far more challenging. But the quicker he could disappear, the better. He retraced his steps, zigzagging back and forth through the jungle, crisscrossing the river 3 times, creating confusion for anyone who might be attempting to track him. However, no matter how many times he went back and forth, Black was steadily moving closer to the ADF encampment. After several hours, he sought cover in an earthen cave. Black inspected the hideout, unsure if he should use it, out of fear that someone might return to it. Based on the interior, he was certain that it was man-made, likely started by a small amount of erosion, but finished by a human seeking shelter. He wanted to stay there all night, but knew it wasn't a wise idea. However, he figured a short reprieve there from his constant misdirection wouldn't hurt. Black took the opportunity to rest and rehydrate, 2 vital actions he needed to maintain the strength to finish the operation. After draining most of the water from his canteen, he set up a perimeter alarm Jana had designed for him, and then nestled against the back wall of the cave. He closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep for about a half hour. When he awoke, he noticed the jungle was getting darker. The dense canopy had a way of snuffing out the sunlight when one needed it the most. But Black was thankful for the cover, giving him more confidence that he could maneuver closer to the ADF camp without being noticed. Black navigated parallel to the river for another half-mile before heading deeper into the lush vegetation comprising the area away from the shore. He hid behind a cluster of papyrus plants at the water's edge until dusk fell. Then he forged the Quango River and scaled an Afromosia tree, less than 100 meters from the perimeter of the camp. Black ascended more than 80 feet before reaching the lowest branch suitable to both sustain his weight on a suspended tree tent for the night and keep him well out of sight of any midnight patrolman. Once he was settled, he hailed Shields on his comms. "How are things looking?" Black asked.
"Well, for starters, we can't use special forces to extract you from the jungle," Shields said.
"What the hell? Please tell me you're joking," he said.
"I wish I was. Direct order from the president, in fact."
Black scowled. "Does he want to kill me and Secretary Geller?"
"I wouldn't accuse him of that to his face, but it certainly seems that way."
"In that case, I should just turn around right now. Let the mission fail. Let Young get exposed for playing politics with Secretary Geller's life."
"But let her die?"
Shields asked, her tone expressing a measure of disbelief.
"I don't think you can do that."
Black sighed. "Of course I can't. But it's what I'd want to do if I was a psychopath. I'm going to do my best to get Geller out of there, but that doesn't really matter if we're only going to be shot to death while fleeing, or killed by an indigenous tribe."
"You get no argument from me, but I thought I'd let you know what you're up against."
"Any workarounds yet?"
"Blunt's been working the phones trying to call in some favors from anyone in that region, but President Young has been explicit in his instructions that no military personnel or military craft are to be used in Geller's extraction."
"That doesn't make any sense," Black said. "Why would he—"
"I think we established a long time ago that the president's moves don't always make sense, but they're usually the right ones," she said. "Take you, for instance. He may not like you that much, but here you are on one of the country's most important missions in ages.
And here he is not getting me the support I'll need."
"We'll figure out something."
"But we're running out of time," Black said. "The minute the ADF releases that video, this game is up. Young will want to come in here and lay down napalm all over the ADF camp, and every other space within a 5-mile radius, just to make sure not a single living thing escaped."
"I hope you're wrong, but even if you're right, let's just hope it doesn't come to that."
"I've got my fingers crossed."
"How about cross both sets of fingers, and your toes, too," Shields said.
"Now what?"
"I wanted to give you a heads up that my imaging system is struggling with the dense jungle vegetation," Shields said. "I can barely make out any heat signatures, so I'm not going to be able to provide much reliable help."
Black sighed. "Can it get any worse?"
"There's a storm brewing off the coast," she said. "If it hits—"
"La la la. I don't want to hear it," Black said. "Until it comes ashore, I don't want to think about it. I've got enough on my mind without having to worry about Mother Nature's decrepit ways." Shields wished him good luck and told him she'd be ready in the morning when he was ready to infiltrate the camp. "I hope you have better news for me then," Black said.
"Just—"
"Hello?" Black said. "Shields, are you there?" Nothing. The comm link was dead. He checked the battery, and it was still working, but he couldn't connect with her. He growled and ripped out the earpiece. He settled down and looked up at the stars. He hadn't been this far away from any light pollution in so long that he couldn't recall the last time he'd stared up at a dark night sky. Things felt darker than usual, though he wasn't sure if that was from being so far removed from civilization, or from the haunting sense he couldn't shake. Something was amiss. He leaned back and sighed, as something wrapped around his leg. Without hesitating, Black shined his flashlight on the painful area, revealing a snake. Black stabbed the reptile several times, causing it to hiss at him. But the loss of blood caused the animal to lose interest, before releasing Black's leg and toppling to the ground. The thud on the forest floor attracted the attention of a patrolling guard. He stopped and checked out the animal, before putting a couple of bullets in its head. They both looked up in the general direction of Black's tree tent, but neither guard appeared to notice an enemy was lurking above them. Their inability to notice Black put his mind at ease that he'd selected the right spot to construct his tree tent. Black didn't have to think about anything now but getting a good night's sleep. He had a mission to complete in the morning, and he needed all the rest he could get. Chapter 17. Langley, Virginia. Robert Besserman inspected the bottom of his coffee mug and considered having another cup. He knew with all the caffeine he'd been consuming throughout the evening that he'd have a hard time sleeping, but caffeine or not, that was going to be the case. Finding a way to sneak an extraction team into Congo that wasn't special forces bordered on the impossible. But he wasn't sure his conscience could take both Secretary Geller and Agent Black dying on his watch. The political fallout was the least of his worries, though he was certain President Young wasn't considering how the press would pummel him for this decision, which would be far more difficult to survive than a lie that was in the interest of national security. Get Secretary Geller out of there without a special forces team. Who does the president think I am? A magician? Besserman threw caution to the wind and decided to pour himself another cup. No milk, no sugar. He needed it straight. He could dress up his coffee in the morning, but right now, he needed a sheer jolt. Some brain power to figure out a way to solve the near impossible situation the president had given him. Besserman considered all the possible routes out of the jungle, and there weren't many of them. Using the Quango could work, but that required an experienced river captain, not to mention a fast boat, and he couldn't think of any offhand. Even if he did find someone crazy enough to take it on, that still wouldn't get them out of the country. Using the water to escape the camp would prove harrowing, since escaping on foot would be filled with even more pitfalls. The only viable route remaining was by air. Getting access to a helicopter or plane on such a short notice wouldn't be easy, never mind the logistics of finding a clearing long and smooth enough for a takeoff and landing. Then there was coordinating that with Agent Black, who would be up to his neck in hostiles. Besserman took a long sip of his coffee and thought. Nothing was coming to mind. Then he got up and paced around his kitchen. He stopped for a moment when he noticed something hanging on the side of the refrigerator that gave him an idea. The picture affixed above the March calendar consisted of a man standing shoulder to shoulder with several Indonesian natives, clutching spears in front of an airplane. Besserman didn't recognize the man, but he was very familiar with the organization, an aviation nonprofit that conducted humanitarian missions to isolated people groups. Aviation Heroes and Angels, known as AHA, had bases all over the world. One of Besserman's old college buddies flew for AHA in Ecuador. Besserman glanced at his watch. It was nearly 11 p.m. Late, but not insanely late, since his pilot friend was an hour behind. Besserman dialed his number.
"Bobby, is this you?"
Joe Tinker said, as he answered the phone.
"The one and only,"
Besserman replied.
"Now I haven't heard from you in maybe 3 years, and you picked the exact moment I was just about to fall asleep to call me. Just like when we were in school."
Tinker chuckled.
"That's right. I'd start to drift off to sleep and you'd burst into our dorm room with 2 of your buddies who'd been drinking all night. I swear my GPA would have been a half point higher my freshman year, had it not been for your waking me up so often."
Besserman laughed.
"Well, if it makes you feel any better, I'm normally in bed an hour or so earlier than right now." "Are you ill?"
"Not that I'm aware of," Besserman said. "Probably just old age." Tinker huffed a soft laugh through his nose.
"Well, what in the world is so important that you felt the need to reach out to me right now?"
"I've got a situation, and I was wondering if you could assist me," Besserman said.
"I can't go into specifics because this is classified, but I'm desperate, and I thought you might be able to connect me with one of your pilot friends in Africa." "Africa? What in the—"
"No questions, Joe. Can you just trust me here?"
"Well, I don't know if that's going to work for anyone I know over there."
Besserman flipped through the calendar and noticed another picture of a pilot taken in the Congo. He squinted as he studied the caption, which named the man.
"What do you know about a pilot named Gene Gordon?"
Joe laughed.
"Funniest pilot I know, and one of the best, too. I saw him get a fully loaded Cessna 172 off the ground with just 650 feet of runway once. The man's a legend within AHA. That's the kind of person I need for this job." "You need someone in Congo?"
"No questions, Joe. Remember?"
"Of course. But hypothetically speaking, if you needed someone in Congo, Gene is your guy. I'm not sure if he'll go for it or not, but with the right motivation, you might be able to convince him."
"What kind of motivation?"
"Well, there's only one thing that will really convince Gene to help you. AHA has a Kodiak plane sitting in customs. It's been there for 3 years, as agent after agent demands their palms to be greased in order to allow it into the country. Now, if the State Department could put some pressure on the government there to get that plane flying, it'd be a huge benefit for people in remote areas of the country."
"What kind of benefit?"
"In short, it'd save lives by helping us get to people more quickly and deliver supplies more efficiently."
"The person I know who could solve all of that would be the person most grateful for Gene's help."
"In that case, give me a second, and I'll get his number for you."
Besserman pumped his fist over the news. He thanked Tinker profusely for the information before hanging up. Then Besserman wasted no time in calling Captain Gordon.
"This is Gene," Gordon said as he answered. "Mr. Gordon, my name is Robert Besserman, the Deputy Director of the CIA. How would you like to get that Kodiak in Kinshasa up and running?"
Gene's enthusiasm to help was evident in his voice.
"As long as it's legal, just tell me what I need to do."
Chapter 18. Washington, D.C. President Young read his evening brief prepared by Salisbury, recapping the day's events. Salisbury made notations alongside each entry, with any recommendations for actions to take. Suggested bills or executive orders appeared next to a few items. But there was one entry that was out of the norm, more like a warning for the coming day. Young read the line, and then squinted at the paper, unsure that he had read it correctly. After reading it a second time, he snatched his cell phone off his desk and dialed Salisbury's number.
I thought you might be calling, Salisbury said, with Abe yapping in the background. You should have at least mentioned this to me, Young snapped. I could have been working on a contingency plan. I've already taken care of it, sir. Between the time that I wrote up the briefing and now, a lot has happened. What did you do? You're familiar with NBC White House correspondent Michelle Ryland? I wish I could say I wasn't, Young cracked. Yeah, she's a bulldog. But she's always got an axe to grind. Salisbury chuckled. Of course she does. But like most reporters, she'd sell her soul for an exclusive. What did you promise her? Nothing yet. But I had a good idea of what might get her to pause her pursuit of the story and possibly jettison it completely. What was her angle? Salisbury sighed. That you're actively lying to the American people, and that your security measures aren't tough enough, as you're responsible for one dead Secretary of State and another one kidnapped by terrorists in the past few months. And she wouldn't be wrong. The real story is who's sharing sensitive information with our enemies. I want them caught yesterday and tried for treason. We'll get to that eventually, sir. But in the meantime, we need to misdirect Ryland and put her off until we can get Secretary Geller back safely to her summit in South Africa. And then what? Young asked. What are we going to do to make sure this story never sees the light of day? I'm not sure trying to hide this will be such a good idea, Salisbury said. No matter if we rescue her, or God forbid her capture by terrorists is publicized, we have to be truthful. The key is when we are truthful, and how. Letting Geller tell her story after she's been extracted will serve us well politically. How so? First of all, she's going to be a hero if she survives. We can leverage the story with the press, using it to talk about women in combat. They'll eat that stuff up. Then you can also use it to further demonstrate the importance of functioning alliances between the West and other nations, particularly African ones, to combat the rise of terrorism. Young grunted. Sounds good, but it's just a concept. I'm not sure how it will play out in real time. We have no other choice at this point, so we're going to find out one way or another. These aren't the kind of theories I want tested out on my administration, Dave. There's not a president, past, present, or future, who'd want to wade into these waters. But sometimes you get 8 years of peace, sometimes you get 8 years of turmoil, conflict, and a world on the brink. If you rise to the moment, you'll be celebrated. If not, you'll just be a footnote in history. I'm counting on you to ascend to greatness after this whole ordeal is over with. Young forced a laugh. You have more faith in me than I do. Force of habit, sir. Always believe in the people you work for. Until you can't. All right, Young said. Tell Abe good night for me, and I'll see you in the morning, hopefully with the Republic still intact. Young hung up and looked at his watch. Daylight would be breaking soon, if not already, in Congo. He dialed Besserman's number. Bobby, please tell me you have some good news, Young said. Sir, it's not a good idea to keep pestering me for updates. It's best that you didn't know everything. I don't care, Young growled. I'm worried about Rachel. She's a firebrand, but I love her like she's my own daughter. And the thought of her still being held captive by those animals makes me ill. I've tried to push the reality of her situation out of my mind, which I've been somewhat successful at doing, given everything else that's going on right now. But I can't do that every waking moment of the day. Look, sir, all I can tell you right now is that there's an agent in country working hard to get Geller to safety, Besserman said. Operating within your parameters has made it very difficult to assure success. Well, it might all blow up tomorrow anyway, Young said. Michelle Ryland has some sources that are telling her what's going on, and she's working on a story set to air tomorrow. Then let us use special forces, sir. Young paused for a moment. Did you figure out another way? Well, yes, but we might be able to escape a fiasco in the press and turn Geller into a hero, leveraging her new global fame to strengthen terrorism-fighting partnership abroad. That's gambling with two people's lives, sir. Bobby, I know I don't need to lecture you that sometimes in this position we have to weigh the costs of certain decisions. And I know that losing both the agent and Geller would be tragic. However, if she manages to make it out alive, we could potentially save hundreds of thousands of lives with a better network of sharing intelligence on these terrorist groups. It's a burden I must bear, but one I will live with regardless of what ultimately happens. Then say a prayer, sir, because my confidence that this will turn out well for everyone involved is low. Run whatever disinformation campaign you can, Young said, and keep me posted on any new developments. The second that Geller is safe, I want to know. Of course, sir. Young hung up and rubbed his face with his hands. He got ready for bed and slipped beneath the covers, careful not to wake his wife, who was already sleeping soundly. He laid on his back, crossed his arms over his chest, and stared at the ceiling in the darkness, unsure if he could get even 5 minutes of sleep. Chapter 19. Kwango Province, Congo. Rachel Geller shielded her eyes as a flashlight shone directly on her face. She mumbled something, wondering aloud what was going on. But her questions were ignored as two men untied her. When they had removed the bindings, they took her by her arms and dragged her out of her tent. The cool morning temperature chilled Geller, who suddenly wished she had a coat. After she reached outside the door, a commander came up to the two guards and told them that he was going to return to Kazadi. As Geller waited, she scanned the area, searching for any opening she might have to escape. Even at dawn's first light, the camp was already bustling with activity. Soldiers hustled back and forth with weapons. All-terrain vehicles puttered along the perimeter, delivering supplies for the day. Barrels of water and cases of munitions were two of the items that stood out to Geller. Gotta stay hydrated when shooting that many rounds. Deep in the jungle of Congo, staying hydrated was mandatory if someone wanted to stay alive. Without water, the sweltering environment could make someone go mad. But armed soldiers teetering on the edge of insanity could create some issues for leadership within the camp. While Geller recognized she was working with some smart people, the human element was always the ace up her sleeve. Her ability to read people was why she was leading the State Department for the most powerful nation in the world. The president needed someone who could assuage hurt feelings, stand up to bullies, and bring opposing sides together, all to create a more stable world. And nobody did that better than Geller. You can do this, Rachel. It's just like talking to a diplomat. There were certain items she needed to make an escape. She hoped President Young would send the cavalry charging through the gates to rescue her, but she couldn't be certain. The way she'd pushed to get him to approve the trip made her less sure. Plus the long-standing public policy that the U.S. didn't negotiate with terrorists. Unable to count on extraction, she needed to take matters into her own hands, one way or another. Untold damage could be done by acquiescing to Kazadi's demands, the kind that could weaken the U.S.'s position in dealing with global terrorism. But Kazadi would use her whichever way she decided, reading a script to talk about the evils of America, or being killed by ruthless terrorists as a propaganda piece.
She couldn't win with either choice he gave her, leaving her to pursue a third option, attempting an escape. Due to the level of activity around the camp, she could create a diversion if she had enough time away from the watchful eyes of the guards, following her every move. It would be dangerous, but her desperation caused her to shrug off caution. But would it be enough time to escape? That was the looming question she could only answer one way. Geller was still formulating a plan when the commander strode up to her with Kazadi. The ADF leader studied her for a moment before saying anything. "Did you sleep?" he asked. "Like a baby," she said. "So, you reached a decision?" She nodded. "I'll read your script." Kazadi smiled big and rubbed his hands together. "Good girl. I knew you'd come to your senses. Now you need to look your best for the video. Go wash up." The commander nodded at the guards, who took Geller by her arms and ushered her outside of the camp to the Congo River. There were 3 guards in all, including the boy who'd given her water the day before. She eyed him closely, trying to get a read on him, but he just stared vacantly at her. When she reached the shore, she knelt down and scooped up a handful of water, splashing it against her face. The chilling sensation felt refreshing. She took a deep breath before turning to the guards. "Do you have a mirror I could use?" she asked in French. None of them even acknowledged her, except for the boy, who cast a glance at her and made eye contact for a moment. "Do you at least have a washcloth?" she asked. This time the boy nodded and stepped forward. He handed her a tightly wadded rag, clutching it tightly until it was secured in her hand. It was an awkward handoff, but she didn't question it. "Merci," she said with a thin smile. But Geller felt something firm inside and decided to turn her back on the guards and dip the cloth in the water to conceal whatever item was inside. While she wasn't sure what it was, she sensed the boy didn't want the other 2 guards to know what he'd done. She eased the rag beneath the water with both hands. Once she unfurled the drenched cloth, she saw a pocket knife sink to the bottom of the shallow riverbed. Geller took her time washing her face as she pondered her escape. As tantalizing as diving into the river and attempting to swim away seemed to her, she knew she'd only get caught a few hundred meters downstream, and her treatment would ultimately worsen. She considered jamming the knife into the neck of one of the guards and stealing his weapon, but that wouldn't get her far. She needed something massive that would arrest everyone's attention, so she could steal away into the jungle. But the longer she took inventory of all the possibilities around her, the more she realized how impossible actually escaping would be. She cuffed both her pant legs and glanced over her shoulder at the guards. "That's enough," one of the guards said. Geller picked up a handful of rocks and flung them to the side. It was just enough to distract them, preventing them from seeing her drop the pocket knife into her right cuff. She closed her eyes and said a little prayer. Geller hadn't even uttered the word Amen before one of the guards yanked her to her feet. "It's time to go," he said with a growl. "Kazadi is ready for you." Chapter 20. Congo Province, Congo. Black tried his comms again in the morning, without any luck. From his perch high atop the trees, he turned his attention to surveilling the compound. Not long after daylight broke, he spied a trio of guards ushering Secretary Geller back from the river. She trudged along somewhat willingly, likely tired of being prodded with the butt of a rifle. Her knees buckled, as one of the guards, who looked far too young to be toting a weapon, hit her behind her knees. She staggered for a moment before regaining her balance. The guards all laughed, mocking Geller's stumble with several reenactments. Based on where Kazadi had gone, Black anticipated where Geller would be taken. Using the course through the tree canopy that he'd pieced together by studying it for a half hour, Black ventured to the space directly over the camp. If a soldier were to look up, they would surely notice Black moving from limb to limb, even at about 30 meters off the ground. But Black had to take a chance at some point, and there was never going to be a better opportunity. As he maneuvered toward his final destination, his foot slipped, causing him to snap a small branch. It cracked and then broke off completely, before drifting down to the jungle floor inside the camp. Black scurried across the limb and took cover on the other side of the tree. He peered around the side back toward the spot where the break occurred, and noticed a curious soldier holding the broken twig in his hand, while searching the canopy overhead. After a long pause, the soldier shrugged and continued on his path. He glanced up at the trees several more times, but if he saw Black, the man never gave any indication. Black reached the most difficult section of his path. There was a wide gap between two trees and the limbs that were sturdy enough to sustain his weight. To reach the next tree, he needed to use a grappling hook and a rope. He twirled the cord around before releasing it toward the tree. However, he missed his mark, the teeth from the hook snagging a smaller branch. Black cursed under his breath as he tried to yank the hook free and try again. But it wouldn't budge. With Geller getting closer to the tent, he couldn't delay any longer, or he might lose his best chance to extract her. Here goes nothing. Black leaped toward the other tree, careful not to put any weight on the rope until he absolutely had to. He was more than halfway across before he needed the momentum of the rope to reach the trunk of the other tree. Black latched on, digging his fingers into the bark, as the rope dangled loosely next to him. Without much time left to act, Black slid down a few feet to reach the nearest sturdy limb. He ventured out about 5 meters, before quickly tying another rope around the branch. After hurriedly putting on a pair of gloves, he watched the guards leading Geller to the tent, where he'd last seen Kazadi. Black took a deep breath and then dropped down the rope, his hands sliding but growing uncomfortably warm with friction heat. Keeping his left hand on the rope, he used his right hand to rip the knife from its sheath. The rope was about 12 feet short of the ground, just low enough that he could land without injury, but high enough that the dangling end wouldn't be immediately noticed. As Black let go, he aimed for the chest of one of the men, landing both feet on him. The man toppled easily to the ground. Black slashed the man's throat while reaching for his gun. With a sound suppressor attached, he pumped 2 shots into the other guard's center mass before he could get his finger on the trigger. The boy guard gaped at the scene before dropping his weapon and running off. Black holstered his knife and then reached into his pocket to produce a grenade. He pulled the pin before hurling it in the opposite direction. When it went off, the camp erupted in a hive of activity. Black wasted no time in tossing another one in the opposite direction to create even more confusion. Gunfire rang out as the haze from the explosions rolled along the jungle floor. Men shouted excitedly as gun smoke filled the air. Walkie-talkies screeched as commanders shouted out instructions to fortify the compound from the attack. Black hurled 2 more grenades, igniting more gunfire. Then he turned to look at Geller, who had been knocked down during the initial altercation. She staggered to her feet as another guard rushed toward her. She sidestepped him, and then drove her pocket knife into his throat. Black finished the man off with a bullet to the back of his head.
"Let's get out of here," he said.
"Lead the way," Geller said. Black nodded at the chain-link fence, which they both scurried over without any issues. He handed her a gun and directed her toward the river.
"How many are there?"
she asked as they ran.
"Just me,"
Black said.
"Are you kidding me?"
"I wish I was, but this is your cavalry."
"Where's the extraction point?"
she asked.
"A half-mile south on the river," Black said. "I received confirmation this morning that a plane would be waiting on the Quango, at some coordinates not far from here." "We'll never make it," she said between breaths.
"You will," he said. "I'll make sure of it." Bullets whizzed past them, pinging along the jungle floor and ripping through nearby foliage. Black kept his head low, and more shots were fired.
"They're gaining on us,"
Geller said. "I know," Black said, "but I'm going to make sure you get out of here alive."
"What are you going to do?"
"I have some unfinished business back at the camp. Not to mention you need someone to lay down some cover so you can escape."
"Are you out of your mind? They'll catch you and kill you, doing to you exactly what they wanted to do to me."
"Just keep running parallel with the river," Black said. "You'll see the plane. The pilot's name is Gene. Just don't try to be a hero and wait for me, okay?"
"You're a psycho,"
she said. "It's the only kind of people who can do this job," Black said with a grin. "Now keep running, and don't look back." Black veered away from shore and deeper into the jungle. He found a tree with a good view of the clearing along the riverbank. From his perch, he hustled to put his rifle together and load it. Within seconds after getting prepared, he saw 2 ADF soldiers closing in on Geller's position and firing at her. Black sighted his weapon and took aim. The first man's head exploded as Black hit him after 3 shots. The other man stumbled and fell face first into the sand after Black pelted him with a couple of shots in his chest. Black wielded his weapon back toward the camp when he heard the rumbling of an ATV. A man situated behind a rocket launcher that was mounted on the roll bar barked out orders as he watched Geller through a pair of binoculars. Black hit the man with a shot, knocking him out of the moving vehicle. The driver skidded to a stop to see what had happened, giving Black plenty of time to get off a good shot at the 2 men in the front seat. Seconds later, the pursuit was over. Black waited for a moment to make sure no other ADF militia were pursuing Geller before shimmying down the tree. Once he reached the ground, he reloaded and headed back in the direction of the camp. He had a promise to fulfill. When Black reached the camp, a flurry of activity continued. To keep the chaos going, he tossed 3 more grenades into the camp. 2 tents caught on fire, and soldiers started firing into the woods. Black crouched low in the bushes and peered through his binoculars at the scene. There were more than a handful of boy soldiers roaming the camp with weapons. But Black was looking for only one: Shantu. The only way Black could identify him was by an injury that resulted in the top portion of Shantu's left ear being bitten off by a hog. Patrice had told Black a story while they were cruising the Quango River about how their father had raised hogs to meet the demand for ham and bacon by foreign nationals near Kinshasa. It was a job looked down upon by most in their Muslim community, leaving the entire family as outcasts. And when Shantu was attacked at age 3, many people in the area said that's what their family deserved for farming hogs. Patrice's father said it was a blessing because Shantu's life had been spared, taking the glass-half-full approach to the incident. It was one Patrice seemed to share during his short existence, hoping that Shantu could be rescued from Kazadi's tyranny. Black intended to reward that hope. As he scanned the area, he heard a click. Black raised his hands and turned around. Staring down at him from the other side of a rifle was the same boy who'd escorted Secretary Geller up from the water and had been knocked down in the initial altercation inside the camp. The boy narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth. He was about to shout when Black's gaze met his. "Shantu?" The boy scowled. "How do you know my name?" he asked in French. "Your brother, Patrice. He made me promise I would come back and get you." Shantu's eyes widened. "You saw my brother?" Black nodded. "He wanted you to come home." "Where is he now?" Black sighed and looked down at the dirt. "He's dead, killed by the very people you fight with." "Why would they be shooting him?" "Because he was with me," Black said. "And I promised if he helped me, I would get you out of this camp." "Patrice is dead?" Shantu asked, the weight of the statement taking some time to register. Black nodded. "I tried to save him, but I couldn't. But he made me promise to save you. That's why I'm back." Shantu shook his head, keeping his gun trained on Black. "Why would I go? I have nowhere to turn to now. This is my family." "Shantu, these people don't care about you. They're using you. I'll help you find a new home and get a new start on life." "But I don't want that. I want to stay here. Patrice didn't know what was best for me." Bullets peppered the area, interrupting their conversation. A man from inside the fence shouted about seeing hostiles outside. Black dove low to the ground, sticking his nose just inches from the soil. But Shantu didn't do the same. He stood still, refusing to move or respond. "Shantu," the guard called. "What are you doing out there?" Black looked up in time to see Shantu collapse, with a bloody wound on his left shoulder. Without hesitating, Black threw his final grenade in the direction of the guard, who'd been shouting at Shantu. Then Black scooped up the kid and headed for the river. Chapter 21. Washington, D.C. Blunt couldn't sleep and showed up at the office just after 6 a.m. He wished he could have watched Black's rescue attempt on a body cam, though Blunt doubted he would have wanted to if it was actually possible. Shields' capability of communicating with Black was hampered by a technical malfunction, leaving everyone in the dark. The cell service in the rural parts of Congo were spotty, and all attempts to reach his phone had failed. All Blunt could do was wait and hope. Assigning Black to such a mission required little thought. Of all the agents Blunt had ever worked with, Black was by far the most willing to charge into danger, holding more regard for the mission's objective than his own well-being. But with all the stipulations President Young had placed on this operation, Blunt felt that even Black would have refused what amounted to little more than a kamikaze bombing run, and one that wasn't guaranteed to hit the ultimate target. Blunt tried to get his mind off the situation, his angst building the longer he went without getting an update. He stood. He sat down. He paced his office floor. Nothing could distract him. But about an hour after showing up at his office, he received a phone call from Edge. "I wasn't expecting to hear from you so soon," Blunt said. "What did you find?" "I don't want to talk about this over the phone," Edge said. "Can you meet me on the steps at the Lincoln Memorial in a half hour? We need to talk." Blunt agreed and grabbed his coat. For a moment, He'd almost forgotten about Black. Edge was sitting off to the side of the steps, his elbows resting on his knees, as he stared at the sprawling area in front of him through his dark sunglasses. Edge looked more like a federal agent than a private investigator. Blunt could only assume it was out of habit after working for the Bureau for so long. Usually Edge was cool and calm, unbothered by anything. He'd arrested hardened criminals, serial killers, and terrorist masterminds. If there was something in the criminal world that could be seen, chances were Edge had seen it. But Blunt noticed something looked different about the investigator. His feet were jumpy, and he twiddled his thumbs, a nervous tic that Blunt never remembered noticing before. "You're up and at 'em early today," Blunt said as he sat down next to Edge. Both men stared out at the joggers hustling along the paths surrounding the park area. "So you're just going to sit there?" Blunt asked, prodding Edge again. Edge pursed his lips before speaking. "Who is she, JD?" "Who are you talking about?" "This woman I'm looking into for you. This Elaine Gibbons. Who is she?" "That's what I hired you to find out for me," Blunt said. "Otherwise I wouldn't need you. So what did you find?" "I've found plenty of people in my day," Edge said. "But this one literally scares me." "Scares you? You can't be serious. There's something that scares Edge?" "Ghosts scare me," Edge said. "And I'm not talking about the kind that jump out and shout boo at Halloween. I'm talking about a ghost in the system." "So are you suggesting that Elaine Gibbons is a ghost?" "Not suggesting," Edge said, stating it as a fact. Blunt cocked his head to one side. "What exactly do you mean by that?" "She's not a real person. At least, Elaine Gibbons as you know her doesn't exist." "But I saw her. Charles Harris was in a relationship with her. She's real. She even left some bruises on me." "Elaine Gibbons is an alias for someone, but a carefully contrived alias. The woman you met as Betty Green is also Elaine Gibbons, but everything about her was fed into a database, like social security number, birth certificate, credit history. It's a massive fabrication. Her true identity isn't known. And get this, even her fingerprints are fake." Blunt furrowed his brow. "How is that even possible? I don't know if she wears special gloves or had them altered, but her fingerprints aren't normal." "And you're sure about all this?" Edge nodded. "Whoever put her in the system is very well connected, and very good at what they do." "So how'd you spot this?" "They made one tiny mistake, but only enough that it tipped me off that this entire alias was fabricated," Edge said. "I still have no idea who did this or how, but it was all data entry at once, uploading an entire portfolio and history of a person. It's frightening, actually. Who knows what she's done, or how many times everything she did was wiped from federal databases." Blunt let out a low whistle. "So we're dealing with some high-powered people here." "Yeah, the kind you don't want to cross." "That's what some people say about me, too," Blunt said with a chuckle. Edge didn't laugh. He turned slowly and took off his sunglasses, his gaze meeting Blunt's. "This is very serious, JD. You don't know who you're dealing with here, and I suggest you tread carefully moving forward." Blunt stroked his chin and cut his eyes over at Edge. "In your opinion, was the Full Good Initiative capable of doing something like this?" "They'd certainly have the access to plant something like that, that's for sure." So how do you recommend we proceed? Edge sighed.
I'm afraid we're also hunting a ghost. I called a friend with connections at the Laramie PD to do a welfare check on Betty Green. Apparently she's gone. She left the remaining amount of money she owed on her apartment and a note telling the owner to sell all her things and pocket the change.
That's not normal behavior.
She probably knew we'd be back, Edge said. She got the hell out of Dodge. Probably the night you went to talk to her.
So now what?
I don't have any leads, if that's what you're looking for from me. But I can try to scrounge up something to work with. Maybe track if she had any bank accounts. Or I can investigate if there are any other similar stories of people just abandoning everything overnight like this.
Sounds good, Blunt said.
I think letting this go would be a mistake. I'll do what you ask, but I strongly caution you against talking with anybody else about this.
Blunt nodded.
It's our little secret for now. But I want to find her and question her myself. I just have a gut feeling that the Full Good initiative simply went underground. If I were a gambling man, I'd put money on your intuition.
Thanks, Edge, Blunt said.
Keep me posted. Of course.
Edge put his sunglasses back on and stood. He placed his hands on his hips and took a deep breath before striding down the steps and disappearing around the corner. Blunt didn't move, remaining behind to ponder what he'd just learned. It was a welcome relief to not think about Agent Black. But the tyranny of the urgent pulled him back into real life when his phone rang with a call from Shields.
Any word from Black?
He asked as he answered.
Not yet, she said. I'm still waiting. But there's something else brewing.
What is it?
I got a call from Besserman looking for you, she said.
Yeah, Blunt said.
He's called me twice since I've been here. What's going on? It's President Young. He's upset over a report that's about to be released in an hour on Secretary Geller. They're going to report that she's being held by terrorists.
Blunt let out several expletives and hung up before hustling back to his car. Chapter 22. Kwango Province, Congo. Secretary Geller wrapped her hand around the handle of the weapon Black had given her and broke into a full sprint in the direction he'd pointed her. She wasn't sure if she'd ever engaged in such blind faith. There was no plane on the horizon, no final destination she could see. However, she could sense the tension as bullets strafed the landscape, hitting all around her. Using her military training, she darted into the dense forest, maintaining her parallel path with the river. The vegetation provided more cover for her as she raced along. Geller tried to stay focused in the moment. Even as she was literally running for her life, she considered that if she survived, Young might fire her. Getting captured by militant terrorists wasn't even the worst possible outcome she could conceive before she left. But things had gone much worse than she'd ever anticipated. As she rounded a bend in the river, the plane came into view. Buoyed by pontoons, the plane bobbed on the water, rocking with the flow of the current. She fired a shot in the air to get the pilot's attention as she emerged from the trees. Moments later, a man poked his head out of the door and looked at her. She gestured for him to fire up the engine, which he promptly did. Geller thought her days of harrowing escapes were over, but she was wrong. When she'd accepted the appointment as Young's Secretary of State, she never imagined that she'd be thrust into a combat situation again. The job was supposed to be about reading foreign diplomats and assuaging their fears while negotiating deals that would be beneficial for the United States. But the gun in her hand suggested there were some other parts of the job she'd never considered, or at least never imagined possible. And it was foolish for her not to, given her predecessor died in a terrorist attack. Geller glanced back one more time, back toward the direction of the compound. She saw heads bobbing up and down as ADF soldiers raced through the trees to recover her. Directly in front of her in the river, the prop engine sputtered before kicking to life with a smooth hum. Geller splashed through the water, bounding up to one of the pontoons. She stepped on it and pulled herself up to the door before opening it.
"Hello, sir," Geller said. "Agent Black told me that you'd be here. Is your name Jean?"
"Can you put the gun down?" he asked, glancing at her weapon. She lowered the gun, but persisted.
"Is your name Jean?"
"Yes," he said.
"Excellent,"
she said as she climbed aboard.
"Let's go."
Jean didn't move.
"Sir, I don't know about you, but I'd prefer not to die today," she said. "So if you don't mind, I'd appreciate it if you'd get this plane moving."
Jean sighed.
"I'm not going anywhere without Agent Black."
Geller wanted to punch the man in the face and fly the plane out herself. And when she glanced over her shoulder and noticed the ADF contingent rapidly advancing toward them, she was opposed to such an extreme response.
"Agent Black told me not to be a hero and wait for him," Geller said. "He told me to leave him." "I was instructed to pick up Agent Black and one other passenger," Jean said. "I don't ever leave any passengers behind." Jean, do you know who I am?" she asked. "I'm hoping you're the other passenger, since Agent Black isn't here," he said. "Otherwise, you're simply trying to commandeer my aircraft. And I won't let that happen." "I'm the Secretary of State, Jean. Rachel Geller. Name ring a bell?" He shook his head. "In case you haven't noticed, I live in Congo. We have spotty internet, and I'm not all that interested in U.S. politics. So you'll have to excuse me if I don't recognize you." She closed her eyes and threw her hands in the air, trying to figure out a way to persuade Jean to take off. "Pretend he's another diplomat. Think, Rachel. Think." Geller took a deep breath before continuing. She glanced over her shoulder to see the onslaught of ADF soldiers drawing ever nearer. "Jean, why are you here?" she asked. "Honestly? Don't lie to me, Jean." He pursed his lips. "I'm here because I was told that the State Department might be able to help us get a plane through customs and operational, if truth be told." "So no altruistic motives for you?" Jean shrugged. "Well, it's not my airplane. I view all these airplanes as belonging to the people of this beautiful country." "Okay, I get it. They're all going to die if you don't do something to help them, Jean. And you have to understand that I am the person who's going to make that happen. Me, Jean, me. And if you and I die out here, no airplane for you. Understand?" "It'd almost be exactly how one of the greatest aviation missionaries of all time, Nate Saint, died," Jean said. "He was martyred trying to reach indigenous people while his plane was on a sandbar. It wouldn't be so bad." Geller wanted to shake some sense into him, but she had to think. "I don't think you get it. They're going to burn us alive for the sheer pleasure of a bunch of radical terrorists in a video that will live in infamy on the internet. You'll be set on fire, and you'll watch your skin melt off. Is that how you want to go?" "I've never considered getting burned alive," Jean said. "Plane crashes? Yes. But burning to death seems rather barbaric." "But that's exactly what they're going to do to us if they catch us." Geller glanced back to see the ADF forces drawing dangerously close. She heard gunfire as some bullets splashed into the water around them. "I'm not going to ask you again, Jean," she said. I was under strict orders to take Agent Black and one other passenger back to our base in Kinshasa with me."
Geller growled, realizing her attempt at diplomacy was a failure, one that was going to cost both her and the obtuse pilot their lives. She brandished her weapon and jammed the barrel into Jean's chest.
"Either you take off now, or I'm going to shoot you and fly this bird myself."
Jean raised his hands in the air.
"Fine, you don't have to be so violent about it. But the blood of Agent Black is going to be on your hands, not on mine, if he doesn't make it for some reason." "Fly the damn plane, Jean," she shouted, pressing the gun harder against his chest.
He adjusted the throttle as the plane lurched forward.
Come on,
Geller said, pounding the dashboard with the palm of her hand.
"They're gaining on us." "Not for long,"
Jean said. Seconds later, the plane dipped and then lurched skyward. He banked hard right as a pair of missiles in tandem flew past them. Jean smiled and gave her a wink.
"Just another day at the office, Madam Secretary."
Geller swallowed hard, her heart pounding within her chest. The soldiers on the ground fired another shot at them, but they fell woefully short, crashing into the river beneath them.
"Fly, Jean, fly," she said.
In the distance, thunder rumbled and lightning streaked across the sky. Geller said a prayer under her breath and closed her eyes. She just wanted everything to be over, but there was still plenty for her to do. She'd have to grieve another time over her staff. That was part of the job no one warned her about, and it had pushed her to the brink.
"You can do it, Rachel."
She had more reason than ever to do so, and she didn't intend to fail. Chapter 23. Kwango Province, Congo. When Black reached the shore of the Kwango River, he raced into the water, lugging Shantu over his shoulder. In the distance, he saw the Cessna 172 soaring skyward as it headed straight toward the storm. He was relieved that she'd escaped, but worried about her facing such conditions. Given a choice, he wasn't sure if he'd choose armed insurgents on the ground over a thunderstorm in a single-engine plane. But his choice had already been made for him.
"Stay with me, Shantu,"
Black said. The river's current carried Black along as he neared the center. He repositioned Shantu to keep his head above water as they went with the flow. Occasionally, he heard shouting from the bank, followed by gunshots. But Black was moving too quickly through the fast-moving waters for anyone to get a clear shot at him. After a couple of minutes, Black stopped hearing the shouts from the shore, as well as the gunfire, and he decided to get to the bank. His movement through the water was a slow one, hampered by Shantu, who had remained passed out from the shock of the wound. The slog through the water took longer than Black wanted, but he eventually reached land. When he walked ashore with Shantu draped over his shoulder, he received curious looks from a group of young boys playing on the bank nearby. They stared at Black, unsure of what to make of the hulking foreign soldier. He forced a smile and tousled one of the kids' hair. Black scanned the area, only to hear gunshots echo through the jungle. He darted behind a tree and noticed a pair of ADF soldiers with their weapons trained in front of them as they forded the river. Black broke into a sprint, zigzagging his way around trees and bushes. More shots landed nearby as he continued to stretch his lead. Black ran for another 100 meters before he entered a jungle village. Despite the small clearing, the clouds overhead kept the area relatively dark, but Black's entrance into their domain attracted a crowd. Circular wooden huts with grass roofs dotted the clearing, with a common area in the center, while intrigued villagers ventured outside to look at him. Black received everything from slack-jawed stares to scowls, before a couple of men confronted him. They barked at him in a language he didn't understand, but Black realized he was only wasting time by indulging their curiosity. If they continued to hold him up, he'd be in danger of getting caught by the ADF soldiers pursuing him. Unable to communicate with words, Black pulled out a gun and raised it in the air. The men stepped back and raised their hands in a gesture of surrender. Black scanned the area and spotted a motorcycle sitting by itself near the entrance to a hut. He straddled the bike and kicked up the stand with his heel. The villagers started shouting at him in what he took as a plea to not take the bike. "Medicine," one man said in a thick accent. Black glanced behind the bike and noticed a small metal basket attached to the back seat and hanging over the fender. Medicine was scrawled on a piece of cardboard fastened to the basket. Black understood their protests, but there wasn't time to explain. "I'll bring it back," he shouted, before roaring away. He rode with Shantu in front of him, using his arms to keep Shantu secure as they raced around corners. Black rode deep enough into the woods that he was a significant distance from the main path, but he could still see the clearing created by the Quango, which Black used as a guide to navigate him toward civilization. Following 10 minutes of hard driving, Black stopped and got off the bike to inspect Shantu. With the boy's wound still not dressed, Black ripped his t-shirt off and used it to create a makeshift bandage. He wrapped it around Shantu's left shoulder. "Lou," Shantu said, his cry for water weak, but strong enough for Black to hear it. Black saw a small tributary that had branched off the Quango a few meters ahead. Using the bike, Black pushed Shantu to the water's edge and helped him down to the edge to drink. Shantu wasted no time in getting hydrated. When he was finished, he smacked his lips together and released a faint smile. Still groggy from the events of the past half hour, Shantu thanked Black. "How's your arm?" Black asked. "I'll live," Shantu said, before pausing. "How did my brother die?" "Let's get where we're going, and I'll tell you more later," Black said. "It's a long story." "No," Shantu said, kicking at the dirt. "I'll hear it now." Black sighed as he glanced at his watch. "We really need to get going again. If we get caught—" "I don't care about that," Shantu said. "I want to know how my brother died." Black explained again what had happened to Patrice, withholding the gorier details. But that didn't stop Shantu from breaking down into tears. "Why did you do this to him?" Shantu asked. "He'd still be alive if you hadn't done this." Black nodded. "I know. And you'd still be a slave of Kazadi. Is that what you wanted?" "No, but—" "You're a child, Shantu. Your brother knew, as do I, that no boy your age is supposed to be wielding a weapon and killing innocent people." "But I know this is hard for you, but you will thank me later." Shantu set his jaw and glared at Black. "It's your fault, and you know it." Black sighed and glanced back at the jungle. Shantu slapped at the water and stood, before storming toward the bike. He stopped and glanced back at Black, before kicking it over. The motorcycle hit the ground with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Did that make you feel better?" Black asked, nodding at the motorcycle. Shantu didn't say anything. Black gestured for Shantu to join him on the seat. "We've got a long journey ahead,
but we don't have any more time to spare. Get on."
Shantu pouted as he took his position in front of Black on the bike. When he bumped Shantu's arm, he winced.
"We need to get you to a doctor," Black said. "I'll be fine," Shantu said. "I've been shot before. This is nothing."
Black kick-started the bike before revving the engine and tearing off through the forest. They rode for another 20 minutes before arriving at a small modern town situated near the river. There were a few paved roads, including one that connected to a highway that led north to Kinshasa. Black drove until he reached a small farmhouse on the outskirts of town. Unsure if Shantu would attempt to drive off on the motorcycle, Black removed the spark plug and pocketed it. Then he approached the front door and knocked on it, but no one answered. After surveying the area, he opened the door and searched for any first aid materials. He found a bandage and some disinfectant pads, and then left. Black walked the bike toward a small storage facility located at the back of the property. He instructed Shantu to sit on the ground in order to dress the wound. As Black inspected the wound, he attempted another conversation with Shantu. "You're lucky," Black said. "That bullet went straight through your arm, meaning you probably won't have any infection." Shantu offered a weak smile. "I guess there's always a positive thing to take from even the worst situations. At least, that's what my father used to say." "Your father was a wise man." "I hardly remember him," Shantu said. "It's almost like he was a dream." "What was he like?" Shantu shrugged. "He was kind to my mother, and me and Patrice. He laughed a lot, and liked to tell funny jokes. He used to play with us, which got him in trouble with my mother." "I'll help you, Shantu. Your life will be different now." "Will you take me with you?" "Depends," Black said. "You don't have to leave Congo if you don't want to, but I know there's a different life, a better life, the kind of life where you can become who you're supposed to be, without evil men using you for their purposes." "I don't know what I want in this life." "You have your whole life ahead of you, but you shouldn't be forced into killing others at your age." Black pressed the bandage against Shantu's skin, sealing the wound from the outside air. "I won't pretend I'd know what your father would want for you," Black continued. "But I have a pretty good idea that he wouldn't want you to be a soldier at 12 years old." Shantu stared blankly through the open door and out into the field. "I don't know either, but Kazadi is like my father now." "Not anymore," Black said. "Everything is going to change." Black jumped to his feet. "I have to make a quick phone call. Please stay here." Black pulled out his phone and pumped his fist at recognizing that he had a signal. He dialed Shields' number and waited for her to answer. "Are you all right?" she asked. "I'm in a bind here," he said. "Is Geller safe?" "From terrorists? Yes, for the time being. From Mother Nature, that remains to be seen." "Are you with her?" "No," Black said. "I had to let her go. She flew off with the pilot, but into a thunderstorm." "What happened?" Shields asked, her exasperation showing in her voice. "It's a long story, but I had to go back for someone." "An American?" "No," he said. "A boy soldier. And now I'm not sure how much he wanted to be saved, even though those bastards shot him." "Classic Stockholm Syndrome, perhaps? Or he could just be scared, because he's completely alone in the world now," Black said. "His brother helped me navigate the river, but ADF troops killed him." "So what you're saying is, you're pinned down behind enemy lines, with a reluctant ADF combatant?"
He's 12. He's also trained to kill, Shields said. Don't let his age fool you. I know. But I think he'll come around. I just need to help him snap out of his stupor. You sound like the one in a stupor, she said. I'd love to help you out, but President Young continues to keep us hamstrung in our efforts to extract you. Until Geller is confirmed safe, you're stuck. If something changes, call me back on this number, Black said. What are you gonna do? I don't know, he said. I'll think of something. Black ended the call before he kicked at the dirt and let out a string of expletives. Chapter 24. Washington, D.C. Michelle Ryland tucked her hair behind her ears as she read over her script. She'd been in Washington for over a year, desperately searching for a story that would catapult her name to the lips of every news director in the country. Landing a job as a White House reporter was high on her list of career goals, but not for a local Virginia television station. She wanted to be a highly paid and highly respected journalist. And that would never happen if she stayed at the CBS station in Norfolk, Virginia very long. She fiddled with her earbud and adjusted the volume. The early morning show on Channel 3 covered a wide variety of topics, mostly guests related to happenings in the community, as well as a few news features. In most cases, major news was held for the midday show, but this was an exception. As Ryland took a deep breath and tried to stay calm, she could hear an audible buzz of conversation from the newsroom every time someone spoke to her. Based on all the text messages she'd received, the entire station was excited about the prospect of having their viewers and online numbers soar by exposing a cover-up by the administration. And Ryland couldn't wait to share it with the world. For the past few days, she'd spent hours stalking her sources at the State Department and the Pentagon, inquiring about the whereabouts of Secretary Geller. Before Geller left, she'd given a brief press conference that Ryland attended, and the reporter saw a note scrawled on a piece of paper that suggested Geller was leaving for Africa earlier than her office claimed. Ryland wondered why Geller was leaving so early, and where she was going. At first, it didn't seem to matter much, but then she started to hear reports over social media originating out of Africa that Geller was in Congo. At first, Ryland dismissed the reports as absurd, but when she didn't get a response back about the secretary's activity 2 days earlier, Ryland's suspicion grew. That was all but confirmed when she found a grainy video of a woman who looked strikingly similar to Geller being held at gunpoint. When Ryland confronted the State Department media relations team with the images, they said that wasn't her and that they knew where she was, on her way to Africa. But Ryland sensed they were lying, and when she asked for proof that Geller was on her plane, the reporter didn't receive an answer, which actually confirmed that she was right. Ryland straightened the collar on her blouse and stood up straight, accentuating her figure. She smiled broadly and looked directly at the camera, rehearsing her lines again before going live. "You look great," said Eddie, the veteran cameraman who'd spent the past 3 decades working with White House reporters at Channel 3. "Thanks," she said, dropping the phony smile. "Just be a little more natural when we go live," Eddie suggested. "And don't smile. You wouldn't want viewers to think you were happy about the news." Ryland nodded and glanced back down at her paper. She hated the advice Eddie doled out. All he cared about was how she looked, and he was obnoxious about it. She checked her watch. They were scheduled to go live in 5 minutes, and she could feel the butterflies churning in her stomach. She read quietly to herself,
practicing the pacing and delivery of her lead-in to the story.
Deep breath, Michelle. At least Gloria didn't get this story.
As she was in the middle of reading the script again, she heard the voice of her producer booming in her ear. "We're pulling the plug on this story," Robert Houghton said. Ryland's mouth fell agape.
"You're what?"
"You heard me. We're dropping the live shot and going with another canned story."
"I've got everything we need for this story, including sources and supporting documentation," she said. "You better not be giving this to Gloria on the desk."
Gloria Simmons was 3 years Ryland's senior, and a little more glamorous, too. To say they were rivals was an understatement. "Nobody's doing this story," he said.
"And why not?"
Ryland demanded. "I'm saving your career, kid," Houghton said. "You'll thank me later. Give me a call after you've uploaded the other story you're working on for tonight's 5 o'clock broadcast." The line went dead. She pulled out the earbud and stomped around for a half minute, nearly breaking her heels. "It's all right," Eddie said. "At least you didn't lose your job over it, which you surely would have if you'd gone live. You would have been the laughingstock of the internet."
"What do you mean?"
she asked. Eddie held up his phone, with a video playing on it.
"What's that?"
Ryland asked, as she stormed over to him. "The State Department just released this video," he said. "It's of Secretary Geller doing humanitarian work in Congo. They didn't want anyone knowing she was going there for security reasons, but she's fine now and gearing up for the big summit in South Africa tomorrow." Ryland narrowed her eyes after watching the clip.
"That's a lie,"
she said, pointing at the screen. "Maybe it is, maybe it isn't," he said. "But do you want to gamble with your career like that? Apparently Robert wasn't willing to gamble with his."
"I still want to do this story," she said.
"Then you'll have to find another cameraman. And your own camera," Eddie said. "I'm not about to jeopardize my job because you're believing the lies someone over at the State Department is telling you."
"My source is at the Pentagon, and he's never lied to me yet."
"That you're aware of," Eddie said, shaking his head with a wry grin. "Come on, Ryland. You've been in this city all of 5 minutes. Every politician and bureaucrat comes here with dreams of getting rich by selling a story to the American people that fits an agenda. And the crazy thing is, the agenda doesn't even matter all that much. The sole agenda for most people in this city is to simply get rich, and no one seems to care which side of the issue they're on."
"That's cynical, Eddie, even from you."
He shrugged and chuckled. "If you last much longer here, you'll be the same way."
"Never," she said. "I'm a principled journalist."
"Hold on a second," Eddie said, putting his right hand to his earpiece. "Stay right there. Robert just said to make sure I capture footage of this rare species in the wild."
"Oh, shut up, Eddie."
"I had you going for a minute," he said, pointing at her and smiling.
"Pack up," she said. "I still have work to do today."
Robert Besserman watched the short news piece about Secretary Geller stopping in Congo to do some humanitarian work. 15 minutes after it was posted, Good Morning America scooped up the clip from Geller's official social media account and packaged it up for a brief segment. Besserman smiled and shook his head. Torpedoing a damning story poised to come out in a matter of minutes would have never been this easy 20 years ago. He still hated the internet and social media, but not today. The would-be narrative was turned on its head. Public relations disaster averted. He enjoyed the tiny victory, giving him something to smile about after another day of continued anxiety and uncertainty. His phone buzzed with a call from President Young.
Good morning, Mr. President, Besserman said as he answered. That was a stroke of genius, Bobby, Young said. I don't know how you pulled that one off, but you did an incredible job of getting all that footage together in such short order. I appreciate that, sir. When you specialize in counterintelligence, you can do the disinformation part in your sleep. There was a moment of silence from Young. Sir? Are you still there? Besserman asked. Yeah? What exactly do you mean by that? Besserman was surprised by the question. I'm sorry, sir. I thought you knew. Knew what? We still haven't heard from Secretary Geller, Besserman said. What are you talking about? Where did all that footage come from? One of her aides pulled it from the cloud connected to the cell phone of several staffers and cobbled together that clip. So we still don't know where she is, or if she's even alive? Young asked. Besserman sighed. No, sir. Not yet. But we're still working on it. I thought you'd pulled off a miracle in Congo, Bobby. I just bought us more time, sir. You kicked the can down the road is what you did, Young said with a growl. That's not what I wanted. And extracting her by civilian aircraft wasn't what I wanted either. But here we are. This better not backfire on me, Young said, because if it does, I'm holding you responsible. If all goes well, Secretary Geller will be a hero in short order. You've known me long enough to understand that I don't operate under wishful thinking. With all due respect, sir, not being honest about Geller when she's being held hostage by the ADF in the middle of the jungle means you're indulging in some serious wishful thinking. So you know nothing yet? Nothing definitive, sir. Just that she got on an airplane and escaped the ADF, but it was headed straight into a storm. Young grunted. I want an update the minute you hear something. Of course, sir. Young ended the call, leaving Besserman with nothing to do but ponder his future if somehow Geller didn't survive. And hope was all he had. Chapter 25. Washington, D.C. Blunt stood in front of a wall map in the conference room, trying to determine his agent's location. According to Shields' report, he'd traveled north after getting Secretary Geller to the Cessna. But there weren't many places long enough to land a plane in that direction. And based on the terrorist activity in the area, helicopters presented too slow a moving target, making them more susceptible to gunfire from the ground. There was nothing more the ADF would love than to knock a U.S. military chopper out of the sky. I hope you're having better luck than I am finding a way to get Black out of there, Shields said as she strode into the room. Blunt, gnawing on a cigar, shook his head. This is a disaster. I can't assign my operatives to missions like this if the president is going to clip our wings. Both figuratively and literally in this case, she said. Blunt's nostrils flared as he clenched his fists. I don't see any way out for him. Do you? Not by air. His eyes widened. The river? It's a possibility. But he needs a boat. One with a motor. Agreed. And where do you expect him to find one of those on such short notice? Shields shrugged. He could steal one. This isn't a river like you'd see back home in South Georgia, Blunt said. It's not like there are a million docks with motorboats littering the banks. Those people there are lucky if they've got a canoe and a pair of paddles. He could still look. And draw the attention of travel people. Look, I'd put his chances far higher going against terrorists with rifles than I would jungle dwellers with spears and bows. Point taken, and especially since he's traveling with a boy. Blunt sighed and bit his lip.
He considered not saying anything, but couldn't restrain himself.
He can't save everyone. Besides, some people don't want to be saved. I'm not sure you're wrong about that when it comes to this boy. I get the sense from Black that he's squirrely. So help me if he costs Black his life. I'll hunt that kid down myself.
Shields offered a thin smile.
He'll be smart. We just need to give him a pathway out of there. Unfortunately, I don't see one. Do you? I don't see any readily available, which is why I was hoping you were having better luck than I did. In that case, I think we'll just have to make a way.
Shields smiled wide and winked.
I was hoping you might be thinking that way, but we need to act fast. What did you have in mind?
Shields sat down in one of the conference room chairs and rested her feet on the table before continuing.
Do you have any friends at the WHO? I have several good friends who work there, Blunt said. But they're not the kind of people who would generally be willing to help out a military venture. What if you don't tell them it is? I'm listening.
Shields jumped to her feet.
I've been thinking about how we can get transportation to Agent Black without the ADF becoming suspicious, or anyone else for that matter. So I'm guessing you've fleshed this out.
Shields nodded and began to pace around the table.
What if you call your friends and tell them that you have a buddy who works for Doctors Without Borders and is in Congo practicing among the villagers? But he's found a patient with a rare virus which needs to be studied further. The patient is a 12-year-old boy who seems to be fully recovered, but 3 elderly people in the village contracted the same virus and died within 24 hours. And your pitch? We need to send an outbreak team into the village to bring the boy out as well as Dr. Black. They can drive out the boy and Dr. Black, who can claim that he left his supplies with another doctor who needed it more.
Blunt's eyes lit up.
That's brilliant. Now we've got to get Black into a village that's not too far away from his current location to make this more plausible. I'll make it happen, she said, before hustling out of the room to contact Black.
Blunt smiled as he interlocked his fingers behind his head and surveyed the map again.
I think this just might work.
Chapter 26. Kwango Province, Congo. Bahiri Zahid glared at the guard positioned at the entrance of the gate. Just beyond the fence, he could see the guards hustling back and forth, preparing troops to deploy. The guard stared at the picture of Zahid before hailing his superior on the radio.
If you don't let me in, you will regret it, Zahid said.
The guard scowled and looked up from the document. He drew his weapon and trained it on Zahid. Zahid raised his hands in the air and took a step back.
Chill out, brother. I'm just here to see a friend.
A smile leaked across his face as the gate swung open. Kazadi, flanked by several soldiers, emerged. He looked at the guard.
What are you doing?
Kazadi asked.
I wanted to make sure that he was who he said he was.
Kazadi sneered at the guard before smashing him in the face with an elbow. He staggered backward and clutched his nose.
Don't ever treat my esteemed guests like this again, Kazadi said. Do you understand?
The man nodded, his hand still covering his face.
Good,
Kazadi said, before turning to Zahid.
Welcome to our camp.
The 2 men embraced before retreating inside. Kazadi offered a cigar to Zahid, who readily accepted.
It's a Cuban, yes? Zahid asked. Of course, Kazadi said. Only the best for you, brother.
Zahid held the cigar up to his nose and ran it back and forth, inhaling the tobacco aroma.
And to think I was only a short distance away from such an exquisite luxury. What did those imperialists do to you? Kazadi asked. I've heard Guantanamo Bay is a sentence worse than death itself. All lies, Zahid said. It used to be that way, but when the American government was shamed for how they treated a few Muslim prisoners in Iraq, everything changed. It might as well be a Club Med resort now. The two men laughed heartily. Come, Kazadi said, ushering Zahid toward a tent. We have much to discuss. Kazadi wasted no time in explaining events over the last 24 hours. He explained everything, from the good fortune of learning that Secretary Geller was in their country, to the opportunity to use her as a pawn. That was where the good news ended. Kazadi's tone changed from one of pride to one of anger while describing how American operatives disrupted the camp and managed to free Geller. Where is she now? Zahid asked. Kazadi shrugged. No one knows. She got on an airplane sitting in the middle of the river and took off. My men took a few shots at her, but she escaped. However, I doubt she got far. The storm overhead looked dangerous. The plane disappeared into the clouds. Who rescued her? Zahid asked. We're still trying to determine the identity of the man who broke her out. Man? As in, only one? We don't know how many there were, but we just caught a single one on tape. A single man broke into this camp and freed the secretary? Kazadi sighed, and then nodded. We're still not sure how many were involved in the attack, but we only managed to capture one on our security cameras. Can I see the footage? Kazadi nodded. Follow me. The two men meandered through the camp until they arrived at a wooden shed, one of the few quasi-permanent structures around. Satellite dishes hung off the edge of the roof, pointing in various directions. Inside, two men sporting headphones monitored all the activity captured by security cameras surrounding the perimeter. Most of the screens appeared to be working, while a handful showed only static. Kazadi instructed one of the men to bring back footage from the previous day's attack. He quickly complied with the order, setting up the video before offering his seat to Kazadi, who gestured for Zahid to sit down. What exactly happened? Zahid asked. I'll let you see for yourself. Following a brief tutorial on how to use the machine, Zahid furrowed his brow as he watched the scene unfold. With all the cameras synced up, he moved the clips forward and backward, studying different monitors each time. What are you looking for? Kazadi asked. Your weakness. Then Zahid snapped as he pointed at one of the screens. The attack started from above. See right here. Kazadi leaned closer to the screen, squinting at the blurred object next to Zahid's finger. What is that? It's a rope, Zahid said. Whoever sprang here did so by dropping down through the trees. We have trained our men to check the trees. Then they need to be retrained, Zahid said, because they didn't do a good job. Zahid returned his full attention to the footage, continuing to move forward and backward within the time frame of the attack. After another couple of minutes, he stopped and slapped the desktop. He wore a big grin when he looked up at Kazadi. What is it? Kazadi asked. This is the man who broke into your camp, Zahid asked, pointing at the screen. Kazadi nodded. There could have been more, but we couldn't find anyone else in the security footage. No, there was only one. This man is fully capable of pulling off such an operation on his own. But he had help, Kazadi said. Remember? The plane on the river. Did this man get on the plane too? Zahid asked. Not that we noticed. He returned to camp for some reason, before disappearing across the river and into the jungle. So he's still here, right? Theoretically, I suppose so. Some of my men chased him north along the river, but lost him after a while. Zahid clenched his fists and pumped them triumphantly. Forget the U.S. Secretary of State. This man is far more valuable to us if we intend to strike back at the Americans. How so? I'll tell you everything once we capture him, Zahid said. Let's resume your search for him immediately. Kazadi nodded. So who is that man? That is Agent Titus Black, Zahid said. And you need to do everything you can to apprehend him. Talk to everyone you know in this jungle and spread the word. He must be caught. Zahid suddenly felt hopeful again. Now, if you'll excuse me, Zahid said, I need to make a phone call. I have a favor to cash in. Chapter 27. Washington, D.C. After Christina Shields put her ambitious plan into motion, she went to work out. She'd made every phone call and sent every email in an effort to alert everyone about the extraction plan she had conceived. She was surprised at Blunt's enthusiasm for it, though she wasn't sure if he acted that way because he truly thought it was a good idea or that he didn't have any of his own. Either way, the wheels had been set in motion, and it was out of her control. All she could do now was wait to receive word that Agent Black was safe. Instead of sitting around the office, she did what she always did around lunchtime when in Washington, and blew off some steam at the gym. She swiped her access card and headed to the women's locker room. Shields changed into a tank top and shorts, before sitting down on the bench and exhaling slowly. Closing her eyes, she inserted her earbuds and listened to her favorite James Taylor album. It was her dad's favorite when she was a kid, and quickly became her music of choice when she was feeling stressed. She was almost entranced by Taylor's smooth voice and soulful lyrics when Fire and Rain started playing. But as the second verse started, she turned off, remembering what the song was really about. It wasn't simply about coping with hard times. It was about dealing with the unexpected loss of a friend. Is that all Black is to me? A friend? While she had spent plenty of time thinking about how their potential relationship might affect their work, she hadn't really considered the depth to which they might go together. Was it just a spur-of-the-moment kiss? Or was there more that they both wanted to explore? Maybe even something more permanent, more exclusive. Neither one of them dated much. She and Black had discussed in the past how they both hated lying to people they cared about, and that was a non-negotiable part of the job. Nobody knew what they did or what the real purpose of Firestorm was. Saying that they worked at a private security firm was both self-explanatory and helped avoid a slew of detailed questions. Claiming to be a data analyst in the corporate office usually ended all future questions. Nobody wanted to be bored to death. Sufficiently relaxed, Shields decided she could ponder all these things after she finished her workout. She switched over to some more rhythmic music and headed to the weight room. Shields started her chest exercises, beginning with the bench. She warmed up with the bar, and then shoved 45-pound weights on each side of the bar. A tall guy with bulging biceps, who appeared to skip most leg days, leaned against one of the machines and watched her, mouth agape. Shields gave him a wink before hoisting up the bar 10 times without any problems. For the next half hour, she flung kettlebells, deadlifted barbells, and curled dumbbells. And during that time, she forgot all about the things that were troubling her
just a few hours earlier. Instead, she focused on the burning sensation in her arms and chest. With each exercise, her body grew more tired and sore, and Shields became happier. She spent the next 15 minutes engaged in a HIIT exercise on the treadmill. When that was completed, she was tired and began walking toward the communal hot tub. Upon arriving at the tub, she was relieved to see that no one was inside it. Just what I need. The hot tub all to myself. Shields changed into her swimsuit before returning to soak in the warm water. She removed her prosthetic leg and set it near the base of the tub before easing inside. As she sank down, she steadied herself by using the handles affixed on the top. Then she scooted into a corner, which was positioned a little lower with a reclining back. She closed her eyes and turned James Taylor back on again. The jets forced a mixture of water and air all up and down her back, bringing a faint smile to her face. Shields surveyed the room again, which was completely empty. And surprising. Even on a day with fewer members at the gym, there were always at least 2 or 3 people enjoying a soak. The attendance was so sparse that she started to wonder if it was a holiday that she'd forgotten. Shields remained in that position for 5 minutes, almost lulled to sleep by the low hum emanating from the hot tub. Then, with her eyes still closed, she sensed that the lights were out. When she opened her eyes, her hunch was proven correct.
"Hello?" Shields called out. "Is anyone here?"
She heard shuffling across the room.
"Who's there?"
She leaned over the side and reached for her leg. She couldn't feel it or see it. Scrambling out of the tub, she lowered herself down the steps and bent over to get her leg where she'd left it before getting in the water. The leg was gone. Shields cursed under her breath as she tried to determine what was happening.
"Who's in here? I need my leg back now."
"Here you go," a man said in a deep voice from behind her. Shields spun around, in time to get walloped in the head. She staggered backward a few steps before falling to the ground. And what little light she could see went dark again. Chapter 28. Kwango Province, Congo. Black followed Shields' directions as he ventured into the jungle with Shantu on the motorcycle. The village where they were to await the arrival of the doctors was 10 kilometers north of their position. They sped along a narrow dirt path, weaving around bushes and bobbing beneath branches. When they arrived at the specified location, several men meandered up to meet them. Black held his hands up, signaling that he wasn't a combatant, and praying they understood. One of the men, his long beard almost solid white, shuffled up to Black and squinted, studying him closely just inches away from his face. Black remained frozen, using only his eyes to follow the elderly man. After a few seconds, he moved behind Black and continued the inspection. This went on for nearly a minute, as the rest of the villagers sat in silence watching the proceedings. However, they ended abruptly when Shantu broke into laughter, and the serious expressions on the faces of the villagers lightened. Shantu said something to the old man in a language Black didn't understand. The elderly man responded, and then extended his index finger, poking Black in the arm several times. "What did you say?" Black asked Shantu in a hushed tone. "I told him you weren't a lion, and that you wouldn't bite," Shantu said. "Then he asked if he could touch you. Is that okay?" Black chuckled. "Of course it's okay." "Good," Shantu said. "He told me that he's never seen a white man with muscles before.
The white doctors who come to the village all look pale and weak."
Black flexed his bicep as he looked down at the man. The man jumped back, his eyes widening. Then, Black turned directly toward the villager and started flexing his pecs, making them bulge in a rhythmic dance as he grinned. The old man took a step back before he broke into laughter. The rest of the villagers followed suit, creating an uproar that echoed through the jungle.
"I think they like you,"
Shantu said. The old man turned to all the other people and shouted something.
"What's he saying?"
Black asked.
"He said that everyone is to welcome the funny white man."
Black looked at Shantu, whose complexion had suddenly turned pale.
"Are you all right?" "I think I'm—"
Shantu collapsed as he fell to the jungle floor. Villagers rushed over to him, while Black loomed over the boy and tried to assess what had gone wrong. Checking his breathing passageways, Black determined that the boy was breathing fine. But then, after taking his pulse, Black realized it was weak.
"He's in shock," Black said. "He needs to lie down on a bed and get some water."
2 young men helped Black carry the boy into a hut, where they laid him on a blanket spread out across the floor. Black removed the boy's shirt and started to poke and prod around the entry and exit wound.
"He needs some food and water,"
Black said, making hand gestures that he hoped would convey what he wished he could say in their language.
"But I will call for a doctor."
Black wasn't sure anyone understood him, but he pulled the cell phone out of Shantu's pocket and feigned dialing a call. Help was already on the way, if Shields' medical team didn't get apprehended along the way. But Shantu's fainting spell gave Black a chance to make the doctor's entry into the village seem even more legitimate. Black knelt next to Shantu as he started to wake up. The boy eased up into a sitting position, while Black supported him.
"What happened?"
Shantu asked, rubbing his head.
"I think you fainted," Black said. "You're dehydrated. Here, have some water."
Shantu didn't need to be told twice. He took the wooden cup from Black's hands and drank all the water, never once stopping to take a breath.
"You were thirsty, kid," Black said. "Want some more?"
"Yes, please."
Black nodded at a boy who was standing at the doorway of the cramped hut. Understanding Black's signals, the boy took the cup and darted off to get more water. The process repeated twice more, before the boy returned the final time with a large pitcher, filled to the brim. Black thanked the child and filled up Shantu's cup yet again.
"So, someone is coming to get us?"
Shantu asked. Black nodded. "Don't worry. They'll be here soon enough." He meandered toward the doorway, easing through the onlookers gathered inside the house. Black stared into the jungle and down the pathway from the direction he expected the doctors. Even though he was helping Shantu, whenever Black closed his eyes, he saw the image of Patrice's face as he pled for Black to save his little brother. Black wouldn't rest easy until the job was done. He checked his watch and returned to Shantu's side.
"How much longer?"
Shantu asked.
"Maybe 10 or 15 minutes.
Shantu tried to stand up, but Black prevented him from doing so.
"You need to rest, Shantu," Black said. "You need some more sustenance and rest. I'll get you all the help you need, both now and in the future."
Shantu scowled.
"What do you mean?"
"I will get you the best education possible. I will get you the best medical care available in the world. I will do everything I can to ensure that your life in 5 or 10 years from now looks nothing like it did last week."
"Who are you to say that your way would be better?"
Black shrugged.
I'm no one to say that. But I know Patrice wanted the best for you, and this is what he wanted for you." At the mention of Patrice's name, Chantu started crying. Tears streaked down his cheeks before he grabbed Black's waist and hugged him tightly. After a few seconds passed, Black put his hand on Chantu's back and rubbed it. "It's going to be all right. I promise." Chantu sniffled as he drew back. He rubbed his eyes with his hands, trying to dry the tears. "I can't tell you the pain I feel, knowing I'll never see him again, or my father or my mother. But I have you." Black put his hands on Chantu's shoulders and looked the boy directly in the eyes. "You will get through this, all of this, and those things that were used to weaken you, they will make you strong. I have no doubt you will grow up to be a great man one day." The rumbling of a vehicle outside the hut arrested Black's attention. He jumped to his feet and strode toward the door. "Mr. Black!" Chantu called. "Mr. Black!" "I'll be right back," Black said. "It sounds as if our ride has arrived." "No, Mr. Black! Don't go outside! Stay here with me!" Black paused at the door, the boy's eyes begging him to stay. "It'll only take a minute, and then we'll both be on our way out of here." "But Mr. Black!" Black emerged from the crowd and looked in the direction of the noise. But instead of seeing a convoy of motorcycles to transport them to the medical convoy just off the main highway, he saw a handful of dirt bikes. Where'd they go? Black wondered aloud. It was the last thing he said before he felt a prick in his neck as his knees buckled. Chapter 29. Kwango Province, Congo. Black slowly opened his eyes and tried to adjust to the bright light shining on him. He tried to shield his face with his arms, but they were bound behind him, fastened together with a rope. Closing his eyes, he fought against the bindings for a moment, before realizing his struggle was futile. A guard stepped in front of the light as he cocked his head to one side and inspected his American prisoner. "He's awake," the guard said in French. Within seconds, armed men swarmed around Black, poking and prodding him with the barrels of their weapons. Black drew back, irritated by all the people hovering over him. They all discussed features about Black, from the size of his biceps to the expression on his face, which oscillated between perturbed and irate. This continued for a couple of minutes, before a man ordered everyone to be quiet. Silence fell over the cramped space in the tent before the guards parted for their leader. A man strode toward Black and finally stopped 6 feet away. Black recognized the man immediately. "If it isn't Agent Black, in the flesh," Bahiri Zahid said. "I wasn't sure I'd ever see you again, but here you are." "I was certain I'd never see your ugly face again," Black said with a sneer. "But then I remembered what a chicken shit you are. The terrorist too afraid to blow himself up, which is the only reason why you're still alive." "All in due time, my American friend," Zahid said with a smile. "But if there's one thing I've learned over the years, it's that things rarely go like you expect them to, so be prepared for anything." "Then I hope you're prepared this time to stay locked up forever," Black said with a wry grin. Zahid chuckled and shook his head. "All you have is hope and a prayer. Isn't that right? However, as the more benevolent man here, I'm not going to keep you locked up forever. I'm going to release you very soon. And if you don't do as I say when I release you, there will be dire consequences."
With Black's vision restored, his predicament appeared even more dire. A pounding headache made him more agitated, as he realized that he'd only be able to think his way out of this situation, if he could even do that.
"Can we not talk about this right now?" Black asked. "My head hurts, and I feel nauseous."
"It's nothing to worry about," Zahid said. "It's just a special concoction my friend Mr. Kazadi cooked up for you. I know how you Americans like to experience new cultures, so to speak. And around the Kwango River, the poison from the forest cobra is how you subdue your enemies, right before you kill them."
"Perhaps you have me mixed up with someone else," Black said, his wrists starting to burn from the rope. "I'm rather content with American culture, and not at all interested in your games."
Kazadi laughed as Zahid crossed his arms.
"Should I tell him?"
Zahid asked, looking at the ADF leader. Kazadi nodded and then snapped his fingers. One of the guards hustled across the room and snatched a laptop off the table in the far corner. A pair of men picked up Black's chair and moved him to the small desk in the center.
"What's going on?"
Black asked. Zahid stroked his scraggly beard.
"I think we have a game you might be interested in."
Black narrowed his eyes.
"I don't play games. Now, I could be wrong, but I have a feeling this particular one might be of interest to you," Zahid said. "The stakes are high. Want to know what you're playing for?"
"I don't care," Black said. "I'm not going to read one of your stupid statements either. If you're going to kill me, go ahead and get on with it, because whatever you think I'm going to do for you isn't happening."
Zahid raised his eyebrows.
"Are you sure about that, Agent Black? I haven't even shown you what the prize is if you decide to play along."
"I don't know how many times I have to say this, but I don't care."
"Suit yourself," Zahid said. "But I think you might want to rethink that decision once I tell you what happens if you win."
"Or what happens when you lose,"
Kazadi added with a smirk.
"You can't win or lose if you don't play," Black said, "which is why you'll have to find someone else to help you."
Zahid wagged his finger.
"Again, Mr. Black, I set the rules, not you. And that's not how we're going to do things. You will play one way or another, and if you choose not to, you lose. Consider it a forfeit."
Black glared at Zahid.
"I'll gladly forfeit my life to prevent you from using me as propaganda for your failed cause."
"I expected that much," Zahid said. "That's why it's not your life that you'll be forfeiting if you lose. Instead, it'll be her life."
Kazadi turned the laptop around, so the screen was facing Black. For the next few seconds, he stared blankly at the screen, summoning all his strength not to break into a full-fledged rage. He closed his eyes and imagined himself tearing through the ADF camp, killing every last one of the bastards attempting to ruin his life. On the screen, Black watched Christina Shields sitting in a small bedroom on a cot without sheets. She was blindfolded and screamed as she was jabbed with a small spear-like object. Black could only imagine how confused she was in the dark. Terror was written all over her face, at least the part that Black could make out. Even with the mask covering her eyes, Black could see tears streaming down her cheeks.
"Want to play now?"
Zahid asked.
"I will kill you when this is all over,"
Black said. Zahid smiled.
"Your government tried that already, and look where it got them. It couldn't even keep me locked up at Guantanamo Bay. You think I'm concerned with your threats? Think again."
Black seethed as he studied Zahid, who seemed to ask his question again with arched eyebrows, before being more direct about it.
"What's it going to be, Agent Black?" Zahid asked. "Would you like to take me up on my offer? Or are you willing to concede a loss and move on? The latter would be a bold choice, one that frankly I'd be disappointed to see from you. I always pegged you for a stand-and-fight kind of guy."
"I'd hate to disappoint someone who is a world leader in spreading terrorism," Black said.
"That's more like it," Zahid said.
"What do you want me to do?" Black asked. "Do you have one of those statements you want to record me making?"
"So, stand and fight it is," Zahid said. "I will give you all the details."
Black cringed as he watched the computer monitor. Shields flailed around for a few more moments as Black cringed.
"What do you want me to do?" he asked. "I have a special mission for you," Zahid said.
When he finished explaining it to Black, the American operative's mouth was agape as he shook his head.
"I can't do that. Are you insane?" "Find a way," Zahid said. "That's right," Kazadi added. "Just think of it as your next mission for your government."
Black frowned. "It's literally against my own government. That makes the situation much trickier."
"I never said this game would be easy," Zahid said.
"No," Black said with a shrug. "I guess you never did." Their conversation nearing an end, they were interrupted by Shields screaming and shouting.
"Don't do it," she said. "My life isn't worth it. Don't do it."
Zahid and Kazadi looked at each other.
"I guess you don't have to play," Zahid said. "But I wouldn't listen to her if I were you. I doubt she wants to be turned into Muhammad's little plaything. But that's exactly what's going to happen if you choose not to participate."
Black sighed and glanced up at Zahid.
"Okay, I'll do it."
Shields continued screaming until her feed went dead. Zahid clapped his hands and then rubbed them together.
"That's more like it."
Black didn't like playing when the game was rigged, but he didn't see any other viable options, and it was killing him. Chapter 30. Washington, D.C. Jana Shadid inhaled the aroma of her coffee as she closed her eyes. It wasn't quite as tasty as the batch her grandfather roasted weekly back home in Jordan, but it was a close second. The Arabian blend in her cup was similar to the kind she used to drink when her mother said she was old enough to drink it, and it made her think of home. She missed it, or more precisely, she missed them. Her parents, her grandparents, her siblings, her cousins. But she didn't miss living there, or the fear looming over her daily. Blunt had delivered the coffee to her 10 minutes earlier. He was her family now, along with Agent Black and Shields. And she was growing fond of them. Jana checked her email and noticed a coupon for a local shooting range. Shields had mentioned several times about taking Jana there and teaching her how to shoot. With a wink, Shields said she'd teach her to shoot better than Black. And based on the banter Jana had heard between the two, Shields had won a pair of friendly marksmanship contests, convincing Jana that she'd have an excellent teacher. She printed off the coupon on her printer and wandered down the hall to find her colleague. But Shields wasn't in her office. Blunt shouted at Jana as she passed by his open doorway. "Hey, Jana, have you spoken with Shields this morning? I needed to talk to her about some things, and I haven't seen hide nor hair of her."
"I was just about to ask you the same thing," Jana said.
"When was the last time you saw her?"
"Around noon yesterday. She left to go work out at the gym during lunchtime as usual, but I haven't heard from her since. No texts or emails?
Jana glanced at her phone and scrolled through the messages before shaking her head.
Nothing since yesterday morning.
How odd, Blunt said.
Give her a call and see if you can reach her. I've tried her twice, but without any luck.
Jana remained in the hallway outside Blunt's office and dialed Shields' number. The phone rang several times before going to voicemail.
Nothing, sir,
Jana said.
This is so unlike her,
Blunt said, pausing before continuing.
You know how much I value all my agents' privacy, but is there any way you can find out where she is? I can track every agent's phone in case something happens to them.
You can do that?
She nodded. But I have a policy that I only do it in case of an emergency. Well, I think this qualifies as an emergency,
Blunt said, as he pulled a cigar out of his drawer and clipped the end off.
See what you can find out. Give me a second, sir, she said. I have an app right here that will give me her phone's location.
Jana tapped on the screen, and within seconds was looking at a map where the phones of all the Firestorm agents were located in the world. Shields displayed that she was still in Washington.
She's in the city,
Jana said, as she zoomed in on the location.
At her apartment? It looks like she's at the gym still.
Still? Blunt asked, his eyebrows arching upward.
She's a creature of habit and leaves here every day around noon to work out. It's only 10 o'clock. That does seem odd, sir, but maybe that would explain why she isn't answering your calls.
Blunt placed the cigar into his mouth and bit down on it.
But that doesn't explain why she's missing. I don't know if I ever recall her working out this early in the day.
Maybe she has some other appointments to attend to around that time and wanted to get her workout in early, Jana suggested.
I've worked with Shields long enough to know that she moves everything around so that it doesn't interfere with her gym time. Can you go down there and check on her for me? It'd really put my mind at ease.
Of course, sir.
Let me know the minute you find out something.
Jana approached the woman at the front desk at Vita Fitness.
May I help you?
The blonde woman asked. Jana nodded.
I hope so. I'm a personal assistant, and my boss believes she left her phone in one of the lockers yesterday and has asked me to retrieve it. Unless you're a member here, I'm not authorized to take you back there, even if it is for your boss.
Perhaps I can take a tour, Jana said, forcing a thin smile.
If you're interested in joining, you should have said so.
The blonde grabbed a clipboard off her desk, along with an access badge, before walking toward the secured door. She held it open and gestured for Jana to continue. Once they were inside, the blonde glanced around before speaking in a hushed tone.
Sorry about that, she said. I understand your predicament, but it's protocol, and they're always watching here.
The woman's eyes cut up toward a security camera affixed to the wall.
Apparently, we have a handful of high-profile clients who demand that we adhere to strict security measures. Have a look around when we get inside the locker room, and take all the time you need. I don't want anyone chewing me out for not doing my job, and I'm sure you don't either.
Thanks, Jana whispered. Jana followed the woman, weaving around benches and dodging women shuffling between the shower and their lockers. Jana fished her phone out of her pocket and started dialing a number.
What are you doing?
A woman said, snatching Jana's phone.
Didn't you see the sign? No cell phones allowed. Amber, would you please do something about this?
The blonde turned toward the angry woman.
Karen, I'm sorry about that. She's on a tour and likely didn't see the phone policy, but I believe she's familiar with it now, okay? Thank you for helping ensure that everyone adheres to the rules.
Jana scowled at the woman, staring her down while scrolling for Shields' number. When Jana found it, she glanced at the phone, tapped the button, and listened. In the far corner, a faint but familiar ring emanated from one of the lockers.
Can I look at these lockers again, Amber? Jana asked. Certainly. Be my guest.
Jana wandered across the room and found the locker where the noise was coming from. A combination lock was affixed through a hole in the latch, preventing anyone from getting inside. She took a deep breath and thought about what possible combination Shields could use. Nothing came to her right away. The possibilities seemed infinite, even though they were far from it. But she couldn't stand there all day trying to figure it out. After a few seconds of trying some obvious numbers, she returned to her tour host.
Any luck?
Amber asked. Jana shook her head.
I'm afraid not, but I know her phone is there. Perhaps you can open it for me? Let's go back up front.
Jana followed the woman back to the front, where she grabbed a pair of bolt cutters. When they returned to the locker room, Karen glared at them when they returned.
What kind of tour is this? Karen asked. Phone usage? Bolt cutters? What's next? C4 explosives? Karen, I'd appreciate it if you'd mind your own business right now. I'm working with a customer.
Karen put her hands on her hips.
Do you know who my father is? Not interested, Amber said. Nor is it relevant. He's the chairman of the board for this gym, Karen said. And I'm going to make sure he fires you if you don't tell me what the hell is going on. We'll be out of your hair in a minute, Karen. That's not fast enough, Karen said, slamming the palm of her hand against the locker door. I want you gone right now.
Jana, growing more irritated by the minute, narrowed her eyes.
You need to sit down. I have business to attend to, and I strongly suggest you don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong.
Amber forced the bolt cutters shut, snapping the metal piece securing the locker in half.
It's all yours.
Jana pulled the phone out from the locker. The screen was still lit up, letting Jana know that the phone that had been ringing was indeed Shields.
I take it that's what you were looking for? Amber asked. Can I see the security footage from the past 24 hours? Jana asked. I'm sorry, but that's a bridge too far for me, Amber said, cocking her head to one side. What's this really about? You're not here on assignment from your boss, are you?
Jana leaned on the receptionist's desk and spoke in a hushed tone.
Look, my boss kind of went on a bender last night. Some crazy things happened, and I'm just trying to piece together everything because she doesn't remember much and doesn't know what she did. So I'm trying to be a little discreet about this, if you know what I mean.
Amber pursed her lips.
What do you want to know?
When did she check in here last? Jana asked, as she leaned forward on the desk again, this time for a different reason. The woman glanced around before typing on her keyboard.
Yesterday, at the same time she checks in just about every day, Monday through Friday. Noon. That's what I needed to know. Must have been one hell of a bender. Like I said, we're still trying to piece it all together, Jana said, tapping on the desk. Thanks for your help, and good luck with Karen.
The woman chuckled and sat back down behind her desk. Jana waited until she was outside before calling Blunt to inform him of what she learned.
Well?
Blunt asked when answered.
I got her stuff, Jana said. She checked in yesterday at noon, but not today.
Which means she just left her stuff at the gym, including her phone?
Yeah,
Jana said,
I'm not believing that for 1 second.
Okay, Blunt said. Hustle back to the office. I'll put someone else on this. In the meantime, we still need to find out what's going on with Agent Black.
Chapter 31. Washington, D.C. President Young cracked his knuckles as he began to peruse a report on the terrorism summit that Secretary Geller conducted in South Africa. He found it interesting, and more pressing than ever, after her team was ambushed in Kinshasa. While he felt a twinge of guilt for not being transparent about the Secret Service members and State Department staffers who were killed in Congo, allowing that report to air would have scuttled the summit. But based on what he'd already read, the new coalition being formed as a result of Geller's efforts in Pretoria would save thousands upon thousands of people. He hated assigning value to life like that, but it was part of the job. At least their lives can count for something. Young didn't want to think about how they were killed. He glossed over that part of Geller's report, as skimpy as it was. Based on her sketchy details, he was convinced she wasn't keen to talk about it either. Young's phone rang, and his assistant notified him that Secretary Geller was on the line for him.
"Rachel, how are you?" he asked. "Did you get my report?" "Yes, it was great. But how are you doing?" "It's all in there, sir. Quite frankly, it's not something I want to talk about for a while."
Young sighed.
"I'm afraid you're going to have to talk about it. Your staff died, and I know. It's just that it's hard. It's like Afghanistan all over again for me. It took me years to process everything that happened to me there."
"You'll get the time you need to work through this. I promise."
"But when?"
she asked, her tone biting.
"I've got talks with the Chinese next week, and then a big conference with several European heads of state 2 weeks after that. This job never ends, you know."
"I'm well aware," Young said. "We'll figure something out, okay?" There was a brief moment of silence.
"Well, go ahead," she said. "Tell me I told you so, and just get it over with."
"I refuse to do that, Rachel. You made a judgment call, which may well set the tone for a partnership to defeat terrorism in Africa for years to come."
"But a bunch of people are dead," she said, "and it's all my fault. I was stubborn and refused to let it go. Just like always."
"Don't be so hard on yourself," Young said. "That's why I hired you, good or bad. And in this case, mixed results. We needed you to go."
"But people still died. Good people."
"And yet this morning in my security briefing, I learned that some information the South African government already shared with us has led us to apprehend one of Africa's fiercest warlords, who was planning an attack on U.S. soil later this year."
"It probably would have never happened anyway."
Young shrugged. "You don't know that. Look, I can't assuage the survivor's guilt you are dealing with right now, but I want you to know that I'll never use your decision to go against you. It was the right call, even if it was a hard one. And what happened was unfortunate, to say the least. It was the perfect storm of a corrupt country and an opportunistic despot."
"That won't make me sleep any better at night, sir."
"I know it won't. I hate these decisions too, but there is some solace in the fact that what you did was ultimately part of doing something for the greater good."
"I'm sure it is, but that's not what I want to hear right now," she said. "I still have to go tell the families of all those people who died what really happened to them. It's going to be like reliving that moment over and over and over again."
"I appreciate all you did, Rachel. We'll figure this out when you get back."
"Thank you, sir."
Young hung up, only to get another buzz from his assistant.
"What is it now?" Young asked.
"Dave's here to see you," she said. "He said it's urgent."
"Send him in."
Salisbury thrust the door open seconds later, toting Abe. The Yorkie let out a yap and squirmed until it leaped out of Salisbury's arms and ran over to Young.
"At least somebody likes me today," Young said, as he knelt and scratched Abe behind his ears. "Isn't that right?"
Abe growled and backed away. Young stood up and returned to his chair.
"Maybe not," Young said. "I guess it's already shaping up to be one of those days. And I imagine you're only about to pile it on."
Salisbury sucked in a breath through his teeth as he took a seat across from Young.
"I wish I could break your streak, sir, but that's not going to happen this morning."
Young cursed and clenched his fists.
"What is it this time?"
"Michelle Ryland," Salisbury said.
"Are we talking about the TV reporter again? I thought you handled that." "Well, I did, sir. But she's back. Apparently she has more verified footage and has been in contact with the administration today about the whereabouts of several staffers who haven't reached out to their loved ones since Secretary Geller's trip to Africa, and they're concerned. I hope you have a solution, Dave. As a matter of fact, I do. Fire away. I'm all ears."
Salisbury scooped up Abe as he started to whine at his master's feet.
"So you remember that 2 days from now there's a big gala at the Kennedy Center to celebrate and honor distinguished citizens. How could I forget? My wife has been trying on gowns for the event for the past month, making me compare and contrast each one she's considering wearing." "Good," Salisbury said. "So what I was thinking is that you also give a special award to Rachel Geller. It'd be a surprise. How's that solve this problem? We tell Michelle Ryland that she can have an exclusive interview with Geller upon her return that can air after the award ceremony. That way her network will be pleased, and then we can spin Geller's story to be one of heroism instead of a security fail."
Young dropped his head, closed his eyes, and pinched the bridge of his nose.
"I don't know if that's a good idea. I just spoke with Geller, and she's pretty messed up after that ordeal. She'll be fine, sir. She's resilient. And to be honest, we don't have much choice unless you want this administration to be branded as complicit in a cover-up." "Pundits are going to say that anyway," Young said. "Yes, but at least we'll be able to initiate the narrative that Geller is a hero, and her work in South Africa is going to save countless lives."
Young sighed.
"Okay, see if you can get Geller to go along with it. But I'm just warning you that it'll take a miracle."
Salisbury smiled.
"Of course, sir. That's my specialty."
Chapter 32. Kinshasa, Congo. The guard standing watch outside the airport offered a friendly wave before Kazadi rolled down the window in the back seat. He handed a $100 bill to the man before he waved the vehicle through the checkpoint. Black took in the scene from the middle row in the SUV, hands bound together with a zip tie. Not that they needed to restrain him. Black had always viewed his lack of immediate family as a strength for his job. Coercing him to do something against his principles, such as betraying his country, was next to impossible since he was a loner. But that all changed when he kissed Shields. If he could have gone into a lab and created the perfect woman for himself, he was certain that Shields would have been the end result. Smart, sassy, adventurous, daring. She checked all the boxes for Black. The fact that she was gorgeous was just a nice bonus, though hardly anyone would have noticed that trait. throwing her hair up in a bun or a ponytail, and making no effort with makeup most days, kept her from drawing attention to herself. That was a good thing in her line of work. But there had been occasions when she needed to dress up while on a mission, using her looks to manipulate someone to get something they needed. And each time, Black wondered why he hadn't remembered what a knockout she was. Then there was her southern twang that came out during their conversations, demonstrating just how down-to-earth she really was. When Black saw her on the video call, bound and held captive, he couldn't bear it. He'd fallen hard for Shields, even if he didn't want to admit it. Now he couldn't deny it. Black was preparing to assist terrorists in an attack on the U.S. in order to save her, though he wasn't convinced they would keep his word. Black needed a plan. He needed a weapon, too. The SUV came to a halt as it reached the hangar. The convoy consisted of 3 vehicles, all containing a pair of armed guards. Not only was everyone armed, but everyone was carrying at least 2 weapons that Black could see. He wouldn't have been surprised if most of the men also had a gun concealed beneath their clothing. Any conflict would result in a bloodbath. Black stepped back and looked at the private jet, which resembled one from the CIA's fleet, complete with a U.S. tail number. "Did you steal this plane?" Black asked. Kazadi and Zahid both laughed. "Of course not," Zahid said. "If we stole this plane, they would be able to locate it and find our position. But she looks like a CIA plane, doesn't she?" Black was taken back by Zahid's candidness, but apparently he was confident that Black was going to do what they wanted him to. As Black scanned the area, he noticed the men loading crates into the cargo bay beneath the plane. Another man wearing a captain's hat walked around the front of the plane, checking it out and making marks on his clipboard as he went. Then, Black noticed a gun sitting on a table in the corner of the room. As the men grew more and more comfortable, they weren't watching Black as carefully. Confident that he couldn't get anywhere with his hands bound while being unarmed, they took a more relaxed approach. Black strolled around the plane as well, locking eyes every few seconds with a guard who was staring at him. The firestorm agent needed an excuse to get near the table in the far corner. To maintain their trust, Black decided to ask one of the guards if he would escort him to the bathroom. Black guessed that the guard couldn't have been more than 20 years old and seemed more interested in a game on his phone than keeping a watchful eye on the ADF's prisoner. As they neared the desk, Black cut a quick glance over his shoulder at the man, head down, as he walked trance-like a step behind. Black palmed the weapon off the desk and slid it into one of the pockets on his pants. He hadn't taken 2 more steps before he heard Kazadi shout from across the room at them. "What are you doing?" he asked. "He needs to relieve himself," the guard answered, scowling as he looked back at Kazadi. "Without any toilet paper?" Kazadi asked. "Tahir, take our guest some toilet paper. That is a premium commodity in these parts." Black forced a smile and nodded as one of the other guards rushed over a roll of toilet paper. Kazadi's eyes remained fixed on Black. "Enjoy." After the guard received the toilet paper, he and Black resumed their trek to the bathroom, now just a few feet away. The phone zombie guard tore off a generous portion for Black before gesturing to the door. Once inside, Black sat down and thought for a moment. He situated his gun more securely in one of his pants pockets that hung low off-waist. His captors had already patted him down several times, and likely wouldn't feel the need to do it again. And if they found the gun, it wouldn't be much of a loss. He flushed the toilet and waited a beat before opening the door. Zombie guard was still staring at his phone when Black cleared his throat to get the man's attention. "Ready?" he asked once he looked up. Black nodded. "Is that Candy Crush? Because I can help you skip some levels." "You're not allowed to touch my phone," the guard said. "Maybe you can write down your secrets later." Black smiled and nodded, enjoying the fact that the man was fully unaware that he was being mocked. "It's not easy with my hands like this." "Nice try," the man said before shoving Black in the back. Black stumbled forward as they rejoined the soldiers sitting on top of wooden crates that formed a circle. Kazadi and Zahid were reviewing their plans before noticing Black. "Take him to the plane," Zahid ordered. "Give him a bottle of water and let him relax. He has a long flight ahead." Black hadn't flown a jet in several years, but had already started to review the takeoff protocol in his head. Most of it was coming back to him, and he was certain that everything would return the moment he sat in the captain's chair. However, he wasn't allowed near the cockpit by the guard. "You sit there," the guard said, using his gun to nudge Black toward an open seat near the galley. Black followed orders as he mulled the plan he'd concocted over in his head. It wasn't his greatest idea, but under the circumstances, he had no choice. Despite being ostracized by the rest of the soldiers, Black strained to pick up on English words related to their plan. There weren't many, but he had a general idea of what they were going to do. As for Black's role, it was simple: fly them to Washington. They wanted to use his credentials as a secret agent to assure safe passage into the country. He was almost certain they planned to kill him the moment they were safely at the hangar, something he had to do in order to free Shields. But Black had his own plans. Chapter 33. Washington, D.C. Rachel Geller wiped the mascara from her eyes and then washed her face. She reapplied her makeup just hours after falling into bed immediately after returning home. Her body still ached from her time in captivity, and her brain was still foggy from the jet lag. When David Salisbury approached her about speaking to a reporter, she regretted not telling him to deal with his own problems. But the guilt she bore from being stubborn and going against the president's wishes made her acquiesce to Salisbury's requests. Plus, there was that dog nuzzling up against her legs when Salisbury met her at the airport. She couldn't be angry while little Abe was there. Dave knew exactly what he was doing. As much as she loathed his tactics in the moment, she still admired them. Salisbury was a master political strategist, and always seemed to know how to strike the right note with whatever audience was before him. She also didn't trust him as far as she could throw him. A news radio program played in the background as she listened in for what she'd missed in the Beltway. Most of it was partisan sniping about policies and future legislation, none of which would really help the majority of the American people. After being behind the curtain in the Capitol, she wondered if the federal government was all just theater. It sure felt that way, and seemed like a far cry from what the original founders intended the country to be. However, she played her role well, hoping to maybe be a fly in the ointment of whoever was really behind all of this. As a diplomat, she longed for the day when power struggles gave way to innovative solutions to make the world a better place. Growing up, she'd expressed the belief that it could happen with the right people in place, which drew mockery from all her friends and family. She was labeled a dreamer and an idealist, oftentimes dismissed for her visions of grandeur. As she finished curling her hair, she considered the fact that they might all be right, that the American government was a ship too large to turn. And here she was being complicit with it all, playing her role like a good little girl. Yet, in an hour, she'd sit in front of a television camera with the opportunity to shine the light on the truth, expose the dark underbelly of Washington politics that was neither red nor blue, but a deep shade of green, marked by greed. Would she let that chance slip away? She smiled as she put on her lipstick. If the president was mad about me making that trip before, I wonder what he'll be this time. She grabbed her coat and headed out the door. Geller sifted through her more pressing emails as her motorcade sped through the city. The interview with Michelle Ryland was originally scheduled to take place at the State Department, but Geller suggested that they conduct it at Mount Vernon before the historical property opened to the public. Geller pitched it as a more appropriate setting to talk about freedom, sitting on the porch of George Washington's mansion. But the truth was, she didn't want to do the interview moments after having to look at the rest of her staff, wanting answers about what happened to their missing colleagues. Her phone rang with a call from one of her staffers. I said I only wanted to take urgent requests, Geller said. At least let me get back on my feet before having to deal with 100 little requests. I'm fully aware of your request, Madam Secretary, her aide said. But I believe this falls under that category. The aide quickly explained the situation the State Department had been dragged into, one involving women's education in Afghanistan. She could decline, and the Taliban would run roughshod over the area, squelching bright futures for young girls there. Or she could fight for the girls, and win, through participating by diplomatic methods. It was a fight none of her predecessors would engage with, and one her successors would also likely ignore. She sighed as she thought about what to do. When the vehicles came to a stop outside Mount Vernon, Michelle Ryland was there to greet Geller. Madam Secretary, I'm so looking forward to our chat today, Ryland said. I am too, Geller said, and I hope you're ready, because I have quite the story to tell. As Geller took her place in a director-style chair while looking out across the Potomac River, she took a deep breath. For the first time since she'd been back, she felt relaxed. Then she heard a dog bark. It was Abe. David Salisbury trudged up the grassy hill toward the back porch of the Washington mansion, Abe in tow. The Yorkshire Terrier strutted up, as if he were the sole reason for everyone gathering together. Geller clenched her fists and tensed up the moment she locked eyes with Salisbury. Dave, I didn't expect you to be out here today, she said. Yes, well, I didn't know if I'd make it, since I was under the impression that this interview would take place at the State Department. Geller forced a smile. Slight change of plans. At your request, I understand. She nodded. This is a far better setting to discuss American foreign policy than a stodgy office building. Don't you agree? Well, it wouldn't have been my first choice, but I think it'll play well to the viewers. She smiled and tucked her hair behind her ears. Because that's who this is all for anyway, right? Gotta make sure the American people see how hard this administration is working. Salisbury cocked his head to one side. If I didn't know any better, Rachel, I'd think you were being sarcastic. You do know better, she said, and I was. Why don't we tamp down the attitude for the interview, okay? She shrugged. What's there to say? The president told me that he wants me to tell the truth about what happened in Africa. So that's what I'm here to do.
I just want to make sure you understand that this isn't a soapbox for you."
She feigned a frown.
"What are you talking about?"
"Look, I know what you think about this town, and about the federal government," Salisbury said. "You've made that explicitly clear. But you need to realize that this interview is about creating the narrative that this administration is deeply grieved by what happened in Africa, but didn't want to jeopardize any more deals or abandon the summit because of how important an alliance is for us to keep Americans safe. Saying anything else would be of great detriment to your political future. Are we clear?"
Geller bit her lip and nodded. She wanted to unleash her pent-up frustration on him, but thought better of it as she noticed Michelle Ryland struggling to walk up the grassy embankment in 5-inch heels. In an exercise of self-control, Geller could wait. When the cameras started rolling, she'd say whatever she wanted to, even with Salisbury within earshot. Ryland offered her hand and grinned.
"Madam Secretary, it's an honor to meet you." "Well, you never know who you'll meet in this town when you start searching for the truth," Geller said, as she took Ryland's hand.
Salisbury scowled.
"You know Dave Salisbury, don't you?" Geller asked.
Ryland turned and shook his hand.
"We've spoken on the phone, but never officially met."
"It's my pleasure," Salisbury said.
"Come,"
Ryland said, gesturing toward a chair.
"Let's have a seat and talk before the cameras start rolling."
The two women stepped away from Salisbury, leaving him seething. Geller couldn't wait to recount her story, one which Ryland would undoubtedly spin as heroic. But it was far from that. Geller was lucky to be alive. A Special Forces operative broke her out and protected her until she reached a prop plane, which barely escaped a dangerous thunderstorm. The whole ordeal was a harrowing adventure, one she wasn't fond of recounting. However, if it gave her a platform to speak about the dysfunction of Washington, she could suffer through talking about it once more. As Ryland peppered her with prep questions, Geller grew more and more comfortable with the reporter. She had a way of loosening up Geller, making her feel like they were old friends, catching up over a cup of coffee, instead of a national audience on primetime television. After 10 minutes of conversation, the production crew signaled to Ryland that they were ready to begin the interview. The two women sat down and remained still, while the hair and makeup personnel made one final pass at them.
"Ready?"
Ryland asked. Before Geller could respond, her phone buzzed. She looked down at the message. "How do you want to handle the situation in Afghanistan?" Geller knew what she wanted to do. Then she glanced at Salisbury, who locked eyes with her. If she said what she wanted to say, she knew President Young would demand her resignation, maybe even before she made it back to the office. Young was more tethered to Salisbury than her, and there would be no doubt he'd be pushing for it. Young wouldn't hesitate to take that recommendation. She took a deep breath and forced a smile.
"Ready,"
Geller said. She swallowed hard and decided to abandon her plans to expose the reality of politics in Washington. She would hold her tongue and do it gracefully, maybe even force a smile as they hung a medal around her neck at the Kennedy Center. "The girls in Afghanistan need me." Chapter 34. Washington, D.C. Blunt couldn't even make it through one article in the Washington Post the next morning before he folded up the paper and tucked it away between some documents on his desk. He got up and paced around his office, stopping briefly in front of the mirror to see just how heavy the bags were beneath his eyes. The white was almost completely gone. covered up by redness, spidering in every direction. His joy was also gone. Blunt could still remember the lunch meeting with Shields and her father, who joined them to discuss exactly what she'd be doing with Firestorm. Despite Blunt insisting that the former sheriff wasn't authorized to know about the organization, he persisted. Instead of caving in, Blunt carried out the dinner by talking about mundane Washington politics, as well as some techniques for fishing with night crawlers. The latter subject was what grabbed Sheriff Shields' attention and distracted him long enough to finish the meal. Blunt texted Shields after the meal was over, inviting her to meet up later that night for dessert, and without her father. Blunt remembered promising Shields' father that he'd take care of her, and it was a promise that Blunt had kept until this moment. All signs led to her being abducted, which terrified Blunt. He'd grown fond of Shields, caring for her as if she was his own daughter. Kind, caring, protective. That was part of the reason he was snooping around, trying to figure out how serious Black and Shields' relationship was. Blunt felt like it was his paternal right to know, even if he didn't really have any paternal rights. But the longer things went without her being found, the chances of finding her alive continued to shrink. More than 40 hours had passed since she was last seen by anyone in public, and Blunt had yet to hear from Edge, who he'd tasked with looking into her disappearance. But even he'd struck out in his initial attempt to gather any information, notifying Blunt as much in a terse text just before midnight. And if the investigator had been working in the morning, he hadn't found out anything, something Blunt extrapolated from the fact that he hadn't heard from Edge just shy of 8 a.m. Blunt couldn't take the suspense any longer, breaking down and calling Edge for any news. But he had none, urging Blunt to be patient. "I'm going to find her," Edge said, "but you have to let me continue to turn over every rock." "We don't have time for that," Blunt said. "With every passing hour, I'm afraid we're in danger of losing her for good, if we haven't already." "Sir, that's a myth, because most of the missing persons who are found within hours of disappearing never actually vanished. They either ran away or were lost, thus skewing the numbers. For me, the numbers don't lie, but they don't really change either. If a person's truly kidnapped, there's a 50-50 chance we get her back, even higher if she left on her own volition. This isn't assuaging my fears about Agent Shields' situation," Blunt said, "considering that her chance of survival is already about the same as a coin flip. Makes me very nervous." "Look, that's not what I meant," Edge said. "What I meant was—" "But that is what you said," Blunt interrupted. "I don't care what you meant. The truth just came out, and we need to find her quickly." "I'll keep pressing," Edge said, "but I'm not going to make any promises." "Fine," Blunt said with a growl. "Call me the moment you hear anything. And I mean anything. Good, bad, indifferent, it doesn't matter to me. I just need to hear something." Jana knocked on Blunt's door and eased it open. He gestured for her to enter. "Okay, I'll talk to you later," he said, before ending the call. The grin on Jana's face stood in stark contrast to the way gravity seemed to have a stranglehold on Blunt's. He scowled as he studied her. "What's got you in such a good mood this morning?" Blunt asked, as he sat down in the chair behind his desk. "Did you finally meet someone on that dating app of yours?" Jana blushed and shook her head. "I have news that I hope is far more interesting to you." "Than your love life?" Blunt asked, lines creasing his forehead. "You know I look forward to listening in on you and Shields talk about all the weightier matters in life."
You spy on us, Jana said, her expression a mix of curiosity and respect.
I call it eavesdropping, he said with a grin.
Call it whatever you like, but I think you're going to like this.
He gestured toward the chair across from his desk.
Please, sit.
She sat down.
When I went to Christina's gym, I attached a device I created that downloaded all of the facility's security footage for the past week and transmitted it to our servers.
How did you...
She held up a finger.
Don't ask. It's not important. Anyway, I focused on the time frame around when she was likely to have left, and I noticed a van that went into the alleyway behind Vita Fitness a few minutes after she arrived. It left about a half hour or so after she entered the building. I'm not sure any staff members were in on it, but they certainly didn't seem concerned when the lights went out for about a minute. The gym guests were freaked out, running to report the outage to the front desk, but the guy at the front desk didn't seem bothered by it at all. Then, less than a minute later, the lights came back on, and that was just before the van peeled out of the alley and returned to the main boulevard.
And you think that van is how they got Shields out of the building?
It's the only plausible explanation, Jana said. There's a blind spot near the back exit, which is where the van was parked before it left. But I've gone through hours of other footage, and it's the only thing that makes sense.
Got plates for the van?
I thought you'd never ask, Jana said, as she handed over a small piece of paper with the license plate number scrawled on it.
Good work, Jana, Blunt said. This might be just what we need to get her location.
Blunt didn't wait for her to leave before he dialed Robert Besserman's number to see if he could help.
I need a favor, Blunt said once Besserman answered the phone. Anything you want, JD. I need access to the FBI's database so I can locate a van. What's this all about? Besserman asked. One of my agents has been abducted, and I've got a bad feeling about it. Read me the license plate number. I'll have a team poring over footage within the hour.
Blunt complied with Besserman's request and hung up. With Shields in danger, Blunt wasn't sure he could sit by and wait patiently. He wanted answers, and he wanted them yesterday. A half hour later, Besserman called him back.
I've got good news, JD. What is it? We found the van, Besserman said. I'm texting you the address now. Thanks, Blunt said. You're a lifesaver, Bobby. A literal lifesaver.
Blunt hung up and sighed in relief. He only hoped it wasn't too late. Chapter 35. 37 degrees, 32 minutes, 57.1 seconds north. 72 degrees, 48 minutes, 56.5 seconds west, over the Atlantic Ocean. Black checked his instruments as the Gulfstream 650 continued to zip toward Washington. His co-pilot, who was little more than a babysitter, announced that he needed to use the restroom. He unbuckled himself and exited the cockpit. For the first time in hours, Black was alone. And he didn't waste any time. Working quickly, he dialed into a secure emergency channel monitored by the CIA and asked to be connected to J.D. Blunt. At first, the man on the other end was taken aback by the request. Then Black read off Blunt's number, pleading with the man to hurry. In less than a minute, Black and Blunt were talking.
I don't have much time, Black said. But I wanted to let you know that I'm flying a Gulfstream 650 that'll be landing in Washington within an hour. They took you captive to fly a plane?
Black set his jaw.
They know I can get them into the country without any resistance. Not now, Blunt said. You tell us where you're landing, and we'll have a team on site.
They have Agent Shields.
Blunt chuckled. Not for long.
What do you mean? We found out where they're holding her, Blunt said. I've sent Brady Hawk over to the address to extract her, along with a team from the CIA. Don't send a team to the airport until you have her safe, Black said. Do you understand me?
Blunt didn't respond.
Do you understand me? Black repeated. What are they planning?
Black heard footsteps drawing closer.
I have to go. We'll give you instructions in code as you make your final approach, Blunt said.
Black clicked off the radio as the door to the cockpit swung open. The co-pilot had returned and poked his head inside, wearing a curious look on his face.
Did I hear you speaking with someone? He asked.
Black shook his head.
I don't typically talk to myself, so it must have been someone else.
No, the co-pilot said.
I distinctly heard you speaking with someone. Don't make me beat it out of you. You're going to start a fight with the pilot, the only one who knows how to land this bird properly, the only one who can keep you alive and get you into the United States. That's the person you want to provoke?
The co-pilot pulled his gun out of his holster and jammed the barrel into Black's head.
I'm more than capable of doing everything you just described, the co-pilot said, in a voice devoid of any accent. You might think I'm a dolt, but I'm very familiar with how to fly this plane, and with how to navigate my way around Washington. So you're an American? Was an American. When the country turned its back on me, I decided it wasn't worthy of my allegiance. Then you're a traitor, Black said, resulting in the co-pilot exerting more pressure on the back of Black's head with the gun. Maybe I was never supposed to belong to this country in the first place, the co-pilot said, before drawing back his weapon.
Black turned slowly and eyed the man cautiously.
Who are you? Wouldn't you like to know? Do you know what these men are about to do? Black asked. What we're about to do, the co-pilot corrected. So you're with them? 110%. Tonight, we ride. And you have no qualms about killing innocent people?
The co-pilot chuckled.
The U.S. military has no qualms about killing innocent people. It happens all the time in the Middle East. The attempts to stop terrorism have only turned the region into a fertile breeding ground. And I can't say I blame the people for their hostility toward the U.S. War is ugly, and so is collateral damage, Black said. That's why there are other ways to deal with terrorist cells and their leaders, as opposed to just strafing every cave from Amman to Zanzibar with drones. The only missions I hear about are the ones the military screws up.
Black shakes his head.
There are far more that achieve the desired result without the loss of any innocent life. But you're not supposed to hear about that. You're not supposed to hear about any of them. Look at you, the co-pilot said with a sneer. Riding that moral high horse like you're leading the charge of the cavalry. Well, I've got some news for you. You don't hold any moral high ground. Never claimed to, Black said with a shrug. I'm trying to do what's right. Yet here you are shirking every bit of your training, willing to land a bunch of terrorists in the U.S. Capitol, just to save one woman's life. Trying to do what's right, my ass.
Black turned his attention to the controls, checking his altimeter and the aircraft's heading.
Sometimes the right thing to do can be gray. Selling out hundreds of innocent people for one woman doesn't seem gray at all, the co-pilot said. It's black and white, not to mention pretty damn self-serving. To each his own, Black said, trying to end the conversation. He wasn't interested in engaging the co-pilot anymore.
especially since it was a waste of time. Meanwhile, Black had gleaned a clue as to the terrorists' target. They intended to strike a large public gathering, and they intended to do it not long after they landed. Black gripped the stick, more than willing to drive the plane straight into the ground if necessary. "Please find Christina." He said a quick prayer under his breath and checked his watch. In 50 minutes, they'd be on the ground. And he still had no idea what he was going to do. Chapter 36. Undisclosed Location. Christina Shields yanked on the rope that tethered her to the cast-iron bed frame. Her wrists were clamped together with a zip tie. Death metal music filled the room, blasted from a small sound system in the far corner. The only window was covered with a black plastic bag, making it impossible for Shields to tell what time of day it was, and further adding to her agitation. The single light bulb dangling from the ceiling cast a red glow.
"I hope you realize I'm going to kill every one of you sickos when I get out of here,"
Shields shouted, even though she doubted they could hear her. She didn't know where she was, or how many captors there were. To make matters worse, they still hadn't given Shields her prosthetic leg, which made tying her up seem comical. "It's not like I'm going to escape by hopping away." Whenever the music stopped, she screamed for someone to help her, but no one ever responded. Her hunger pangs started to overtake her thoughts, usurping her plotting to get revenge on her kidnappers. Another hour went by, and she wondered how much more she could take of the torture. Finally, the music paused as a man entered the room. He wore an oversized bunny head and was holding a tray with a sandwich on it. "Eat up, princess," he said, his voice muffled through the costume.
"Why are you doing this to me?" she asked. "I was just trying to work out."
"Sure you were," the man said, before slicing the plastic tie and freeing her hands. "Now eat up. You'll need your strength. You have a big day ahead of you."
"What are you going to do with me?"
The man didn't reply, instead turning on his heels and heading toward the door.
"At least give me back my leg," Shields said. "I feel naked without it."
The man stopped and turned, the bunny's goofy face staring at her for a moment. Shields lunged at him before the rope extended fully, the tension on it jerking her backward. He chuckled and then left. The music resumed, and so did Shields' irritation. She had a pounding headache from the noise, as well as the thumping bass that pulsated through her body.
"Make it stop."
She took a couple of bites from the sandwich and contemplated what she could use as a weapon the next time Bunnyhead entered the room. If the plate had been breakable, she would have shattered it and used a jagged piece like a knife. But the sandwich made out of stale bread was on a paper towel, while the cup of water was also plastic.
"They've done this before."
She saw a pen lying on the floor across the room, but it was just out of her reach. For a couple of minutes, she tried in vain to rake it to her with her foot. Exhausted from the attempt and the lack of sleep, she passed out. When Shields awoke, she noticed the music had stopped. She didn't know how long it had been quiet in the room, or how long she'd been asleep, but she didn't care. The momentary peace was what she needed to gather her wits and formulate a plan to get free.
"If only I had my leg." "I need to go to the bathroom,"
Shields shouted. She repeated her announcement until she heard footsteps approaching from down the hallway. Bunny Man opened the door and strode inside.
You're gonna have to make it quick, princess. You have places to be.
He untied her from the bed, but didn't let go of the rope. Using his free hand, he gestured for her to go down the hall.
I need my leg, or this is going to be a painful trip, she said.
Fine, the man said with a growl. He called for another man to bring him Shields' prosthetic leg. After nothing happened for a few seconds, he called again. Then her leg came sliding down the hallway. He picked it up and attached it to the stump just below her knee.
Better? He asked.
Much, she said. Thank you.
The truth was she wanted to clobber the man and pull his entrails out while he begged for mercy. But if she controlled herself, she might have a chance to do that or worse. Humanizing herself was her first priority at the moment.
Last door on the left, he said. That's where we're going.
We're going?
She asked. He nodded without saying a word.
I need some privacy.
Bunny Man chuckled.
If you think I'm letting you out of my sight, you're crazier than you look. And trust me, right now you look like a full-fledged lunatic.
Shields glanced at the mirror. Her hair was a matted mess, still laden with chlorine from her swim at the gym pool. Maybe it was a day ago, 2 days ago. She wasn't sure. The bag sagging under her eyes didn't serve as a helpful clue to how long she'd been held captive. She looked scary, affirming Bunny Man's snide comment. But she wasn't crazy. She was very much sane, no matter how he tried to disparage her and her looks. She stopped and looked at the toilet.
Would you mind at least turning around?
Bunny Man shook his head.
Boss's orders.
Shields rolled her eyes and discreetly dropped her pants as she took a seat on the porcelain throne.
So you're just a peon worker? She asked. What's the boss wear? A frog head? Perhaps an Abe Lincoln head?
Shut up, lady. I don't want to be here any more than you do.
Then why don't we leave together? We can be vigilantes on the run, like Bunny and Clyde.
Bunny Man jerked on the rope.
Is this some kind of joke to you? Because I can make you uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable.
I'd like to see you try.
If we weren't about to leave, I'd do more than try.
Shields huffed a laugh through her nose.
All talk and no action. Exactly what I'd expected from a beta male too scared to show his face.
Bunny Man jerked on the rope again, snapping Shields upward and to her feet. She stumbled toward him and placed her hands forward on his chest in an effort to remain upright. However, he shoved her aside and she tripped over her pants, still around her ankles. The man laughed again as she scrambled to pull her pants up and get to her feet.
Now who's all talk, he said. Back to your room.
When they reached the hallway, a man with a Richard Nixon mask stopped them. He glanced down at Shields' leg.
What are you doing? He asked. The boss man said she wasn't supposed to have her leg.
She needed to go to the bathroom, and I didn't want her hopping down the hall, Bunny Man said.
You mean like a rabbit?
Shields asked.
I'm not going to tell you again, Bunny Man said. Shut the hell up, now.
Smooth, Bugs, Nixon said.
Look, I'll take it off now, said Bunny Man.
We don't have time, Nixon replied. We need to go right now. Boss man is outside waiting for us.
You hear that, Clyde? Bunny Man said. They need us outside, and you don't want to keep the boss man waiting.
What's he gonna do to me? She asked. Make me listen to more death metal? Make me...
Shields stopped mid-sentence as she felt a blow to the back of her head. Everything suddenly went dark. Chapter 37. Undisclosed Location. Brady Hawk exited the van with 3 other CIA agents and hustled down the street toward the clapboard house. Most of the houses on the street had fallen into disrepair. Chain-link fences leaned so far they appeared to invite people into the yards. Dogs growled at them from across the street. One woman walking her dog on the opposite sidewalk noticed them, but then turned and hustled away. "You sure this is it?" one of the men asked in a hushed tone over the comms. "This is where we last saw the van," Hawk said. "Well, where's the van now?" another agent asked. "Probably in that detached garage behind the house," Hawk said. "I doubt they'd park their vehicle on the street. Now let's move closer." "Have we had eyes on this place since we discovered the CCTV footage that traced the van back here?" the first agent asked. "Affirmative," Hawk said. "There's been no movement in or out of the house since then." "Roger that." The team moved stealthily along the street, crouching low and working hard to remain in the shadows. Hawk put his hand up, signaling for his colleagues to stop. He pointed out a patch of black ice on the driveway directly ahead. Satisfied that everyone noticed it, Black continued on. "How are we looking, Alex?" Hawk asked over the comms. "The house is still quiet," she answered from her office, where she was monitoring everything with video cameras that had been quietly installed earlier that afternoon. "I'm panning across the property now, and it's still dead." "Copy that," Hawk said. Before they moved onto the property, Hawk wanted to check the garage to make sure they weren't walking into a booby-trapped house. He'd had a friend in the FBI get killed when he walked into a house that cut the natural gas line. All it took was one spark before the entire place went off like a bomb. Hawk tried to open the door on the side, but it was locked. One of the other agents tapped Hawk on the shoulder and winked. Hawk stepped out of the way and let the man work. Within 30 seconds, he turned the handle and gestured for Hawk to go inside. He studied the van for a moment before putting his hand on the engine. "It's cold." "Then it hasn't gone anywhere," Alex said. "Let's make sure this is the same van before we throw a party," Hawk said. He read off the license plate number to Alex, who then verified that it was indeed the same vehicle spotted carrying Agent Shields away from the gym. "She has to be inside," Hawk said. The team split up, Hawk and one agent taking the front, while the other 2 agents went around back. "Ready?" Hawk asked. "Locked and loaded," one of the agents at the back said. Hawk pulled the pin on the canister in his hand before launching it through the window. Shattered glass tinkled on the floor as the gas filled up the front room. Hawk braced for either a gunfight or some men barreling through the front door. But he got neither. The house remained silent. "Permission to enter?" one of the agents in the back asked. "Permission granted," Hawk said. He remained on the front steps, crouching low beside the steps, in case someone finally exited the house. A half a minute passed, but still nothing. "You see anything?" Hawks asked over the comms. "I'm clearing all the rooms. So far, it's empty." "Damn it," Hawk said. "I'm coming in to join you." Hawk swept the living room and kitchen area before heading downstairs. He activated his infrared goggles before moving cautiously down the steps, each one creaking slightly louder than the last. With the lights out, he could see in the darkness without any issues. But there were no heat signatures anywhere, except near the hot water heater. Then, he spotted a faint light at the end of the hallway. "I've got something," Hawk said, as he eased toward the room. He passed a bathroom on his right, which had a fan on that muted the sounds around him. He waited for a moment before kicking the door open. The rush of wind into the small space swayed the single red light bulb dangling from the ceiling. But Hawk removed his goggles and didn't see anyone.
"It's clear," Hawk said.
"Then where the hell did she go?" asked the agent upstairs.
"I've got no idea," Hawk said over the comms.
"But let Blunt know that the address was a dead end."
Chapter 38. Washington, D.C. Airspace. Black studied the instruments and adjusted his airspeed as he neared Hyde Field runway just outside Washington. His co-pilot eyed him cautiously as he prepared to contact the tower. While Black was comfortable with communicating in code with the tower, he wasn't sure if his co-pilot had been bluffing earlier with regards to his aviation skills. And for that reason, Black reached into his pocket and checked for his weapon. For the past hour, Black had gone over every scenario he could imagine as he flew in silence. He didn't have enough firepower to take out the terrorists assembled in the cabin. Any attempt to engage them in a firefight with just one gun would end in him taking a bullet or two, or maybe more. And that also sealed Shields' fate. If he crashed the plane, he could do so in a way that he could survive, and at the same time seriously injure most of the passengers. Also a viable option that would result in death for Shields. He removed that one from his list. Then there was staying the course, and hoping they didn't shoot him moments after landing. Whatever Black decided to do, he needed to decide quickly, and hope that for Shields' sake, he chose wisely. Right before Black radioed the tower, the cockpit door flung open, and Zahid stuck his head inside.
"How much longer before we land?"
"We'll be on the ground in about 3 minutes, give or take," Black said.
"Excellent," Zahid said.
He cut his eyes at the co-pilot.
"Make sure everything goes as planned."
Black glanced at the co-pilot's hand positioned on his thigh. A bulge in his pocket suggested he was carrying a weapon, and that Zahid wanted the man to use it.
"Of course, sir," the co-pilot said, before offering a thin smile. "See you on the ground," Zahid said, as he closed the door.
Black heard Zahid say something to the passengers, before they erupted with chanting.
"Pretty excited back there," Black said.
"They have reason to be," the co-pilot said. "They're about to enter infamy."
"The kind they never return from?"
"You're a funny man."
"It was a serious question."
The co-pilot chuckled and shook his head.
"No, it wasn't. But you pretending like it was is even more humorous."
Black grabbed the radio and adjusted the channel. He acted as if he wanted to increase the volume, but slyly changed the channel to the emergency frequency. At this point, Black's job was simple: carry out a normal approach conversation with the tower. But their job was far more complicated, attempting to sound like a normal tower, but instead giving coded instructions. It was dangerous, especially if the co-pilot ever noticed Black was talking on a different frequency.
"Hyde Field, Gulfstream 7032, ILS to 12 right," Black said. "Gulfstream 7032, 220, light gusts of 5 miles per hour north-northwest. Cleared to land at Hyde Field, 12 right." "Gulfstream 7032, Black repeated. "Hyde Field, 12 right."
The conversation was mundane. The co-pilot, whether he was actually bluffing about his aviation experience or telling the truth, wouldn't be able to tell that anything else was being communicated
other than a normal exchange between the pilot and the tower. But there was far more being said than anyone could decipher. Black's training taught him that when he was in a situation like this, he was on his own as it pertained to landing. It was a small airfield, and he wasn't likely to encounter any other planes. It was the agency's job to alert the tower about the situation and keep the airspace and runways clear for a short period of time. All Black needed was to get the plane on the ground safely. But something had gone wrong. Terribly wrong. The report of wind less than 5 miles an hour signaled that the operation on the ground had gone south. The direction north-northwest meant that he was on his own. At this point, Black still had a choice. He could crash the plane and hope for the best. He could even attempt to land, trusting that he could convince them to release Shields. But Black didn't believe that was a likely scenario, given what he'd learned about Zahid and Kazadi. Neither man ever seemed to be in a benevolent mood, and that put the onus of figuring out the next step squarely on Black's shoulders. However he decided to handle the landing, he was on his own. Black looked at the co-pilot and forced a smile, all while adroitly turning the volume down on the radio and easing the channel back to the right one. The co-pilot never glanced at Black's hands. "You're almost home," the co-pilot said. "How do you feel about that?" "I'll feel better once I know that my colleague is safe," Black said. "When we're safely on the ground," the co-pilot said, as he eased his gun out of his pocket and trained it on Black. "There's no need for that," Black said, remaining cool as he nodded at the gun. "Do I look like a threat to you while I'm flying this airplane? Just think of it as an insurance policy." Black chuckled and shook his head. "That's one hell of a plan. You shoot me, you die. Crazy how that works." "I already told you that I can fly this plane." Black furrowed his brow and shook his head. "I doubt that, because if you were, you would have shot me already. I just got us into the country with the tower, and you heard the runway we're going to land on, so no need to keep me now." "Don't tempt me." Black shrugged. "I knew you were full of shit." "Watch it," the man said, jabbing his gun toward Black. "You just keep your mouth shut and fly this plane." "Roger that, Captain." Black realized the moment they came to a halt that the man was going to shoot him. There was no other reasonable possibility, given the situation. For all they knew, Black hadn't been able to communicate with anyone since they captured him. And once he got them on the ground, his usefulness would be gone, and there was no need to leave any loose ends. Black steadied the aircraft and lowered the landing gear. They were 2 minutes away from touching down, and he still felt uneasy about his plan, mostly because none of it guaranteed that Shields would survive. In the moment, he had two primary concerns: keeping President Young safe and making sure Shields survived. And he wasn't sure he could do both. Chapter 39. Washington, D.C. Rachel Geller read over her speech as she paced around the green room in the bowels of the Kennedy Center. 2 members of her security detail stood by the entrance like automatons, only moving occasionally to respond to the chatter over their comms. Outside the room, a pair of Secret Service agents guarded the entrance. As she rehearsed her remarks quietly to herself, a small picture dropped out of her papers. One of her staff members had slipped in a captioned photograph torn from a magazine of 3 girls posing with a stack of textbooks. Only their eyes could be seen through their burqas, but Geller would have sworn she could see them smiling. The jagged mountains loomed behind the girls in the distance, along with a pair of soldiers, serving as a reminder of the stark reality facing female students in Afghanistan. These were the girls she was fighting for, the girls she was willing to play the political game in Washington for. In the end, she determined it was worth it, though she still loathed the rigged system that did more to fatten the wallets of politicians than it did to help the American people, much less other countries. The scraps thrown from the table were all well received, even viewed as benevolent by the subservient few who hoped to feast with the swine one day. At least, that was how she saw things. In her short tenure as Secretary of State, Geller found changing things from the inside was an arduous challenge. But she had a far better chance to inch situations in a more favorable direction from there than she did from the outside. Geller again studied the girls' faces, at least what she could see of them. The moment captured seemed almost surreal if it had been taken a decade earlier. But the future had arrived, even in the rural regions of the country, and she wasn't about to let it fade back to the way it was. "Looking at some future suicide bombers?" a man asked. She turned her head quickly toward the direction of the voice. David Salisbury stood smiling at her, while holding Abe and scratching him behind his ears. Geller wanted to give him an earful, but thought better of it. "I was thinking future doctors and lawyers for the people of Afghanistan." "Rachel, I think you would have learned by now that women aren't the same in every culture. Some don't want careers. Some women just want to be the caretakers of their home and nurture their children." "And there's nothing wrong with that," Geller said. "There's also nothing wrong with them doing other things too. But whatever they decide to do, it'd just be nice if they could read. Don't you agree?" Salisbury grinned. "Now that right there is why the president hired you to run the State Department. You have a way about you of diffusing even the harshest of comments." "Was that a test?" she asked. Salisbury shrugged. "The world may never know how I really feel about that, but I just wanted to see if you really were as good as advertised." "I never let my guard down," she said with a wink. "And that's what I appreciate about you," he said, taking her hand in his and shaking it. "Thank you so much for that wonderful interview you did with Michelle Ryland. It'll strike all the right notes with the viewers and show what a compassionate person you are, who was thrust in a difficult situation." "I just told the truth about what happened," she said. "I'm sure you did, but it was the way you told it." Geller sighed. "Contrary to how your brain works, I don't sit around and think about how to spin everything so it sounds better than it really is. That's the funny thing about the truth. It makes you sound genuine, because you are." Salisbury rubbed his hands together. "So, are you ready for your big night?" She rolled her eyes. "You know I'm not a big fan of this. It's my fault. You know the saying, play stupid games, win stupid prizes? Well, that was me in Africa. I was too cocky that nothing would go wrong, and that if it did, I'd get out of it unscathed. Yet, strangely enough, that's exactly what happened," Salisbury said, tapping his temple with his forefinger. "It's like you had this premonition. The president is the one who suspected something like this might happen. And he was right. But that doesn't mean he was happy about it." She nodded. "Which is why I think it's really nutty that he wants to give me an award tonight for courage. When I originally asked to go, I think he basically said I was stupid for wanting to enter such a dangerous place. But now he's going to reward me for my stupidity?" "Consider this your official welcome to Washington," Salisbury said. "Things don't always work like you think they should in this town, if they even work at all."
Don't I know that already? Well, I don't care what he chooses to honor you for, because you deserve it. Everything you endured is one thing, but to come straight out of that and negotiate an alliance that's going to help keep the American people and the rest of the world safer in the future, that's definitely worth some recognition. If you say so, she said, before turning her attention to her speech. All right, well, I'll let you get back to it, Salisbury said, before exiting the room. Geller was left alone with her thoughts as she tried to memorize key points of her speech. She wanted to look directly at the camera when she said certain lines, hoping to connect with the American people. She wanted to be relatable and strong. And deep down, she wanted to explore a run at the presidency. That's where I can really get things done. She sat down at a table and cracked open a bottle of water. After a few swigs, she continued reading. However, her concentration was broken when she heard some of the chatter over the comms. Is everything all right? She asked, as she looked up at her security team. One of the men, Anthony, put his right index finger to his ear and held his other one toward Geller, signaling for her to wait. She scowled and mouthed to the other agent, "What's going on?" When she didn't receive an answer, she got up and walked toward the men. "We've got it, Madam Secretary," Anthony said. "You focus on your speech." Before he could say anything else, 2 members of the Secret Service entered the room and huddled with her guys. "Will someone please tell me what's going on?" she asked as she stamped her foot. "I'm sorry, ma'am," Anthony said. "We're just working through something right now." "Would you mind sharing with me what's going on?" she said. "I have sufficient security clearance to talk about whatever it is that has you guys scurrying about and going on like middle school girls swapping gossip in the hallway." "There's a potential threat, ma'am," Anthony said bluntly. One of the Secret Service members glared at Anthony. "What?" Anthony said defensively. "She has a right to know." "Damn right I do," Geller said. "Now what kind of threat are we talking about? A bomb? A suicide bomber? Is this threat active? On the premises?" The lead Secret Service agent sighed and put his hands on his hips. "There's a potential threat, ma'am." "So nothing is confirmed?" she asked. "Not yet. We're still trying to piece together all the information." Anthony nodded. "But it's pretty serious, Madam Secretary. They're recommending we evacuate the building." Geller furrowed her brow. "Then why aren't we?" "The president is worried about how that would look," Anthony said. "An attack on the Kennedy Center with all these famous people will look a whole hell of a lot worse," she said. "Agreed, ma'am," the Secret Service agent said. "But like you, we serve at the pleasure of the president. Besides, nothing has been substantiated yet. POTUS is unwilling to take any action." Geller shook her head. "I hope it's not too late." "Me and you both, ma'am," Anthony said. Geller took another long pull on her water bottle and tried to think about her speech. But her concentration was gone. There was only one thing she could think about now. Chapter 40. Shields twisted in the trunk, trying to get away from the piece of metal jabbing her in the back. With her hands bound together, she shifted until she managed to scoot on top of the spare tire. She thought the blindfold was overkill, given that they exited the house in darkness. But her vote didn't matter. It was clear to her that the terrorists who abducted her were going to do whatever they wanted to with her. And that never seemed more terrifying than it did at the moment. The car's tires hummed as they rolled on for a long stretch, more than likely on the interstate. She estimated that they'd been on the interstate at least a half hour without turning, meaning they were heading far out.
Uncertain of the implications of her transport well out of the city, she considered how she might turn the tables on her captors. Since she was still alive, she could only assume that Agent Black had complied with their demands. But maybe he'd just reneged, and they wanted to take her to the forest and bury her, where nobody would find her body for years, if at all. It was the worst possible scenario, and one of her greatest fears. She'd die in the woods, never to be found, never to be mourned, and all alone. Determined not to let that happen, Shields considered her options. And there weren't many. Running away with a blindfold on one leg wasn't likely to result in freedom. She experienced a phantom pain, reaching for her leg and wanting to scratch it. But it wasn't there. Apparently, her hostage takers removed it after she took a knock to the head, even after insisting they didn't have time to do so.
What are they so worried about?
Without it, there wasn't much she could do, but she could still be a pain in their ass about it. Shields guessed they'd traveled an hour outside of the city before they exited the highway. The car wound around some twisting roads at a slower speed, indicating to her that they were probably on a 2-lane county or state route. A few minutes later, they were creeping along a washboard dirt road. She heard the men talking to each other loudly about how to handle the situation, convincing her that they were about to kill her. The brakes squeaked as the car came to a stop. She heard them continuing their conversation in hushed tones. Then, the trunk door swung open, and the sound of the rusty hinges made Shields cringe.
You might want to put some WD-40 on that, Shields said.
Nixon growled.
You blindfolded her instead of gagging her.
I know, she's mouthy, Bunnyman replied.
But I'm tired of wearing that stupid bunny head. It actually enhances your looks, bro. Can we just waste this chick and get this over with? That way we don't have to worry about what we're wearing. We're still waiting on orders from the boss, Nixon said. We'll know what to do soon enough.
Shields processed the information she gleaned from their conversation and decided to engage them as long as she wasn't gagged.
Hope you're making quite a pretty penny to kill some random woman and bury her in the woods, Shields said. Because I can tell you right now that when you murder a federal agent, you won't be shown any mercy.
Like they'll find you out here, Bunnyman said. It'll be another century or two before they find your bones.
You willing to bet your life on that? She asked.
I guess I am. It's a quick way to make 50 G's, Bunnyman said.
Shut up, Nixon said. You run your mouth too much. 50 G's? For killing a federal agent? She asked. You guys are cheap. If I wasn't going to kill both of you tonight, I'd want to get you on Uncle Sam's payroll.
Shut up, lady, Bunnyman said. We're done with you.
The two men worked together to lift her out of the trunk and place her on the ground. She held on to both their shoulders to maintain her balance.
You do realize how incredibly beta male it is of you to kill a one-legged woman in the woods, she asked, needling them some more. I mean, seriously, do you drink soy milk and avoid all types of meat?
I will hit you, Bunnyman said.
Is that before or after you shoot me? Shields asked.
Then Shields tumbled to the ground, breaking her fall by landing on her shoulder. Nixon cursed and grabbed her by her arms.
Could you give me a hand?
Bunnyman chuckled.
You look like you've got it all under control, Mr. Whole Milk.
If I had my leg, I could walk for myself, Shields said.
Shit, man. Just give her the leg back, Bunnyman said. It's not like she can go anywhere out here.
Fine, Nixon said. Put it on her, and grab your stupid bunny head and my mask while you're at it. We don't need to take any chances in case she somehow gets some help out here."
"Out here?" Bunnyman said.
"Have you lost your mind? Just do it, okay?"
Bunnyman growled. Shields heard footsteps toward the car. A few seconds later, one of the men tried to attach her leg. "How's that feel?" Bunnyman asked.
"It's not on right,"
she said. Then he continued to tighten the strap.
"You're not doing it right,"
Shields said.
"Just get her inside," Nixon said. "We shouldn't have to wait long now."
Shields walked with the two men up a short flight of stairs and onto what felt like a wooden porch. One of the men worked a key into a lock before the door flung open. A screen door rattled against the frame as they entered the house. Once the door was shut, Nixon removed her blindfold.
"Thank you for that," she said. "I was beginning to—"
Nixon cut her off by sliding her blindfold into her mouth, serving as an effective gag.
"Got something to say to me?"
Nixon asked. Shields shook her head.
"That's what I thought,"
Nixon said, before he turned to Bunnyman, who didn't have his mask on.
"Take her to her room."
Shields tried to say something, but her words were unintelligible due to the gag. She wanted to tell him that he didn't look nearly as ugly as she imagined, but was actually glad that she couldn't get it out. Now that she had her leg, she needed to switch her tactic from sassy to sweet. Bunnyman led her into the room and tied her good leg to the bedpost, then ripped her prosthetic leg off.
"I bet it's killing you not to be able to talk, isn't it?" he asked. "Maybe almost as much as it's killing you that you can't walk without help."
She shrugged and grunted.
"That look says it all," he said. "I know you have some smart-ass comments swimming around in your head, and yet you can't say it. But as my old man used to say, life's a bitch and then you die."
She forced a smile and nodded.
"Don't you go anywhere, you understand? That'd be bad for me."
Shields remained quiet, wanting desperately to respond with something snide about Nixon that might endear Bunnyman to her, but she couldn't get it out and decided she'd save it for later. He exited the room and closed the door behind him. Nixon met Bunnyman in the hallway.
"Did you make sure she's secure?" "She's not going anywhere for a long time," Bunnyman said.
Shields smiled as they shuffled off down the hallway. She stretched as far as she could and was able to get her fingers on her prosthetic leg. After dragging it over to her, she used one of the sharper metal pieces on the side to saw away on the zip tie binding her hands together. It took a couple of minutes of careful work before she freed her hands. Immediately, she removed her gag and then released the secret compartment that held her weapon. She checked to make sure it was loaded and grinned. Shields reattached her leg properly and waited. After 10 minutes elapsed, she decided that was more than enough time.
"Mr. Bunnyman, can you help me? I have to use the bathroom."
Shields stood behind the door and waited. Chapter 41. Airspace over Hyde Field. Black didn't have much time as the plane continued to descend. As he quickly ran through his options, none of them seemed to matter much in the end. Either way, he was likely to die. If his co-pilot didn't shoot him first, the terrorists in the back would finish the job. But if he crashed the plane, Shields would certainly die. At least the president will survive. Black reduced his airspeed some more and ran through his checklist on final approach.
"Got your seatbelt on?" Black asked.
The co-pilot glared at him.
"Don't get any funny ideas."
Black increased the plane's airspeed
jolting them back in their seats. He then rolled the plane hard to the right, surprising the co-pilot. Black grabbed his gun and put 2 shots in the man's head, killing him almost instantly. In the back, Kazadi and Zahid shouted along with the others. Black leveled out the plane and circled back around toward the runway. He reached back and locked the door to the cockpit before grabbing the intercom microphone. "Terrorists and miscreants, this is your captain speaking," Black began. "We've had a little mishap on our final approach for landing that requires a cleanup in the cockpit. Once we touch down and come to a complete stop, feel free to send someone up front to take care of this mess. In the meantime, sit back, relax, and dream of dying a martyr's death in a hail of bullets. We'll be on the ground shortly." Black circled the airfield once more before taking another pass at landing. He heard pounding on the door, Zahid demanding that it be opened. Taking the microphone, Black delivered another message. "If you want to survive this landing, I suggest you get me proof of life for my fellow agent by having her captors call your former colleague's phone. I have it up front with me, and will complete the landing sequence once I'm satisfied that she's safe, and will remain so. Is that clear?" "I'm going to gut you," Kazadi shouted through the door. "Mr. Kazadi, please keep in mind that your life is in my hands," Black said, as calm as an airline pilot. "Any attempt to gut me will result in certain death, not only for you, but also for your cabin mates." Black heard footsteps stomping away. "Let me remind you that if you haven't already done so, please buckle up and prepare for landing," Black said. The dead co-pilot's phone rang, and Black answered. "Let me hear her voice," Black said, dispensing with pleasantries. Shields shouted in the background. "They're going to kill me, but you have to keep—" "Satisfied?" a man asked after yanking the phone away from Shields. "Yes, I am," Black said. "In fact, I'm very satisfied. You try to kill her or me, and the FBI will be all over your location. I'm sending this phone number and record of this phone call to the Deputy Director of the CIA. He'll know what to do with it. So whatever you're planning on doing, I suggest you release the federal agent you've taken hostage. It's your only chance of surviving, albeit a very long time in a dark and dingy cell." The man on the other end cursed at Black before hanging up. Their intention was clear. She was going to die, and so was he. At least, that's what they believed. Black found that playing to their overconfidence was oftentimes the best way to disrupt his enemy's plans, especially when they held the upper hand. He was certain that once they touched down, they'd try to kill him in one way or another. Black checked in with the tower again, explaining that he had to abort the last approach. He sought clearance for the same runway and was granted it. A couple of minutes later, the tires barked as the Gulfstream 650 touched down on American soil. He checked in with the tower and taxied toward a row of empty hangars. Zahid pounded on the door. "Last one on the right." The handle jiggled, but held fast, bringing a smile to Black's face. He continued to check the rest of the plane's instruments while holding a gun. As he guided the jet to the hangar, he considered all the ways that they might try to kill him, and he came up with a contingency plan for each one. The only one he wasn't certain he could survive was if they all tried to storm the cockpit. He could use the co-pilot as a shield, but wasn't sure how long a siege he could withstand, even with the dead man's weapon as a backup. Black applied the brakes and brought the plane to a stop. He quickly texted Robert Besserman with a brief explanation of who he was and why the phone call needed to be researched by someone at the agency or at the NSA. Then Black waited. He heard the door to the plane open, but not much else. Craning his neck, he tried to see back behind the plane when he heard several cars roar up to it. The vehicle's headlights gleamed off a stack of oil barrels inside the hangar. What are they doing? He wondered aloud. Then, just as he noticed the cars wheeling around, he saw one of the men drenching the ground in oil, leading away from the plane. He looked up at Black, ensuring he was seen. What the? Black watched as the man struck a match on the side of a box and flung the flame at the gasoline. He sprinted for one of the vehicles and dove inside. The tires squealed on the tarmac as the trio of SUVs sped off. The flame on the ground swelled, and Black realized his time was short. He unlocked the cockpit and noticed the cabin was already ablaze with a raging fire. Spinning on his heels, he rushed back into the cockpit and shut the door behind him. Chapter 42. Washington, D.C. The gala at the Kennedy Center proved to be the star-studded event that President Young hoped it would be. A-list actors, Hall of Fame professional athletes, musicians, and academic leaders jammed the seats for an event hosted by Sam Clyburn, the hottest comedian on late-night television. Red, white, and blue buntings hung over the railings in the upper levels, while patriotic music played in the background. President Young worked his way through the back concourse, shaking hands with several politicians and other foreign dignitaries on hand for the event. He stopped for a minute and chatted with Nevada Senator Harold Williams, who was there with his wife Linda, a former Olympic track star. "This turnout is incredible," Williams said as the two men shook hands. "Well, it's only that way because you're here, along with your beautiful wife," Young said. "Oh, stop it, Mr. President," Linda said. Young grinned and winked. "Seriously, I appreciate you both taking the time to be a part of this tonight. You two have been some of my biggest public supporters, and I appreciate it." "We wouldn't miss it for anything," Williams said. "But I still want to get together with you in the next couple of weeks before I introduce some new legislation on gambling. Call my office, and I'll make sure we find the time," Young said. He continued to meander to his private box before settling into his seat. The buzz in the room was palpable, which was what he'd hoped for. He reached over and grabbed his wife Madeline's hand, giving it a squeeze. She looked at him and grinned before patting him on the shoulder. "This is going to be fantastic, Noah," she said. "As long as Sam Clyburn is moderately funny, I don't see how this night can go any other way," Young said. He leaned back in his seat, taking in the last few moments of the crowd filing in, before the house lights dimmed. A spotlight appeared in the corner and followed Clyburn as he strode onto the stage. "Good evening, everyone," said Clyburn, clad in a shimmery blue suit with red and white accents. "It's so nice to see you all here for this exciting night. Now, many of you know me as Sam Clyburn, but tonight, as you might be able to tell, I'm Uncle Sam." His comment drew a few polite laughs before he introduced a pre-recorded skit he'd made. On the screen behind him, a video played, depicting him running through the White House looking for the president, only to find David Salisbury's dog Abe sitting in the chair of the Oval Office. "We always wondered who was really running the country," Clyburn said. "Now we know." The crowd laughed more than at his first joke, which put Young at ease. He'd already seen the sketch, giving it his approval, but he was pleased to see others were amused by it as well, even if it was a joke at his expense. Clyburn continued by introducing the night's first award recipient. Charlotte Lofton was tapped to receive an award for her work with a nonprofit that dug wells in remote areas of Africa. And while there were many organizations involved in that work, Lofton's group also utilized the coverings above the wells to affix wireless internet transmitters. The crowd gave her a standing ovation after a short video played explaining how her idea was revolutionizing small villages and connecting them to the rest of the world. For the next half hour, the cycle of Clyburn introducing recipients, showing a video about why they won, and giving them an award continued. Young watched from his private box, mostly interested in how everyone in the facility was reacting. If they had a good time, and he came across as a thoughtful leader, he hoped he might be able to parlay those warm and fuzzy feelings into some campaign donations for the next election. However, a tap on his shoulder interrupted his musings about the future. "Sir, the head of security needs to speak with you," a Secret Service agent said. Young furrowed his brow. "Is everything all right?" "Come with me, sir," the agent said. Young excused himself from the box and followed the man into the hallway, where Clint Rollins, the head of the Secret Service, was awaiting him. "Clint, what's the meaning of all this?" Young asked. "You do realize this is one of the biggest nights of the year for me." "Sir, I promise you that I wouldn't have bothered you unless it was an emergency," Rollins said. "An emergency? Tonight?" "Sir, we have a report that a group of terrorists have landed at Hyde Field and intend to attack this venue tonight. So set up a perimeter and make sure it doesn't happen," Young said with a wave of his hand. "That's literally your job." "Of course, sir. We're doing everything to employ law enforcement officers around the city to deploy an effective perimeter, the kind they won't be able to penetrate." "Nothing's impenetrable," Young said with a growl. "Haven't you been around long enough to find that out? My job is to keep you safe, Mr. President, and that's what I intend to do. I can assure you that the perimeter we set up around this building won't be besieged by any enemy of this country who intends to do you harm. But what if they do? It'll be chaos, sir." "What other mitigation actions do you recommend?" Young asked. "I believe we need to cancel this event and evacuate you immediately." Young put his hands on his hips. "You're talking out both sides of your mouth now. You have an impenetrable perimeter, but it could be penetrated and endanger everyone here? Now which is it?" "Better to be safe than sorry, sir. To act out of an abundance of caution is a much better alternative than losing you. Wouldn't you agree?" Young narrowed his eyes. "Not if I intend to maintain the presidency. Do you know what would happen to me if this event was canceled? I'd give Clyburn more material than he could handle for the next 5 months. Now I'm not going anywhere, so I suggest you figure out a way to stop those bastards before they get here. The last thing I want is to put this place in a panic." "We'd remove you quietly, sir. The sole purpose of tonight is to honor Secretary Geller for her heroism and avoid a public relations nightmare," Young said. "If I'm not there to give her an award, as well as a platform for her to tell her story about what happened in Africa, my administration is going to be toast." Rollins shrugged. "My job is to make sure you remain safe." "Are you ordering that I leave with you now?" "Sir, don't make this more difficult than it has to be." Young sighed and took a step back. "Is this an active threat or simply an alert?" "At the moment, it's an alert. But if it gets to—" "I've heard enough," Young said. "Thank you for the update. I'm going to return to my seat and continue with this event, unless this imagined threat of yours becomes a real one. It might be too late by then, sir." "I'll take my chances," Young said, as he patted Rollins on the shoulder. "Keep up the good work." Young turned around and marched back to his seat. Madeline cocked her head to one side, scrunching up her face. He understood what she meant by her expression. "Everything's fine," Young said in a hushed tone. "Just had to fend off an overzealous Secret Service chief. That's all." "So we're not in any danger?" Madeline asked in a whisper. "Not at all," he said, patting her on her leg. "Just enjoy the rest of your evening." Young shifted in his seat and swallowed hard. He forced a smile, just in case any cameras were on him. Despite how discreet he was about leaving, he knew someone would notice and offer up conjecture. He tried to put on a brave face to show that he wasn't worried. But he was. Chapter 43. Bahiri Zahid checked his rifle and took stock of his munitions. The SUV's engine roared as it tore off down the road heading back to Washington. Situated in the middle row, he leaned forward to talk to the driver. "How long will it take us to get to Washington?" Zahid asked. The driver shrugged. "It depends on traffic, but I'd say a half hour, especially if we don't run into any trouble." "Relax," Kazadi said. "You will get your revenge." Zahid leaned back and shifted in his seat. "How can you be so sure?" "The Americans are so predictable," Kazadi said. "Yet one man fought as a legion against your soldiers." Kazadi shrugged. "What is the saying in America? Even a broken clock is right twice a day?" Zahid scowled and shook his head. "If you're trying to suggest that the American got lucky, I think you're smart enough to know that the agent they sent to rescue Secretary Geller was a well-trained warrior who knew exactly what he was doing. It would have only been luck if you killed him. A desperate man alone in the jungle is different than an arrogant government defending their home soil. Their moves will be predictable, and we will be ready to take advantage of them." "You better be right, for all our sakes." Kazadi nodded. "I didn't get this far by being wrong." The SUV slowed down as they rounded the corner. Zahid slid forward in his seat. "Why are we slowing down?" he asked the driver. "There's a roadblock ahead," the driver said, before he turned over his shoulder and winked with a mischievous grin. "Buckle up." The driver stomped on the accelerator, and the car lurched forward, hurtling toward the sawhorses denying passage ahead. Black glanced again at the flames racing toward the plane's fuselage. There was no time for calculated guesses. He needed to take action, and hope he chose wisely. Black backed up against the cockpit door and fired his weapon repeatedly at the windshield. The glass held up after the first 3 shots, but by the 4th one, the integrity of the windshield began to weaken. Black fired twice more for good measure, before grabbing the fire extinguisher. He smashed it against the glass several times before it gave way. Smoke seeped beneath the door, and Black could barely stand the heat. He coughed before rearing back and kicking at the window, creating a large enough space for him to get through. The shards ripped his forearms and back as he climbed through the hole in the front and jumped to the ground. Black rolled when he hit the tarmac before leaping to his feet and sprinting away from the aircraft. He dove behind a stack of wooden crates before the plane exploded, sending a flaming ball into the night sky. The ground trembled beneath Black as he peered around the side at the carnage. Metal pieces lay scattered about, some smoking, others still ablaze. Parts of the fuselage appeared to be wilting due to the intense heat from the blast. While Black was mesmerized by the fiery spectacle, he pulled himself away from it, remembering that he'd only avoided danger to pursue more of it. He hoped Shields was still alive, wherever she was. But he couldn't dwell on that at the moment. Young's life was at stake, thanks to Black flying the terrorists into the country, and he had to do whatever he could to stop them if he wanted to save both Shields and the president. Black raced behind the hangar and found several cars parked nearby. He picked a newer Toyota Camry and jimmied the door open. Then he hot-wired the car and took off down the road, exiting Hyde Field. As he drove, he called Blunt to issue a status report. When Black finished explaining what had happened, Blunt sighed. "You didn't even at least attempt a shaky landing and maybe try to knock him around a bit?" Blunt asked. "The co-pilot had a gun on me," Black said. "What was I supposed to do?" "You could have driven the plane into the ground, which was what I fully expected someone like you with a death wish to do." "Maybe I don't have a death wish anymore." "What changed?" Blunt asked. "Does something have to change for me to want to live a little more strongly than I want to die?" "Well, those certainly aren't whimsical decisions," Blunt said. "And based on how you've relished every opportunity over the years to rush into the most harrowing assignments Firestorm's had, I have to ask myself what was different about this time. Because I still can't believe I'm talking to you right now." "Have you heard from Shields?" Black asked. "No," Blunt said. "But Besserman told me what you did. It'll be a while before anyone can get to that location. Now tell me, what's the situation on the ground?" 3-vehicle convoy, Black said. "I wasn't privy to their entire plan, but based on the bits and pieces I overheard, it sounded like they were headed to the Kennedy Center." "Shit," Blunt said. "That's what I was afraid of." "Did you alert the FBI?" Blunt waited a moment before responding. "I had no choice." "Have they already killed her?" "I don't know." "Damn it," Black said, pounding his fist on the steering wheel. "You know they have, don't you?" "I don't know anything, except that we have an active terrorist threat right now, and the president is vulnerable, and it's our job to help make sure that doesn't happen. And since you're the one who ushered these assholes into the country, why don't you do your job and make sure they don't kill anyone while they're here?" Black seethed, even though Blunt was right. All Black could think about was the fact that Shields was likely dead. He'd failed her when she needed him the most. An explosion nearby rocked the area. A fiery ball shot skyward. Black rounded the corner and saw ground zero of the blast. "I'm gonna have to call you back," Black said. "What is it?" Blunt asked. Black tried to process the scene as quickly as possible from 400 meters away. He let out a low whistle. "What happened?" Blunt demanded. Black shook his head. "Looks like a bomb just went off near a roadblock." Chapter 44. Undisclosed Location. "All right, sweetheart," Bunnyman said as he marched down the hallway. "This isn't an assisted living home. I've got better things to do than take you to the bathroom and hold your hand every time you have to go." The door opened slowly, and the man strode inside the bedroom, this time wearing his bunny head. Shields was disappointed, but only because she wanted to see his expression when her demented captor figured out she wasn't where she was supposed to be. "What the hell?" he said, once he noticed her bindings were cut, and she wasn't there. "And then you die," Shields said, before pumping 3 shots into his center mass. Bunnyman staggered backward against the wall and clutched his chest. If he wanted to say something, he couldn't get the words out. He slid down the wall and collapsed. Shields removed his bunny head and glanced at him as he tried to mouth something. Whatever he wanted to say, she wasn't interested in hearing it. She grabbed his gun and slid it into her pocket. Next, she put on his head and headed down the hall. She found Nixon unmasked, sitting with his back to the hallway on his phone playing a game. Despite a few heavy footfalls, he didn't look up, instead immersed in the activity on his device.
"I'll be glad when we can get rid of this chick," Nixon said. "I'm tired of all her constant whining and smart-ass comments." "Me too," Shields said.
Nixon dropped his phone and scrambled for his weapon lying on the coffee table in front of him. He never reached it. Shields hit him in the back of the head with her first shot, before adding 2 more in his back. His face smacked the corner of the coffee table, already dead before he hit the ground. She removed the bunny head and tossed it aside. Then she picked up the Nixon mask off the couch and threw it on his face.
"You're not a crook anymore,"
she said to herself with a smirk. She rooted through his pockets for his keys and then grabbed his phone. As she hustled outside to the car, she dialed Blunt's number.
"Oh, thank God,"
Blunt said as soon as he heard her voice.
"Are you all right?"
"I'm fine," she said. "We do need a cleanup at this location. 2 bodies to dispose of."
"Anybody we know?"
"Nah," she said. "Just some low-life thugs, lured in by the promise of a high-paying job."
"They would have never seen their money."
"Nope. Their fate was sealed one way or another the minute they took this job."
Blunt grunted.
"I'm glad it was you who sealed it for 'em."
"You and me both," she said. "Now what happened with Agent Black? Please don't tell me he tried to be a hero and save me. I mean—"
She paused and took a deep breath.
"Go ahead," she continued. "Break it to me gently."
"For once he abandoned his apparent death wish because he wanted a chance to save you."
"Damn you, Titus," she said. "That means he's dead, and the terrorists are here, right?"
"You know Agent Black better than that," Blunt said. "He might have a death wish, but he's got more lives than a house full of cats."
"Where is he?"
"He's near Hyde Field right now," Blunt said. "I was just talking to him a few minutes ago, when he hung up abruptly after mentioning something about a bomb going off near a roadblock."
"And you haven't heard from him since then?"
"It was literally a couple of minutes ago. I expect to hear back from him any second now."
"Where should I go now?" she asked.
"Maybe just come back here and help from headquarters."
She shook her head and set her jaw.
"Not tonight. I'm out for blood."
"I don't think that's a good idea."
"You and I both know that Agent Black is going to need some help," she said. "If he's going all cowboy on us, you know what he's thinking. As far as he knows, I'm dead, and he's on a suicide mission."
"And so you're going to join him? So what? You can both die together like star-crossed lovers?"
"We're not lovers," she snapped. "But he is my partner, and I'll be damned if I'm going to let him try to do this alone. Now where are the terrorists headed?"
"Our best guess is the Kennedy Center," Blunt said. "It's where President Young is, along with almost every other filthy rich politician, actor, athlete, and philanthropist in the country."
"That makes sense," she said. "When you speak to Black, give him this number and tell him that I'll try to meet up with him there."
"Why don't you let him know yourself?" Blunt said. "I'll text you his number."
Seconds later, Nixon's phone buzzed with a number from Blunt. Shields climbed behind the wheel of Nixon's car, a Ford Taurus with a rusting paint job. The inside smelled of stale fast food, and the seat cushion was visible through the rips in the cloth upholstery. She turned the key as the engine sputtered to life. There was less than a quarter of a tank of gas, though she wasn't sure it was enough to get her back to Washington or not, since she didn't know where she was.
"These fools were probably going to waste that bounty on drugs,"
instead of getting a new car. Typical.
She opened a map application on Nixon's phone to determine where she was. A half-hour due east from the capital. She was in some rural wooded area of Maryland. Armed with that information, she called Black, but he didn't answer, sending the call straight to voicemail. If she texted him from a strange number, he'd be suspicious. Even if she divulged some secret information that would confirm it was her, she knew Black would think her captors were right there with her. He needed to hear her voice. She left a rambling voicemail, though even that might not be enough to convince him that she was freed from her captors, and on her own now. Closing her eyes to think, Shields sighed and rubbed her temples with her forefingers. She jammed the car into drive and headed for the Kennedy Center. Chapter 45. Upper Marlboro, Maryland. Black watched the flames lap the night sky in the distance. Several black sedans were scattered across the two-lane byway. Some car parts were in flames, others just smoldering. A handful of red and blue lights strobed the sky, though none of them where they should have been. Some were outside the vehicles, windshields shattered. Others were still affixed to blazing dashboards. But it was the bodies that gave Black chills. He'd seen plenty of death before, but not quite like this. Not on American soil, anyway. The roadway was littered with bodies, likely a healthy posse of FBI agents who never fully considered the lengths to which the terrorists might go to achieve their demented end. From what Black could tell, federal agents had set up a roadblock, and a bomb of some sort decimated the area. Due to the shrapnel and wreckage, Black struggled to discern if the explosion was intentional or not. He drove closer to the site of the explosion and got out of his car. Neighbors ventured out, peering at the scene. One man, dressed in a suit and tie, surveyed the scene from his driveway nearby. "Did you see what happened here?" Black asked the man. He shook his head. "I was inside eating dinner when I heard a loud boom." "Did you see a roadblock set up?" The man nodded. "I came out then, too, when I saw all the lights, but a couple of men wearing FBI jackets told us to stay inside until further notice." "I guess this is further notice," Black said. The man shrugged. "I'd like to know what the hell was going on right outside my front door. This is a quiet road, and we've never had anything like this happen before." "I'm sure it's an outlier," Black said. "But if you have any kids, I suggest you keep them inside unless you want them to be scarred for life. Bloody appendages have a way of doing that to them." "Me too," the man said as he winced. Sirens wailed in the distance. "Are you a Fed?" the man asked. "Just here to help," Black said. "You have yourself a nice evening." Black hustled closer toward the epicenter, dodging flaming bumpers, hubcaps, and disconnected tires. His feet crunched on shards of glass against the pavement. He came upon two badly burned bodies and checked for a pulse. Both agents were dead. Black walked along the road, still unsure about what exactly had happened. Was it a suicide mission? And if so, why would they come this far just to die at an FBI roadblock? Black's second question was a nagging one. Surely this wasn't the plan. But he wondered if it was the result of the impact with the FBI vehicles parked in the road. Unstable explosives, or perhaps a fire, sparked by a bullet entering the vehicle. Black walked in the grass along the shoulder, gaining a different perspective on the blast radius. Then, he heard a groan coming from the bushes in a drainage ditch that ran parallel to the road. He hustled over toward the noise, and found a man bleeding with a piece of metal stuck in his side and blood dripping down his face.
"Help,"
the man said. Black studied what appeared to be a piece of a car's siding lodged in the man's midsection. If Black removed the object, the man was likely to bleed profusely and be dead before paramedics could get to him.
"Just stay with me," Black said. "First responders are already on their way." "It's over," the man said. "I'm not going to make it."
Black held the man's hand.
"Yes, you will. You need to stay conscious. The minute you drift off, you'll stop fighting and die. I don't want that, and you don't want that. You got a family, Agent Locke," he said, swallowing hard as he nodded. "Boys? Girls?" "One of each," Locke said with a chuckle. "With a wife who told me this would happen one day." "You're going to prove her wrong by living," Black said. "Now, can you tell me what happened?" "Who are you?" "I'm a federal agent like you, Agent Titus Black. I'm just under a different shield," Black said. "Good," Locke said. "So what happened? Did you see the blast?" Locke nodded almost imperceptibly. "They came right at our roadblock and never even slowed down. Bastards blew themselves up. Must have been completely packed with C4 explosives or something like that." "Are you sure?" Locke narrowed his eyes. "If I live, that scene will haunt me to my grave." "That just doesn't make any sense," Black said. "Terrorists don't exactly traffic in logic," Locke said. "Yeah, but why would they go through all the trouble of going halfway across the world, only to blow themselves up?" "'Cause they're sickos," Locke said. "That's one word for them. I get one SUV, but 3? That just defies an explanation." Locke furrowed his brow. "Who said anything about 3 SUVs? "Well, how many were there?" Black asked. "Just one." "Oh, shit," Black said. "They're on their way to Washington right now." An ambulance skidded to a stop near the edge of the wreckage. 2 paramedics got out and started assessing the situation as another fire truck rolled up to the scene. "Over here," Black called. "He's got an abdominal wound with some shrapnel that needs to be extracted." The pair hustled over and started to work on Locke. "Thanks, Agent Locke," Black said. "You may have just saved the president's life." "No, thank you for talking to me," Locke said. "Go get those assholes." Black nodded before hustling back toward his vehicle. He pulled out his phone and dialed Blunt's number. "Did Shields get a hold of you?" Blunt asked upon answering. "She's alive?" "Very much so." "That's a relief," Black said. "But we've got some major problems right now." "What the hell happened? You said something about a bomb, right?" "Zahid's crew blew through an FBI roadblock," Black said. "I wasn't sure what happened, but I was certain no other vehicles could have survived that kind of explosion, unless they were nowhere near the blast." "What are you saying?" Blunt asked. "Zahid had 3 SUVs. I assumed they were all loaded with his people. But I thought wrong. Apparently one of them was packed with explosives and driven by a suicide bomber, as far as I can tell." "So now what? We're looking for 2 SUVs? "If they haven't already split up by now," Black said. "But you need to get word to the Kennedy Center and get the president out of there. If not, it's going to be a bloodbath." "Roger that," Blunt said. "What do you plan to do now?" Black grunted. "I'm gonna hunt the bastards down before they hurt anyone else."
Chapter 46. Washington, D.C. President Young waved and smiled as he strode out onto the stage at the Kennedy Center, music pumping through the loudspeakers. It wasn't a campaign event, but it felt that way to him. A room full of adoring fans fawning over him, a prepared speech in his hand. But the similarities ended there. Young had no political rival to skewer. Rather, he had nothing but a rumor to quell. He held up both hands in an attempt to quiet the crowd, mouthing, "Thank you, and I love you too," to the audience, which had risen to its feet in expressing such adulation. Young knew he'd inherited a White House plagued with scandals by his predecessor, Conrad Michaels. And Young knew that if Michaels hadn't died in office, he would have likely paid for running with Michaels for the rest of his political career. But when the presidency is just a heartbeat away went from slogan to reality, Young seized his opportunity. His substantial policy shifts on domestic defense, as well as international trade and tax relief, had energized the country as well as strengthened the economy. And there was nothing Americans wanted more than the combination of safety and more money, a pursuit he sought to change his political fortunes. Judging by the warm reception he'd received, his plan had gone just as he'd hoped. When the crowd finally settled down, Young stepped up to the lectern and took hold of it with both hands. He bit his lip, trying to suppress the wide grin he wanted to let loose. Instead, he strained to maintain the image of a powerful leader instead of a cheesy game show host, even if that's more what he felt like in the moment. "I was warned that being president would mean that a lot of people hate you," Young said, as he shook his head slowly. "But I think some people were lying to me." "We love you, Mr. President," a woman near the front shouted. The room erupted in laughter, followed by more applause. Okay, Young said. "Now, we're here tonight to honor some notable people in our country. People who have embodied what it means to be an American. People who have set aside their personal desires and ambition for the betterment of their fellow citizens. And ultimately, that's what being an American is all about. This is a country full of hard-working people, the majority of who see it as their responsibility, their patriotic duty, to improve their communities. And everyone we're honoring tonight has done just that. However, not even many people who we're honoring tonight have done that on such a level that everyone here has benefited in one form or another from their contributions. But I'm going to introduce you to one such woman tonight. And I must confess that I'm a little emotional about it. When the late Secretary of State Sheila Hatcher was killed in a terrorist attack," Young continued, "I knew who I wanted for the job. But I didn't know if it was fair of me to invite her to accept that role. And while I'd never considered the position of Secretary of State to be a dangerous one before, Secretary Hatcher's death changed all that. I had to ask myself if anything happened to this woman. Could I live with myself? The answer was no, so I vowed to only ask her to take the job if I could keep her safe. And to me, that meant keeping her close to home and guarded closely." Young knew his speech so well that he decided to pace the stage as he continued. He felt relaxed and confident, finally getting his moment in front of the country to tell a story of bravery and heroism. "After a few weeks of having Secretary Geller on the job, I realized two things. One, I needed her out there, espousing the incredible benefits of governing a republic and what that means for the people. And two, she wasn't about to stand for staying stateside, fully aware of the dangers that lurked in certain parts of the world. However, her experience in Afghanistan as a soldier in our military
convinced me that she could handle anything. And recently, she proved that to be true. Besides, who could ever say no to her fiery spirit? Young continued on, delighting the crowd with his engaging style of storytelling. He shared pieces of Geller's story and hailed her a hero, promising everyone that the full details of what happened would be told by her in the morning on an interview with news personality Michelle Ryland. Then, Young invited Geller onto the stage. The crowd rose to their feet again as they applauded her entrance. Some people broke decorum, hooting and hollering at her. Young gestured for her to continue, as Geller seemed taken aback by the people's reaction. When Young motioned for her to keep coming toward him so he could place the Presidential Medal of Freedom around her neck, Clint Rollins stood in the wings and gestured for Young to hurry up. Rollins pointed at the ground and mouthed the word, "Now." Young forced a smile and then turned his attention back to Geller, hoping that no one could tell his concentration had been broken by someone standing off stage. Geller turned her back to him as he affixed the medal around her neck. "Thank you," Geller said. "You are all so kind." She gave a brief acceptance speech, thanking the president for the opportunity to represent the country in a different way than just in her military uniform. She also made vague references to what happened in Congo before concluding. The pair walked off the stage together before the Secret Service whisked them both down the hall. "What's going on?" Young demanded. Rollins kept his head down, ushering the two politicians toward a back entrance. "There's an imminent attack, sir. We wanted to make sure you were out of here before we dismiss everyone else." "How imminent?" Young asked. "When the terrorists landed, we worked in conjunction with the FBI and Homeland Security to set up a perimeter around the building," Rollins said. "Zahid and his crew have already penetrated that." Geller stopped, stamping her foot. "I shouldn't be here. This is against protocol." "Madam Secretary, protocol be damned," Rollins said. "That is, unless you want to die. We don't have time to argue about this. I need you both to come with me so we can evacuate you from the danger area and get you to a more secure location." "This isn't right," Geller said, shaking her finger at Rollins. "Let it go, Rachel," Young said. "We need to keep moving." "Your wife should be here instead of me," Geller said to Young. "We've already secured the First Lady, sir," Rollins said. "She'll be waiting for you back at the White House bunker." "Then let's go," Young said. "We don't need to waste any more time quibbling about protocol." Geller started moving slowly. "There's a reason we have protocol." "And there's also a time to abandon such regulations," Rollins said. "That time is now." Rollins led them into the tunnel beneath the building before ushering them into the motorcade. Geller insisted on being in another vehicle, but Rollins denied her request. "Just get in the damn car," Young said. "Who could ever say no to my fiery spirit?" she asked, repeating his line from the speech. "Well, you appear to be doing it right now." "Ma'am, don't make this more difficult than it has to be," Rollins said. Geller growled as she climbed inside. "After-party cocktail?" Young asked, holding out a martini glass to Geller. She rolled her eyes and sat back in her seat. The limo lurched forward, keeping pace with the speeding motorcade that headed east toward the White House. No one else spoke as the car hummed through the street. The only sounds were the thrum of the engine and the squawking of other agents in Rollins' ears. Young felt his hands beating up with sweat. He knew that Bahiri Zahid's dream of exacting revenge wasn't likely, but the thought of it made Young shiver. He'd seen videos of what al-Shiri agents like Bahiri Zahid did to people they deemed their enemies. It was a violent mess,
something Young didn't want any part of. And he wasn't going to relax until they were deep in the recesses of the White House and out of any imminent danger.
"You look concerned, sir," Geller said. "I don't like any of this," Young snapped. "If anything else happens, I'm going to look weak." "Would you stop worrying about your image for just 2 damn minutes?" she said. "We're in an emergency situation, and I'm sure everyone will understand what's going on. My opponents will use this against me." "Who cares?" Geller said. "And that's not a question either. You won't be able to care if you're dead. Isn't that the reasoning you just used on me to convince me to break protocol? Besides, you've got some of the best trained agents in the world around you, not to mention one dead-shot soldier." "Who doesn't have a gun," Young said. Rollins reached down and hiked up his pants leg, revealing another gun. He looked at Geller. "Be my guest." She smiled and took the weapon, briefly checking it out, before turning her attention back to Young. "I do now." "Good," Young said. "Now just get this nightmare over with." Suddenly, the motorcade came to a stop. Young's forehead creased as he peered out the window. "What's going on out there? This is highly unusual." "I know, sir," Rollins said, "but we're working on figuring it out." The car in front of the president's lifted several feet off the ground as a missile struck just beneath it. Young let out a string of expletives as he watched the vehicle catch fire. 2 of the agents in the limo jumped out to return fire in the direction from which the missile was fired. Then, the vehicle behind them was struck with another missile. "Get us out of here!" Young shouted. The limo driver lowered the glass separating the 2 compartments. He then turned to Rollins, before killing him and the other Secret Service agent still in the car. Then, he locked the door. "Sorry, Mr. President." As he raised the glass back up, Geller fired a couple of shots at him, but neither penetrated the bulletproof glass. Young pushed her arm down. The driver spoke over the intercom. "Remove all the weapons from the vehicle immediately." He rolled the window down about 6 inches. "Remember, I can see you." Young and Geller complied. When they finished, the driver rolled the window back up and peeled off from the rest of the motorcade, which was still engaged in a gunfight with shooters on the rooftops nearby. As they drove away, 2 more missiles blasted the street below, finishing off all the Secret Service vehicles that could pursue Young's limo. "Now this is a nightmare," Geller said. Young closed his eyes and took a deep breath, certain he was about to face an excruciatingly painful death. "Are you a religious person?" Young asked. Geller shrugged. "Do you pray?" he asked. "Not really," she said, "but I'm about to start." Chapter 47. Washington, D.C. Black cruised toward downtown and fiddled with the radio until he found 97.1 FM on the dial, his favorite station that played a segment of 1970s disco tunes every night. When he found the station, the DJ was introducing Gloria Gaynor's hit, "I Will Survive." A faint smile spread across his face. If ever there was a soundtrack for my day today, this is it. He turned the radio up and zipped through the evening traffic, which was nearly non-existent. When he exited the freeway, he looped around to the Kennedy Center parking lot and headed toward the entrance. However, when he reached the perimeter, he realized nothing seemed amiss. The perimeter was heavily secured by a combination of Secret Service and FBI agents. Black noted a team of snipers on both the roof of the facility as well as the one directly across the street. He speculated that there were probably several others that he couldn't see under the dead of night.
He approached one of the agents and flashed his credentials to the man. "Quiet night," Black said. The agent nodded, but didn't pay much attention to Black, instead continuing to scan the horizon for any potential trouble, just like he was trained to do. "When does this shindig finish?" Black asked. "Hell if I know," the man said. "My shift doesn't end until they tell me it does, so I don't really care much about the program." "Point taken," Black said. "I just heard there was a potential threat tonight." "There's always a potential threat. But if anyone's made any attempts to get through here tonight, they've failed miserably. Gotta keep POTUS safe." The man shrugged. "That's not my assignment anymore tonight." Black cocked his head to one side. "What do you mean?" "I mean, he's gone." "As of when?" "I don't know. 20 minutes ago, maybe? The motorcade left and returned to the White House. If you were milling around, you wouldn't have missed it." Black squinted as he looked off into the distance, almost mimicking the face of the agent. "So, if POTUS isn't here, where would the threat be?" The agent stopped and eyed Black cautiously. "Who's your reporting officer?" "I'm not reporting to anyone here tonight," Black said. "I just heard there was a threat and wanted to check things out." "Oh, so you're one of those agents." "What are you talking about?" Black asked. "The sadistic kind that gets his kicks by firing his gun at enemy combatants," the agent said. "Admit it, you just came down here tonight looking for a chance to pour some lead into some terrorist's chest." Black threw his hands up in the air. "Guilty as charged, my friend. Never any harm in seeking out some live target practice." "There is if you're not on assignment. Now I suggest you get out of here before one of my superiors comes around. But if you still need to blow off some steam, I can tell you about a range that simulates human interaction. You might appreciate it." Black waved dismissively and stepped off the curb and into the parking lot. When he got out of earshot from the agent, Black dialed Blunt's number. "The president's not here," Black said, as soon as Blunt answered. "Where the hell are you?" Blunt asked. "I'm at the Kennedy Center. According to one of the guards here, Young left about 20 minutes ago and headed back to the White House." "That was the plan," Blunt said. "But he still hasn't made it." "What are you talking about?" "I just heard from Besserman that the president's motorcade was ambushed." "Ambushed? How'd they pull that off?" "Someone on the inside is my guess," Blunt said. "But that's not all. There's more?" "Yeah. Secretary Geller was with him." Black opened his car door and hot-wired the engine, which sputtered for a moment before coming to life. "Why was she in his motorcade? They don't have a thing, do they?" "No way," Blunt said. "She was on stage when the threat came in. The Secret Service insisted on her staying with him because they feared some of the ADF and Al-Shiri agents might be lurking." "That's insane that they'd do that." "Well, what's done is done," Blunt said. "Problem now is that nobody knows where the president is." "I might know how to find him," Black said. "Call Besserman and have someone track all the calls this phone number is about to make. I'm going to call Kazadi, and hopefully we can get a ping on his location." "It's worth a shot," Blunt said. "Give me a second." Black wheeled around in the parking lot and drove along the route the motorcade would have most likely taken. He didn't get more than a mile away from the Kennedy Center before he saw the flashing lights of Metro PD cars that had already responded to the scene. 2 SUVs were on fire, while 2 more looked like they had been thrust into buildings. Paramedics worked on some of the Secret Service agents lying in the street. He stopped and stared, shaking his head. With each passing second, Black's anger swelled. He'd escorted the terrorists into the country, and allowed them to do more damage than he'd ever imagined possible. Nobody got away with the crimes they were committing. He felt like he was watching a mob movie in real time. Zahiri and Kazadi acted as if they didn't care if they lived or died. They were wreaking havoc at every point of conflict and needed to be stopped before innocent people died. Or the president. "Done," Blunt said. "I just notified Besserman." "That's a good first step," Black said. "So what are you planning on doing next?" "What do you think I'm gonna do?" Black asked. "I'm gonna hunt those bastards down and make sure they pay for what they've done." "Are you armed?" "Barely," Black said. "I'm going to call Kazadi's number and then head straight over to headquarters." "I'm here now," Blunt said. "Good," Black said. "Open the munitions rooms. I have a feeling I'm going to need to stock up tonight." "I'll be waiting for you." Black hung up and dialed Kazadi's number. "Did you make it?" Kazadi asked in French. "I suppose if you mean did I survive?" "Yes," Black said in English. The sound of his voice must have startled Kazadi, who remained silent for nearly half a minute, despite Black's pestering. "Are you not going to talk to me?" "How did you—" "I look hideous now, like some freak show who survived a fire," Black said, grinning to himself. "But I can still see and shoot straight. And I'm going to shoot you straight right now. I'm coming for you, and I'm going to kill you and Zahiri both, if it's the last thing I do." "Oh, and one more thing," Blunt said. "Agent Shields is trying to reach you. How about answering her call next time? I'm texting you her number now." Black hung up without another word and stomped on the gas. If he was going to make good on his promise to Kazadi, he knew he'd better be ready for a fight, because he had a big reason for surviving any kind of battle. And there was no room for error. Chapter 48. Washington, D.C. Bahiri Zahid tightened the bindings on President Young and Secretary Geller's hands, securing them to their chairs situated near a wall in the bottom level of a parking garage. A stark white folding table was positioned in front of the captives. Now, 2 floors below the surface, Zahid stood and admired the finished product of his crew's fast work. A backdrop with the logos of both Al-Shiri and the ADF was stretched the length of the table behind them. It didn't look like anything he'd seen from a corporate social media account, but Zahid didn't care. He wasn't trying to sell a slick product. He was trying to send a resounding message. With Young and Geller taken care of, Zahid hustled around behind a camera affixed to a tripod and bumped the man behind it out of the way. Zahid kissed the tips of his fingers. "Mwah," he said with a smile. "This is perfect. In just a few minutes, the world will be changed forever." Kazadi pumped his fist and grinned. "It's not enough to avenge the thousands of deaths caused by the bloodthirsty Americans, but perhaps this will convince them to change their policies in Africa." "And everywhere else," Zahid said. "No one has been immune to the cancer they've infected us all with, in the name of their holy democracy." Kazadi crouched down in front of Young and got eye level with him. "I will never bend my knee to an American, but their leader will bend his knee to me tonight." "Just tell me what you want," Young said. "My Secretary of State is here. She can make it happen." Zahid and Kazadi broke into laughter. "Oh, now you're interested in appeasing us," Zahid said, as he moved near the table in front of Young. "You couldn't just help our people because we need it. No, you've wallowed in your wealth for years, unwilling to lift a finger, all while putting your boot on our throats. Well, Mr. President, the game is over. You,
just like your predecessor, will leave office in a very unceremonious manner."
"Look," Young said, his face pleading as he spoke.
"I'll do anything you want me to."
"Anything?" Zahid asked.
"Yes,"
Young said. Geller cast a glance at him.
"Sir, I'm not sure." "Shut up, Rachel," Young snapped. "Can't you see I'm trying to save our lives here?"
Zahid rubbed his hands together.
"In that case, I do have one request." "Anything," Young said. "Just name it."
Zahid placed a piece of paper on the table in front of Young.
"I want you to read this."
Young scanned the document, and then slowly looked up.
"I can't do this." "You said anything." "Yeah, but not that." "It's your choice, Mr. President. If you don't read it, and in convincing fashion, I will chop off your head and share the footage of the event with the rest of the world. It will be, what do your TV stations here call it? Must-see TV?"
Young growled.
"I swear when this is over with, you'll what, Mr. President?" Zahid said in a mocking tone. "Report us to our respective governments. Revoke our passports. Tell us we can never come to your country again. You give us whatever threat you feel will make you seem big to us. But I have a little secret for you. I won't believe any of it. In fact, I know that you're going to read this, and there won't be any consequences for us. But there will be for you."
Young cast a sideways glance at Geller, who kept her head down, staring at her feet on the floor.
"You won't get what you want. That much I can promise you. Not if you make me read that."
Zahid chuckled and shook his head.
"No, I'm going to tell you something that's very important, so pay close attention. You are not in charge here. Your word means nothing, whether you're being threatened with a gun to your head or walking around in complete freedom. But you're going to say this, and if you don't, I'm going to butcher you, so that's how your entire country will remember your final moments. Now, it's your choice."
Young sighed.
"I'll read it, but you have to let her go as soon as I'm finished. She doesn't need to be here for any of this. Your beef is with me, not her. No, no, no. Your entire country is who we are at war with. Only they don't know it. But every politician and bureaucrat does. Their will is to suppress and oppress our people, extracting whatever you want from us for very little in return. That's how you treat us. So this is how you're going to be treated tonight by us. We'll release your Secretary of State, but she's going to see every minute of it, as you read what's on this paper exactly as it is printed. And you say it like you mean it."
Zahid tapped the paper in front of Young and smiled.
"Everyone will know I won't mean these words,"
Young said, as he scanned the paper again.
"Make them believe it," Zahid said.
Black glanced back and picked up the phone, debating whether he should even call Shields. He was conflicted, desperately wanting to call her on one hand to see how she was doing, but also concerned that she'd try to join him. Even if he urged her to help from the Firestorm offices, he wasn't sure she'd comply. As he sped along, the debate raged in his mind, until he finally dialed the number Blunt had texted him.
"Finally," she said as she answered the phone. "I was beginning to get worried something else had happened to you." "I've been busy." "So I've heard." "How are you?" Black asked. "What did those bastards do to you?" "Let's just say it could have been a lot worse, and let's leave it at that." "Are you all right?" She huffed a laugh through her nose. "Definitely all right." "Did they hurt you?" Nothing permanently, she said. After all, I'm already missing a leg. If I retain all the rest of my appendages, I consider that a win.
Black chuckled. Your sense of humor is still intact too, I see.
They'd have to exercise that out of me. I'm never going to take life so seriously that I can't laugh about it every once in a while, even when things are in the dumps.
Like getting abducted by terrorists? Black asked, as he flashed his credentials to an FBI agent at a roadblock up ahead. Good luck, Agent, the FBI guy said in a hushed tone. Black nodded and mouthed, "Thank you," before rolling up his window and continuing to listen to Shields.
Especially getting abducted by terrorists. I mean, one guy wore a bunny head, and the other guy wore a Richard Nixon mask. Honestly, I wasn't sure if we were going to a rave party or to rob a bank.
I'm glad you survived, which is a credit to your skills after Blunt sold you down the river.
He did the right thing, Shields said, and you know it. Your sense of nobility almost got you in trouble.
Almost? Black asked. We're far from out of the woods yet. The President and the Secretary of State have both been abducted by these bastards.
Let me help, she said.
I'd love that, Black said. I swung by the Firestorm HQ and grabbed a bunch of weapons and munitions. And I also grabbed some comms, hoping that you might make it back in time to help me out. She sighed.
I was really hoping to pump these guys full of lead. You sure you don't need me there?
If they suspect there's a group of agents, then they'll probably either run off with the President or kill him on the spot. Your guess is as good as mine. But the bottom line is, we have to strike quietly and with precision. And I think that's best done with just one agent.
So we're sending our second-best marksman to save the President? She asked. Sounds like a bad idea to me.
Please, just help from the office, okay?
Fine, she said. We'll do it your way. But you better promise to come back.
Of course, he said. I'll see you soon enough. Black ended the call as he sped to the coordinates Besserman had given him. With just a quick phone call to Kazadi, Besserman's team had pinpointed the location of the terrorist's phone by triangulating with cell towers. From there, it was a process of elimination that resulted in determining the most likely place they'd have taken the President. Besserman had warned Black that Zahir and Kazadi might have plans to sneak the President somewhere else. That was a logical conclusion, but Black wasn't sure that was the plan, based on what he'd overheard. He parked along the street a block away and crept toward the parking deck just off F Street. When he noticed a man milling around the entrance, Black picked up his cell phone and feigned as if he'd just received a call. He talked loudly and obnoxiously, swaying from side to side to give the appearance that he was drunk. After rounding the corner, Black hustled toward a back alley and slipped inside. He crept up behind the lone guard at the entrance and put him in a sleeper hold before breaking his neck. After rummaging through the dead man's jacket pockets, Black dragged the body beneath a car left overnight in the handicap spot by the entrance. Black turned the volume down and listened to the chatter on the radio. Based on the distinct voices discussing their assignments, Black identified 3 other voices and determined that there was at least one more man on the roof. The last thing Black wanted was to get sandwiched between Zahid and Kazadi and other guards patrolling the areas. If Black could work his way toward the principal players, as well as the hostages, he could increase his odds of succeeding. He just couldn't be sure how many there were. Black hustled up the ramps until he'd almost reached the top. He stopped a few meters away from it and waited, listening for any footsteps of the guard patrolling the roof. Satisfied that he'd only heard one set, he crouched low as he moved into the space. Black was surprised to see so many cars on the top level. He quickly estimated there were nearly 24, which was a mixed blessing. More vehicles gave him more opportunity to stealthily move toward the guard, but it also made it more difficult to find him. "Where are you?" Black eased down behind one vehicle and then laid prone. He scanned the area for a pair of feet marching around. The guard was nearly halfway across the roof in an open space, oscillating between the edge and the center. Zigzagging back and forth, he peeked over the side to look for any activity on the street below. Washington was unusually quiet, though Black knew it was due to the 2-mile perimeter the FBI had set up around the area. Black drew closer and waited for the man to look in the other direction. The moment he did, Black raised up and put 2 bullets in the back of the man's head. Then Black raced over and plundered the man's pockets before placing him under another vehicle. Just as he finished sliding the man under a high-clearance truck, he heard a click. "In my experience, the pilot usually stays with the plane," the terrorist said. "But not you, Officer Black." Black raised his hands in the air. "What can I say? I'm committed to my passengers." "Get up! Now," the man said. Black slowly stood. However, he hadn't stretched out before the man crumpled to the ground and dropped his weapon. Black spun around to see Shields there with a smirk on her face. He shook his head as he locked eyes with her. "I thought I told you. Your welcome would be fine," she said. "I could have handled him." "Sure you could have," she said. "Now, we can stand up here and argue, or we can go save President Young and Secretary Geller. It's up to you." Black set his jaw. "Christina?" "Titus?" she said through clenched teeth. "I don't like this," he said. "Neither do I. But I wasn't the one who ushered them into the country, was I? Like I said, we can debate this later. Right now, we have a job to do, and I suggest we not waste any more time bickering over this." Black nodded in agreement, though he was still irked that she hadn't tried to help him from the office. Shields slapped him on the shoulder. "Besides, how was looking at satellite feeds going to help anyway, when all the action was buried in a parking garage?" "Fair enough," Black said. "You just better be careful." "How many more are there?" she asked. Black shrugged. "I don't have a certain number. 3 SUVs showed up. 11 men left the jet. I know at least 1 man had to have died in a suicide run at the FBI roadblock. The last I heard, there were 3 casualties when they abducted the president. I've killed 2 men here, and you've killed 1. "This is making my head spin," she said. "I hate math." "Good thing I don't," he said with a wink. "We're down to 7-ish. I don't like working with such ambiguity." "Me neither. But here we are," Black said. "Let's go finish this." Black and Shields worked their way down the stairwell, clearing each level. They found 2 more guards and killed them quickly before they reached the bottom of the deck. Black noticed a set of construction work lights in the far corner, illuminating a hive of activity. Several armed men bustled back and forth, tweaking a makeshift set. President Young sat behind a table, his tie pulled down, his hair disheveled. He sipped a bottle of water and became animated with the man in front of him. When the man turned around, Black recognized Bahiri Zahid. To his left was Kazadi, whose mere presence conjured more rage. Seated next to the president was Secretary Geller, who sat with her arms behind her, undoubtedly bound. Her expression looked as if she might spit nails at any given moment. 3 other men scurried back and forth, heeding Zahid's instructions. Black and Shields crouched down with their backs against a minivan.
"How you want to run this?" Shields asked.
"We've got to protect the 2 hostages," Black said. "Nothing else really matters."
"Agreed."
"If we back them into a corner, Zahid will jam a gun into the president's head," Black said. "And that'll make the situation almost unmanageable, because there's only one outcome we can have." "We need better odds," Black said. Shields waved one of the radios she'd collected off one of the dead guards.
"You thinking what I'm thinking?"
Black nodded. "Let's go." They went up 1 level, and then came back down the back stairwell near where the president and the secretary were being held. The steps went up and cut back, creating the perfect hiding place just above the middle landing.
"Ready?"
Black asked. Shields nodded. Black had heard the men speaking French earlier, so he requested help on the roof in French. A voice crackled over the radio, affirming that he was on his way. Seconds later, one of the terrorists rounded the corner, only to find Black and Shields with their weapons trained on him. Black held an index finger to his lips. "Call one of the other men now," Black said. "No games, or I will put a bullet in your head before you can finish your sentence." The man nodded and asked for more assistance on the roof with an active federal agent. When the second man came barreling up the stairs, Black and Shields shot him, and the first man. They dragged the bodies on the level above them and placed them near the door. 2 down, 3 to go, Black said.
"We need to move quickly," Shields said. "They're going to know something's up when they don't report back in a matter of minutes."
"I can mimic that man's voice," Black said.
"Call for Kazadi," she said.
Black asked for Kazadi, but predictably received some pushback. "We're about to start filming," Kazadi said. "Just hold them off." Black and Shields crept back down to the bottom level and eased closer to the screen. One man stood behind the camera, while Kazadi and Zahid coached the 2 hostages on how to make their prepared statements more believable. "If you don't do this with more feeling," Zahid said, "I'm going to just kill you right here."
"Isn't that what you're going to do anyway?"
Young asked. Black tried to read the situation, as Zahid sighed and threw his hands in the air. "How did you ever get anyone but your mother to vote for you?" Zahid said. Black wanted to shoot them both, but he wasn't close enough, and if he and Shields didn't deliver kill shots, the president or the secretary were both in danger of being taken hostage. And with no sure bet, he couldn't risk anything. "We need a diversion," Black said. "Can you set off that car alarm?" Shields looked over her shoulder at a vehicle nearby. She nodded and smiled. "That should separate them from the president and the secretary," Black said. "And then it'll at least give us a chance to take all 3 men out without losing anyone."
"It's risky," she said.
"Of course it is, but it's our best play." Shields nodded.
"Then I guess I'm up."
She tightened the suppressor on the end of her weapon before firing a shot into the back window of a black sedan. Within seconds, the horn blasted and the headlights blinked off and on. "Go see about that," Zahid said, stepping back and then training his weapon on Young. "If something goes wrong, I'm going to kill the president." Then Zahid continued by shouting, "You hear me? If you try anything else, I'm going to kill the president." "He won't kill Young," Black said in a hushed tone to Shields. "That would defeat the entire purpose of the mission, which is obviously to coerce Young into saying something for al-Shiri."
"I hope you're right," Shields said.
As soon as Kazadi and the other terrorist walked into view, the 2 agents put them down, each with a pair of shots. That left Zahid alone with the president and the secretary.
"You're going to die," Young said.
Black walked into the open, his gun trained on Zahid.
"Lower your weapon," Black said. "I will. But first I need to let you know about something," Zahid said, as he slowly unbuttoned his jacket. "I knew this might happen, so I needed a way out."
"You think strapping a few hundred pounds of C4 to a suicide vest that has a kill switch is going to give you a way out?" Black said. Zahid placed his gun on the table and shrugged.
"If you're so brave, why don't you just shoot me right now and find out?"
Black cocked his head to one side.
"That'd be too easy." "Too easy," Zahid said. "Listen to you, Mr. Tough Guy. I guess I have to make things difficult for you. Apparently I need to remind you that if you shoot me, you're going to die too. Perhaps you need to rethink your plan."
"Place the weapon on the table," Black said. Zahid complied, and smiled as he did so.
"One day when one of your federal forensics teams has figured out what's about to happen here, your name will be synonymous with the man who killed the president. And I hope that's what you want, because if so, I encourage you to do it. That's exactly what I desire."
Black strode closer, stopping behind the camera.
"We can do this the easy way or the hard way. However, I'm only asking to be courteous. I'm quite certain that you won't do this the easy way." "What exactly do you want me to do?" Zahid asked with a grin. "I want to record you talking about how great America is, and meaning it," Black said.
"Are you out of your mind?" President Young asked, his face beading with sweat.
"I just want to get out of here in one piece." "You will," Black said. "Mr. Zahid doesn't like you, but he's not going to blow himself up." "What makes you so sure?" Young asked. "Yes, Agent Black. What makes you so sure?" Zahid repeated. "Last chance," Black said. "Easy way or hard way?" "Prepare to die," Zahid said. He feigned releasing a black button, but kept it pushed down. Black, however, wasn't buying the charade. He fired a shot that tore through Zahid's right shoulder, knocking him to the ground. He staggered to get back up before reaching for the wound. He put his hand on top of it as blood gushed out. "So we're doing this the hard way," Black said. "I will kill us all," Zahid said, as he staggered back against the wall and slid down it. "No, you won't," Black said. "Deep down, you're still the same scared chicken shit you always were. Fortunately for you, none of your underlings were here to see you cower in fear." All color left Zahid's face as he stared up at Black. "The ruse is over," Black said. "I know your little secret, especially since I saw your thumb come off that supposed kill switch twice now. You were never going to kill yourself, were you?" Zahid shook his head and glanced at the blood gushing from his wound. "Now, if you don't do what I say, you're going to bleed out very slowly, and it'll be a painful death," Black said. "But if you do what I say, I promise to help you. Deal?" Shields nudged Black from behind and spoke in a hushed tone through clenched teeth. "What are you doing?" "Untie the president and the Madam Secretary," Black said. "Mr. Zahid and I have a business transaction to conclude." Shields hustled over and freed both Young and Geller, who stared at the whole scene and shook her head. "What are you doing?" Geller asked. "Just go," Black said. "You'll find out soon enough." Shields led the two officials away from the scene, leaving Black and Zahid alone. "I have something I want you to say," Black said, as he hurriedly wrote something on the back of a sheet of paper. I'm going to record it, and then I'll help you. But you better say this like you mean it." Zahid snarled. "I'll never do it." "Suit yourself," Black said. "I'll take a seat and watch you die. But aren't you the least bit curious what it says?" Zahid winced in pain. "Okay, I'll read it. Anything to stop this." Black turned on the camera, focusing on Zahid's face, and then handed him the paper. "Americans are kind. Stop killing them," Zahid read aloud. "You expect me to read this?" Black smiled as he fiddled with his gun, removing every cartridge but one. "You just did, Mr. Zahid." "You bastard!" Zahid shouted. "You will die 1,000 deaths for what you have done." Black tossed the gun towards Zahid. It hit the ground and skidded to a stop against the wall next to him. "You have 1 bullet," Black said. "Don't miss." He grabbed the camera and hustled away, looking back over his shoulder in time to see Zahid stretching to reach the weapon. 3 seconds later, Black heard the gunfire. He stopped and dialed Blunt's number. "Call Besserman and tell him the feds are clear to move in and clean up this mess," Black said. "It's over." "And the president and the secretary?" Blunt asked. "They're both safe." "Thank you," Blunt said. "Outstanding work, Agent Black." "Just doing my job, sir." Chapter 49. Washington, D.C. Blunt skimmed the headlines in the Washington Post, chuckling to himself at the amount of fiction being passed off as news. Most of the stories without named sources that defied belief could be attributed to an activist posing as a journalist. But this wild tale was spoon-fed straight from the CIA to their willing media lackeys. They devoured the tale that was more fit for the silver screen than the pages of a newspaper. Blunt had the conference room all to himself as he leaned back in his chair and waited for the rest of the team to arrive. Jana Shadid was the first one to join him, clutching a stack of documents as she sat down. "I think it's time you made some more modifications to my cane," Blunt said. "Is it not working for you?" she asked. "No, it's fine," Blunt said. "I'm just a little jealous after what Agent Shields told me you did for her prosthetic leg." "You can create a lot more hidden compartments in a leg than you can in a cane." He grunted and pulled out a cigar from his coat pocket. "That doesn't change the fact that I want an upgrade." She smiled. "For some reason, I'm not surprised." Shields walked in and greeted the team a few minutes later, followed by Black. Blunt chuckled when Black sat down on the other side of the table. "What are you doing over there grinning like a Cheshire cat?" Shields asked. "You two make me laugh," Blunt said, his eyes bouncing back and forth between Shields and Black. "All I said was hello," Shields said. "Yeah, but you're trying to make it look like you didn't come to work together," Blunt said. "We didn't," Black said. "We drove separately." Blunt grinned. "Separately as in a convoy of 2 vehicles?" "Are you having us followed?" she asked. Blunt put his hand over his mouth and feigned shock. "I knew it." "Knew what?" Shields asked. "Because I was going to tell you if you're paying someone to tail us, they're doing a terrible job since they're lying to you about us following each other to work." "You're awfully defensive," Blunt said, "which makes me think that maybe I was right." Shields rolled her eyes before taking a sip of her coffee. "Is there any reason we're still waiting to start this meeting?" "Edge isn't here," Blunt said, just before the investigator strode through the door. "Speak of the devil." Edge stopped and pointed with both index fingers at Blunt. "A handsome devil,"
right?"
Blunt gestured for Edge to sit down before beginning the meeting. He stood and hiked his suit pants up by yanking on the belt.
"I've read all your thorough reports of what happened 2 days ago not very far from this building," Blunt said. "And I think when woven together, they present a more comprehensive tapestry of the events that night. Every single one of you should be proud of the incredible work you did. Who knows how many innocent lives were saved by eliminating those terrorists. And Agent Black, to do what you did, you actually turned a horrible scenario into a public relations victory." "When inspiration strikes," Black said with a shrug. "But there are a few gaps that I'm still trying to piece together," Blunt said, "particularly as it relates to how the terrorists were able to communicate with others so seamlessly in abducting the president. I know there are other agencies investigating this as well, but I need to know as soon as possible for my own sanity. That's why I've invited Edge to talk with us today."
Black furrowed his brow.
"Wasn't Edge working on the Elaine Gibbons case?"
Blunt nodded.
"And as it turns out, the two were somewhat related. Edge, can you explain this to everyone?"
Edge stood and activated the projector screen. A half-minute later, he was talking about the process of inserting people into the FBI's facial recognition database.
"Every data entry has an identifying marker to go with it," Edge explained. "So you can't just go in and start adding people. Well, you and I can't. But if you had access to the database, you most certainly could. But you couldn't do so anonymously. At least, that's how it's supposed to work." "And how does this relate to Elaine Gibbons?" Black asked.
Edge nodded.
"That's a good question, and it's the reason why I'm here today. I started trying to learn more about Elaine Gibbons. Who was this mystery woman, and what was she doing in Montana? As it turns out, her entire profile was fake, entered by a virtual ghost at the agency." "Are you saying that Gibbons isn't real?" Shields asked. "No, she's real all right," Edge said. "But her name isn't Elaine Gibbons." "Then what is it?" Black asked. "Still working on that," Edge said. "But we were able to trace a connection between her and the Secret Service agent driving the presidential limo a couple of days ago. Turns out we found some cell numbers that corresponded with the one she had in Wyoming." "They were talking this whole time?" Blunt asked. Edge nodded. "The abduction of Young was planned. They just needed something to create a classic misdirection."
Black sighed and tapped on the table.
"So how do we find her?" "That's the million-dollar question at the moment," Blunt said. "Right, Edge?"
Edge nodded.
"Once we establish what her true identity really is, we should be able to move forward with the investigation." "Any theories so far?" Blunt asked. "I think she's well connected, and quite possibly someone we've all heard of before," Edge said. "But that's just sheer speculation at this point." "Good work," Blunt said. "Finding Gibbons and making her talk is going to be our primary focus until we catch her. Understood?"
Everyone nodded, giving Blunt the assurance that everyone else was on the same page, hopefully lost in thought about finding Elaine Gibbons, or whatever her name really was. Chapter 50. Washington, D.C. Black settled onto his couch next to Shields as Michelle Ryland introduced her in-depth television special on Secretary Geller. He scooted nearer to Shields, close enough that he could put his arm around her. After a moment, she looked at him and smiled. On the screen, Ryland shared about Geller's past in the military, including her time in Afghanistan, where she was held captive by the Taliban. Then the story shifted to the past 2 weeks, with footage from Geller's humanitarian stop in Congo. The music in the background transitioned from a light and hopeful tune to a more ominous one, as Geller discussed being taken captive again and waking up in a military transport truck on top of the dead bodies of her colleagues and security team. After a commercial break, Ryland returned with a scene of her walking with Geller in her garden, discussing her escape. Geller explained how the U.S. government sent a team to rescue her, which drew Shields' ire. "I understand leaving your name out of this, obviously," Shields said, gesturing toward the screen. "But to act like there was a team who pulled her out of this mess." Black shrugged. "I don't know if that's lying. We are employed by the government, albeit secretly, and we are a pretty good team." Shields sighed and rolled her eyes. "You know what I mean. There's definitely an implication from her statement that U.S. operatives swept through the jungle and delivered her to safety. I mean, she didn't even mention the pilot who flew her out of there. He certainly deserved some credit." "From what I understand, that mission in Africa now has several new planes and enough funding to keep them operating for years if they never collected another dime. All thanks to Uncle Sam," Black said. "Plus, I doubt that a pilot flying around the deepest, darkest parts of the Congo is looking for fame." She nodded. "You're probably right." "You know what else I was right about?" he asked. "What?" "I was right about us," Black said, before leaning in for a kiss. Shields shifted just before he made contact with her lips, causing him to miss his intended target and plant a kiss on her cheek. She giggled. "What are you laughing about?" he asked. "You missed again," she said, before kissing him on the lips. After drawing back, they locked eyes. "I'm better at hitting the target than you at everything." Black shook his head as a wry grin spread across his face. "You're something else." "That's not the greatest compliment I've ever been paid, but I'm going to take it as such." "It's definitely a compliment," Black said, as the smile disappeared from his face. "I'm just—" He let his words hang in the air as he looked down at the floor. "What is it?" she asked. Black sighed. "I'm glad we were able to save the President and Secretary Geller, especially after all that she went through. It'd be horrible for her to die in her own country after everything that's happened to her overseas. But I almost blew it." "How exactly?" "I let my ego get in the way of doing what I should have done in the first place, which was crash that plane." "I don't think that was your ego," Shields said. "What was it then?" "It was your emotions, your feelings for another person." He nodded. "And it almost got the President and the Secretary killed." Shields took his hand and interlocked their fingers. "It's okay, Titus. It's okay for you to be human every once in a while, instead of racing headlong into danger. But that's not the job. The job is figuring out how to accomplish all your mission objectives, all while staying alive. Blunt didn't hire you to be a kamikaze spy. He wants you to assist in dangerous missions again and again. He needs a courageous agent, not a foolish one." Black nodded. "I know. It's just—" "Different?" "Yeah. It feels strange." "Good," Shields said with a wink. "You're feeling something. That's a good sign." She leaned in and kissed him again. This concludes State of Conspiracy, Book 8 of the Titus Black series. Written by R.J. Patterson. Performed by Kyle Tait. The executive producer is Eric West. Copyright 2021 by R.J. Patterson. Production copyright 2024 by R.J. Patterson. Be sure to look for Book 9 in the Titus Black series, The Patriot. Thanks for listening.